Futures back in negative territory once again this morning, coming off pretty solid performance on Monday. We had all three U.S. indexes in positive territory at the end of the day, albeit only just. The Dow ended the day up 16 points, both the S&P and NASDAQ, 0.3 and 0.4% in positive territory. It was the second positive day in 3 sessions, though, for markets overall. Volume to the downside right across the board on Monday. A lot of people sitting on the sidelines waiting for key inflation data coming out on Friday. We'll get the next CPI reading Friday morning at 8:30. That is ahead of the Fed meeting coming next week, Tuesday and Wednesday. On the economic front, as far as CPI is concerned, that's the next benchmark the Fed uses for an inflation reading. Target on watch this morning, sending all of the retail stocks into negative territory after a Q2 profit warning from Target out this morning. And Amazon back on watch as well. Pretty volatile here once again. Day 2 coming after the 20-to-1 stock split. Day 1 yesterday, of course. It's Tuesday, June 7th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, markets back in negative territory, as I mentioned here. We'll have a look at the board when it pops up. There we go. Now we can check out where we're at. 0.87 there for the S&P. Yeah, it is the NASDAQ. Tech under pressure here to start things off. 1.26 right now, leading the way. 0.7 there for the Dow. Bottom end of the screen, we'll talk about some Bitcoin moves anyways, cryptocurrency to the downside. We were up about this much yesterday across the board, back to the downside. 6.5% right now for Bitcoin and Ethereum. They're talking about some legislation in Washington for crypto that was out late yesterday, sending things back lower, it would appear, for the time being. Tuesday morning, it is a rainy one. Hey, guys, good morning. It is a rainy one here in Toronto, but we are back to talk a little more Amazon today with a pretty volatile session on Monday. Very active already, once again, worth mentioning here in the pre-market.
Oh, yeah, definitely active in the pre-market. We'll talk retail, obviously. Novavax is halted, so if you see that, it's halted news pending. They have an FDA review, which is coming up. Should see an update on that one. I was just checking to see if it was, someone had said it was going to open up at 8:30. I forget who it was, but looks like that isn't open as of now, but we'll check back in on it. Market is under pressure. Thank you, Target, for doing what you do twice now to the overall market. But after what we did yesterday, sort of barely holding positive, and we did expect some pressure. Got to be watching that old 2,400 level on Amazon, which is now 120. That should come into play. Someone just bought a bunch of shares, 121. I think it was 121.35 or somewhere around there. Someone just picked up like 25,000, shoved it on the bid, took the fill. So there are buyers down at these prices. So we do have to see if we can hold these lows. Market down about 1%. We'll see if we can do as well as we did yesterday, holding some of the bids.
Yeah, 1.25% right now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we're wow. Hopefully today is not going to be one of these crazy days, but we just took out some profit there on Apple. We're short. It's off the sticky note right there, 144.20. We just got the bid at 143.85, so a smooth 40 cents or so on a little bit. We're going to be shorting Apple. We're going to be shorting Amazon. It's all on the sticky note today. Already lots of love. 43 retweets already. Wow. It seems like there's something wrong with that. Maybe that's yesterday's right there. But here we go. Amazon to the downside right now. I like it today. 124 is a key level. We're going to be shorting Amazon. We're going to be shorting Apple. It should be a fun day here, and yeah, we're getting ready to rock and roll. Brendan, it's only 8:34 already. The NASDAQ's making a little bit of a move back up here. Crypto's a little bit of a worry as Ethereum's down to 17 and Bitcoin's down to 29.4. So yeah, some asset classes starting to slip and slide here.
Yeah, low end of the range once again. We'll talk a little bit about, I saw some of the crypto stocks to the downside as well. That NVAX review panel, FDA review panel, was set to start here at 8:30. So anything that comes from that, we'll let you know. But as Neil was mentioning there, Novavax still halted. Again, they're reviewing the COVID-19 vaccine for Novavax. Let's jump right into everything else we need to know so far this morning. Yesterday, it was all about Amazon. Ends up being a pretty volatile day. I mean, the initial move higher, and then we come all the way back and then some. And then a follow through today, back to the downside here for Amazon, guys.
Think of it as multiple things that would have, you could say, went wrong or look wrong this morning. One is you had that 2,500 level, which is now $125 for Amazon post-split. It was a great long on that breakout, but you can see like it gets above on the break, it holds that 25, you get up to like 129, it just comes right back and then craters on support, 124 over and over again. Bounces, can't hold 26, can't hold 25. And we close at that same 125 level, but just below it. So really on a higher time frame, when you look at it, it's just a rejection of that breakout again for Amazon. So the news is come and gone. You know, that 125 is kind of a line in the sand now. Obviously, 2,400 was a key psychological level. 2,000 is huge if we ever see $100. Obviously, that's a monster level. But you know, I just look at it saying, okay, we spent one day on the catalyst above that 25, barely even that day, and that's just your resistance point. I think it's going to be sold to there. And the second part is, well, obviously with what Target just did with their guidance, that's not going to be like last time Target did this on the earnings. Amazon got crushed anyways. They came and got pulled down. So I would expect to see a little bit of that. So the other side of that is if Target manages to reclaim some levels, we'll see this morning, I would anticipate you could see some glide to the upside on Amazon. But you got to watch that in addition to that sector. But anything below 125, it's hard to look for longs. 120, I'll take a long because it's 120 in the round number, and that's more of a scalp trade, trying to be in front of it. That was really good yesterday, buying in front of every single even dollar level and just sort of taking the scalp trade. But outside of that, below 125, I have to say it looks weak below there.
Hey, what's up, Lone Sophos? Yeah, wishing you a successful trading day as well. Yeah, yesterday Amazon gets a huge bump up due to the split. We talked about that. Let's expect the same thing from Google to come through, except for Google is 10 times the company, in my opinion, than Amazon. So that could continue. But today, obviously, with Target coming out and being pretty weak, I didn't even care about Target today. I mean, it's on the sticky note. It's the #1 name, but I just think Amazon gets shorted. I mean, Target could have came out with the opposite news, and I'd still want to be short Amazon. Into 124 right here. I just think that broke. It held yesterday. It broke today. So we're going to go short Amazon. I already have orders layered up like crazy. I already have 3 orders layered up all the way up here to 124. I have been saying that you can get any price you want in this market. I don't know if that's true on the upside. It definitely seems to be true on the downside. So we'll wait to see. We're going to start building the short. I mean, I put an order in. Actually, I have 4 orders, 122.50. If we can get anything around there, that'd be a fantastic short for me. So we'll try that, and then we'll layer it up all the way up into 125. So yeah, we're excited to go here, and hopefully we can make some money on some of these trades with Amazon short starting off. We're already short here. Apple, like to get more short into this name as well, as that was weak yesterday. Should be weak again today, down 1.22%. Look, I don't know. We'll turn. I mean, I started it already, and I put it right here on the sticky note, and we're going to turn the bear around because here we go. It feels a bit heavy today at the NASDAQ, I wrote down. Oops, so many big cap names will look to be faded, right? So Microsoft can lead the way along with Apple. So I really do think that there's something there today. So we'll put the bear on, and I'm not loving this market. I think there's a lot of work to go. We still have the Fed doing what they're doing. There seems to be no relief in sight. Gas prices rocking right now. It's over $9 a gallon here in Toronto. And you can just sort of see that oil right now down to 118, well, down to 118, I guess. Still no relief in sight there. Russia doesn't seem to be anything happening on that side. Nuclear testing happening there in North Korea. Like, I'm not really feeling this market, to be honest with you. It sucks because I'm still long everything. And the worst part about it is I've been saying that I need to get out of Tesla and haven't done that. And then today you're down sub 7, right? So, I mean, this name keeps getting trashed as well. Tesla. I keep talking to Randy, and he's loving Tesla at these prices. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. I'm not liking Tesla here. Should got out of it a while ago, and I feel like this will be a mistake not to do it. But hopefully we get another bump up, and I'm going to be selling any rallies in Tesla.
Yeah, lots of uncertainty overall on a macro side of things. Here's a note on Target that we were referring to. This is a big cut. The company now sees Q2 operating margins around 2%. The prior estimate was 5.3%, so more than a half cut there for them. Walmart, Costco, Nordstrom's, pick one. They're all to the downside. Again, CPI Friday morning before we come on, or right when we come on at 8:30, will be the next key gauge as far as this market is concerned.
If there's a couple of positives that I'll try to say about Target just to give look, it's a big cut, and the margin cutting their margins, inventory concerns. Like none of that's especially good, especially after the earnings that they had. But if you want to take two things that look like it maybe could give you a bull case, I don't think there's much of one, but you wicked bottom through the previous low, at least for now. That was 145.50. So there was a bit of a recovery off that level. I suppose if it bounces off it again, that can be a good look for Target. The second thing would be they do expect their margins to recover. But the market is forward-looking, so there's always the chance that if margins can recover for the next quarter, by the end of the year, then this can definitely turn around. It's a one-shot inventory thing. That's what they're lining up and saying. So there's a chance that this is the type of event which might only last them a quarter or two. All that being said, like this is the second time that you've had just an absolute shocker and then dragging the market down. It is starting to recover here, and to me, it's a short till it's not. I mean, there's psychological levels. 145.50 was that level on the 15. On the daily chart, showing you guys since those earnings. If you kind of peel back here, this thing gets anywhere close to like 160 where it was. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't think it has any chance to get there. So I'm only thinking the round numbers from there. It's 50 and 55, right? So you got to start thinking about the 50 level psychological. The 55 was the previous support level from before. I think you're shorting at each of these levels. I'm going to take it again in front of this. I made the mistake of having a stop order when those dark pools went off, but I'm essentially back in position again. And I'm going to be short this till 150. It's dragged down a lot of other retail names. If Costco was doing more volume, I actually thought there was an opportunity this morning specifically on Costco because everything just sort of fell off when you had, when the earnings came, well, not with the earnings, when the revision came through, but there was just no bid to be had. Like there was no liquidity on Costco, and it just bottomed out at 1,455. And I looked at it and said, that looks pretty juicy. It bounced right off of its recent lows, which looked like a good long, but on 30,000 shares, that's just not a trade that's worth taking. It is going to be one to watch, at least for me. If Costco can hold that 4 to 55 level, if Target can actually hold that bid, I'd much rather be looking at a Costco long off 455 where I know there's pretty good support and they didn't report any problems here in case we do get a bounce in retail. I just think you're a little relatively stronger in Costco than Target.
Shout out to Rolling Records here. Yeah, on yesterday's sticky note. Thank you so much we talked about Mortal Kombat there. There it is. Finish him, Liu Kang, right there on Baraka. I like Baraka. He's got the swords in the hands there, like little Johnny Depp action there from Edward Scissorhands. But thank you for that. Also, Rolling Records. A lot of kind words today, especially all over the sticky note. You guys are very, very bearish today as well with me. Days of the short, a bad sign. I should charge for this, says the real Tradezilla. Nah, I say nah. Sticky note nation there, the GOAT. Thank you so much for all the nice talk there on the sticky note. But join me at Trader TV Sean both on Instagram and on Twitter for that. But yeah, Target. Yeah, bad. I mean, like I said here, it's the number one name on my sticky note today. Obviously, 150 is going to come into play at some point here today. I mean, I don't want to say obviously, but I think it will. Anyways, it's 148.10 right now. You're going to test this 148.50. That's where we're going to start to get short. It looks like we might get short soon on that. It's bumping up a little bit. We'll see what happens around this 150. We don't want to get too fancy on this. If it breaks higher, it breaks higher. But there we go. We are now short this name at 148.40, like we just said. So a whole bunch of prints going off there. And here it goes, ripping up to the upside now. Goes TGT. We don't want to be in this one for very long, man. I got way bigger fish to fry with Apple and Microsoft and Amazon and some of these names. But I still like this trade. So we're in this short. I don't see any reason for this to take out 150 here. They chopped their margins down from 5.3% to 2% there on the sell side. So here it is right here. Already a nice little win for us. Just got to get out on the bid. But yeah, right now, Target coming back in. We'll see what's happening. I mean, I want to be short this name, so let's be short it. And we are. We're short Apple as well. And just to check here on the imbalance locator to see what we're dealing with. DD was fun yesterday, and there it is again today on the side of things. So we'll look to see if that wants to print anything today again. DD yesterday on the D listing, we had a big sell imbalance yesterday that came through, which tanked. It was 55 million shares or so that tanked this thing from 246 all the way down to 228. So we're going to see what happens today with DD with a nice little bid back upside, up 7%. So, yep, we're short Apple, we're short Target right now. We'll see about taking out some profits here if Target comes back below 148. We could take about 40, 50 cents on this one, but here it goes, trying to rip up again against me, but hopefully not. Just print the bid, and we have a nice little 50-cent winner here on TGT.
Yeah, DD back to the buy side. Interesting there this morning. Let's talk a little bit about some of the fallout from Apple's conference yesterday. It's day 2 today for the Worldwide Developer Conference from Apple. One of the stocks that moved about midday yesterday, it was about 12:30, 1 o'clock, was Snap and Meta as well. After they updated their app store and did not, about any further privacy changes or changes in general to come to the App Store. So worth noting this morning, there is a couple of negative notes on Snap in general, one from Deutsche Bank cutting their price target. There was 2 or 3 other price target cuts for Snap. But a big move on that yesterday. Meta looking very similar this morning.
Well, I mean, the Snap, if your price target was at $45 on Snapchat, that you're just playing a little bit of catch up at this point, at this particular point. So I don't read too much into that. Snapchat was a little bit weaker, I want to say, after things started recovering. Meta made some strong moves. And Snapchat it had that initial bounce and then just sort of hung out, didn't really break out of this little rut that it's been in. And as long as it's down here, I mean, it's sort of, you sit there and look at $16 on Snapchat, and every time it gets up there, it presents you with some shorting opportunities. It's just, it's a matter of taking advantage of it. Using the catalyst yesterday, that was the trade, but I should have been trading this when it got here the last time, last week, or just at the end of the month. So since it had the earnings, it's been basically one level to the short side. Every time it approaches 16 even, it's giving you a good short. Looks like it's maybe not going to get there again today unless something else comes positively that I'm not seeing. I just think Meta is a lot more interesting. And it was 193 that was the key price. Of course, trades deciding they don't want to show up. 193 was a good pivot price there yesterday. You got a break, obviously, when that news or lack of news, I guess, happened. And then we bounced right off what was VWAP on the 3-minute and 193. Now you're holding 193 as a resistance in the pre-market on Meta. So I'm kind of looking towards that level. Below it, it's like play off of it for a short side trade. If you can break this level once again, then you look pretty strong. But anytime I have an opportunity where there's buy support that gets broken and the day looks red, then I want to short in front of that level. So I'm really looking towards Meta 193. If Snapchat was at 16, or 1560 or 1570, then I'd be trading that. It's just Meta's at the price or closer to the price that we want.
Yesterday, Meta was the #1 stock, and we were absolutely on fire with that name yesterday. So we'll look to do the same thing again here today. Buy early, let it dip down. Made some levels at 191. We took that in and out of a quick little trade there at 190 for like a 30-cent hit. And then we banged this to the upside, which was really, really in big time, movement for my net here on this move. When we took out 190, and you see the volume start to pick up there on that. Maybe you can see that somehow, Fahad, the bottom of, there we go, thank you, my friend. The volume really started to pick up here on Facebook, and that's when we really got excited. So we pounded that 190 long, our best out of the last 20%, I think it was 15% or so, up to 195. So that was a $5 winner. Then we were back and forth, including catching this 193 long right there at the end of the day. One piece out 194, one piece out 195. So a nice little long there for Facebook. Facebook was my #1 stock and the highest stock yesterday net-wise on the show, so that was a big one. And I think that today we could probably look to do the same thing. I'm not going to look short on Meta. I think there's better names to short, but I'm going to be looking down in here, 189, 188.50 or so for META. I just feel like I don't even have to use that many shares because I'm just reading this stock really well, that we can try to find out these spots where we can just kind of blow this to the upside. I do prefer to short Apple today, and I prefer to short Microsoft today. So we'll be looking at those two names, but for right now, Meta, yeah, down here to 190 would be pretty juicy. Any kind of bumps up into this area, I think you could short a 195, but I'd be very careful doing that. Let's just see how the market reacts. For me, man, it's all about Apple. We're already into this name. It's already gone to the short side. I should have reloaded it there. I guess I was too busy looking at Target, but that's another reload spot at 144 and change. If you see yesterday, man, I mean, Apple was pretty weak. This is yesterday for Apple. I don't know why my trades aren't showing up here, but we were short. I mean, sometimes if you go like that and you move it around, we were short yesterday all here, 148, boom, 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 boom. And then it came all the way back down to the downside. I wish these trades were going to show up for you. And then we shorted it again here at 147 and then brought it back in. So sometimes if you go like this and then you go like that, maybe, they were showing up there on the 3-minute chart. No, that's the day before. That's strange, but yeah. So okay, hopefully they'll show up at some point. But the point about Apple was yesterday we were really feeling the short. We had that short. Some possible longs right in this area, 145. But today now you're well below 145. So we wrote down here right on the sticky note, which right now, by the way, Target's printing cash. Short until 150 break. Oh, sorry, that's Target. Today short Apple until the 146. So 146 is a key price there for AAPL. We'll be shorting that into the yesterday's close. Feels like it's a weekday here for the market. So there goes Apple, and then down goes right now Target, as we just reloaded that obviously at 149. That's pretty clear there. Now we're at 140.10 on the bid. Let's see if we can't take this short 148.50 right now for Target. Who knows if that's going to print any lower, but we're sitting there in case it does.
More along those lines, as far as profit warnings go, retail as well, in a sense. Here's UNP, guys, Union Pacific, just out at 845 there, also with a profit warning. So some of the rail operators catching a move to the downside. That's not the right one. Wanted to mention GitLab as well for a possible trade today. We talked about it. There we go. We talked about it at the end of the day yesterday. If you joined us in the afternoon, GitLab with actually a positive report. It's up here pre-market.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't really do a lot of volume, I suppose, and it's not really doing a lot of volume this morning. This would be way more exciting if it was above the 50 period, above 46.5, 47. I think they would have a chance to break up. I mean, 10% is pretty good, but when you don't see any extension on it this morning and things look a little bit bearish, I mean, ultimately, you still got to make money, and they're not really making money yet. So I think that's why you're not seeing any attraction towards this in the pre-market here to buy it up a little bit more. I mean, I think they've swung like a surprise profit. Maybe you'd see a little bit of that. But I had written down here. I said 46.50. That 50 period moving average certainly going to be in play. I don't know if we're going to see $40. 45 is a nice little round number. Maybe it's worth a little something to trade it off of that 45 level. I don't want to write it off because it has no volume, because we've seen that be a mistake when it comes to an earnings play. So I'll make sure I at least have a look at it, because if we break that 45, there's $1.50 worth of room. If it goes upside, if it fails 45, I think there's room for it to pull back in. So I do want to look at it at 9:30. I just want the volume to come in first. I mean, there's so many other things that are trading a little higher volume than GitLab, but you'd be hard pressed to find something that's up 10% today. So you want to find something that's relatively strong for a chance at least some kind of breakout long. But on low volume, not for yet.
Yeah, at least they're making a little bit of progress here. Higher revenue than expected. So if you're trying to put money into companies that have beat on revenue, then GitLab might be for you. It's not going to be for me, obviously. They still had a negative outlook there. But you can see here a $45, a good top on the 50 period moving average. So if you ever get to 45 or 46, I believe that's going to be a decent short. You're still ways away from that. But if this market does rally, then GitLab definitely on people's mind today. So watch out for GTLB to the downside, I would say, off of that 46. I mean, realistically, that 50 period is right here. It's at 46.50. So you got a ways to go until then, but that may bump up to that level. So watch out to see if GitLab takes out 46.50 today.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you this morning. I mentioned Snapchat after that move yesterday. There was multiple ones. There it is. GitLab top of the list here. RBC liking GitLab today. We talked about oil briefly there off the beginning, but it is actually down slightly this morning. 2 days in a row to the downside. Exxon to the upside, though. Moody's with a move in the pre-market here. Walk me this Therapeutics MD we've touched on before. One of those little ones that can move. And Coupa from Barclays, guys.
One of those is actually worth watching. I know oil's slightly down. XOM's up 0.5% today, but that's not why I'm bringing it up. I'm really just bringing it up because it's close to 100. So it's been several days in a row now that it's been testing this level. You can just sort of see on the daily chart here, it keeps testing. It hasn't really gotten there. You look at like 99, 99.70, 99.80, it gets close, but no cigar, multiple days in a row. So, this is one of those set your alert. It's been a pretty solid level to fade pretty much every single time it's gotten here at some point. If we get a secondary rally in oil or another leg up in some of the energy-related names, you're looking for a 100 break. Until that happens, it's been a pretty solid level for the day trade on XOM. Not really anything else on that board. Obviously, GitLab we just talked about, but not really anything else on the upgrade downgrade that catches our attention. But 100 on XOM, that should be worth watching for the rest of the week. It's already given you some pretty solid trades off that level the last week and a half.
Look, we've been talking about Valero since the teens here. It's up to 140, so that's been a great trade for VLO. I've been stuck in, and not stuck in, I mean stuck in on purpose here, sticking more in actually to XLE right now, as that's up, not right now, but that's up to $90, which again is pretty high for XLE here on the daily charts. You're tipping up to that high. So just watch out here. I mean, this is $90.65. Obviously, it's an ETF, so it's not going to trade the same as a stock, but this has been a beautiful move over the last 2 weeks for XLE. So I think that all of these moves continue to the upside. I don't feel like there's any relief coming at all for oil. I can't really see the story for that to be true. So we're going to wait to see what XLE continues to do. We've been in this name for a while, since February, and we're going to stay long. I think oil is really the big story here this year. It's already been that. I mean, I've been saying, like I said, we've been talking about that since February, which was already late. I mean, oil was starting last year, obviously, to go, and now you get a big, huge move here. So I thought that it was going to be a big story this year, so we started buying right into these dips down here, $68, $70 on XLE, and it's continued its march higher. I want to stay long. I'm still, the only real true play on this, I mean, like I said, I still have some Canadian ETFs and some other things like that as well. We talked about Enbridge, but I'm still long XOM. It's not as big a position as it probably obviously should be, but Valero and XOM are the only two names that I continue to be long here on the US side of things for oil. So there it is, man, a good little move there for that one. We just wind up taking 50 cents, obviously there on target as we get a piece out. It went all the way back up, and I saw that you were able to get some, so that's good. And then we reloaded as well, so there's a nice little trade there. Out for what we were short, 56 there. We just got out at, I don't know what price, but somewhere in the 20s, I believe, or sorry, it was in the teens, so we'll double check that price, but there we go, getting out there on some target for a nice little win there. It looks like 15s or 16, something like that we just got, so we'll see here. Target pulling back down now, so that's 30 cents in the money to go with our Apple, which is 20 cents in the money, but two shorts to start the day here, Brendan, with only 33 minutes to go.
Yeah, I just saw crude back to positive now. Also just saw a note from our friend Katie Stockton at Fairlead Strategies, saying next stop 147 for crude oil from a technical basis. Remember, she is a chartered market technician, so from a technical side, she's saying next stop all-time highs, guys, for crude oil, according to Katie. Let's touch on crypto here quickly. Yeah, no kidding. MSTR, big mover here in the pre-market, downside 6.5%. There was rumblings late in the day yesterday of this. Bipartisan crypto bill introducing framework for the industry right across. Nothing has happened yet. Not saying that this is the cause of this move, but big move down overnight here for BTC.
Yeah, but the good news, look, if regulation comes in, the good news is the crypto lobby is spending like more money than defense this year, I think, or at least in the next quarter. So will you do that because you understand the regulation is going to come and you want it to be somewhat favorable toward the industry. Now, the reason I think you pull up MSTR sometimes is when you get the bigger outsized moves back below that 30,000. Now, obviously, they have a large balance sheet as well, and there was talk if you got to 2,100, yada, 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 they'd have to sell some Bitcoin. But anywhere near those prices, I think it gets really interesting, and we'll be all over MSTR. If you crack 25,000, everyone's going to be watching this stock. We're not there just yet, but it did just roll over past. And we're going to probably talk about a few names that have done this. Apple, I think Sean showed us an example of a stock which is getting below a key price. So when you got below that 30,000, MSTR cracked this 225 here, and there is some downside potential for this if you were to get a big move. If you're going to trade it, you can't trade the stock unless you're watching spot prices pretty closely. So it's one of those, make sure you're focused on it, because like one move the wrong way or missing out on a big spike, and you can have a stop run because you had a move in Bitcoin. But below 225, below 30,000 would be the anchor that I would have for MSTR. I don't think I'll be trading it. Coinbase, I looked at it. I didn't see anything terribly interesting. I think it's the retail, the big tech. I'll be watching Tesla as usual. That's below 700. But yeah, watch out below. If this holds below 225 and 30,000 gets held, you could see some downward pressure on MSTR again.
I mean, I haven't been super negative on crypto, but I think it's time to get to that. And honestly, it's like some of these prices just aren't bouncing. I mean, here's a portfolio that I keep showing all the time, and it's like Bitcoin and Ethereum are trying to hold up, but I mean, if they don't, then you got to really watch out below here on some of these names, man. I mean, Cardano, yeah, 58 cents. That was okay. I mean, Cardano was down to 40 cents at one point, or 42 or 43. So back to 58 is nice for them. Solana, I'm worried about, down to $38. We recently bought some of that in the 50s. As you go, Shiba Inu is down to 1 again. We've had 5 there before for that name, so that's getting hit. Litecoin, I remember on some Walmart news and things like that, that was getting hit. That was up to like 250 or something on that news, down to $61. Stellar, which I think is interesting there. Some news about Stellar coming through, German exchange and whatnot. I feel like the money supply, Stellar could help with that as well. But honestly, man, I mean, crypto continues to get faded. I mean, down in the 7 days, you're seeing some big moves down here, 17%, 19%, things like that. Even Ethereum down 12% in a week. That's a lot. Like we're talking about the NASDAQ being in trouble. And I don't want to equate crypto to NASDAQ, but I mean, this is down quite a large amount here, considering that the NASDAQ's down, what, 23%? You're getting a big move, man. Like Ethereum needs to be able to hold at least 15. You're at 17.5 right now, so this is a little bit of a worry spot for me. You're seeing companies like Hut 8. I mean, just to show you one example here, we can show it. I think it's going to be NASDAQ. I know it's on Toronto. This was, what, a $20 name or so? Let me find out what it was here on the NASDAQ. But this is a one-day chart. Yeah, let's just keep zooming back out here to see how high we got in the summer. But yeah, okay, there it is right there. So it was actually in the fall. We were up to $16, $17 on Hut 8. Now you're down to $2. Like, I mean, this crypto continues to be a little bit of a nightmare here. So I would be very, very cautious of some of these plays coming through now. I don't know where the bottom is going to be for these names, and I don't know if it's time to bottom pick yet on any of these little small names like that MSTR, like a Hut 8. I mean, Coinbase was at $40 before making a move back up to 80. So there's volatility everywhere in this, not just in the markets for the coins themselves, but in these equities. I mean, we went down to $40 on earnings there and then rallied to 80. That's a double up in like 2 weeks. So I feel like this name's coming crashing down at some point as well. The minute you break this $60 shelf on Coinbase, you might as well say see you later on this one. So I'm a little nervous about all these names. And to be honest with you, I would have thought crypto, I don't know. I mean, I'm happy that Bitcoin's at 29,000, to be honest with you. I feel like it could be lower, but I'm just so nervous for when it finally breaks that the bottom, it's just, there's nowhere to be found. And that's just, I don't know if there's enough money in the retail side to support this. I don't know if corporations are big enough yet into Bitcoin to come in and buy these dips. So yeah, to say that I'm worried about the positions here would be an understatement. So crypto, I believe, is in trouble for a bit.
Let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market, brought to you by the Small Exchange. We thank the Small Exchange. Once again, use a QR code. Check them out, guys. Sign up today at thesmallexchange.com. There's no PDT rule, and there's less capital required. Check them out today, smallexchange.com. Arun is back. What do we need to know here, Arun? Big move, or not a big move, but a move up anyways yesterday, but seems a little choppy here in this area.
Yeah, and choppy is going to be the name of the game. As long as we stay in this range, and I touched on this yesterday, we were at the top end of the range, well, almost at the top end of the range. I was like, well, if we get into the 60s, 70s, we start entering that zone, and this market reacted as you would expect in a range trading environment where resistance came in. It was exactly at 65. There was a ton of volume at 65, and the market fell off. We're right to the bottom. Now we're entering the bottom end of the range, and that's what you got to look forward to, is that when you're trading at these edges in a range market, you are looking for potential bounces in the opposite direction as the market's down 1.3% at the moment on the NASDAQ. We are in some support area. We're starting to enter it, but we are starting to hit some support levels that may turn this market, not exactly I wouldn't price any longs here. It's a little expensive, but at the same time, you got to start wondering, hey, where can we possibly turn this market if we are going to turn, right? So there is obviously an option where it can just completely fall out and break the range. Today could be that day. It's not like it's going to stay in the range forever. So it could be a situation where it does break, but at the same time, we just got to be aware of the top and the bottom of the range. Top end of the range, 42.10. Starting at about 41.65, 41.70, that's where you're going to start to look for resistance, and you're going to fade that. Now, the bottom end of the range, 40.25, is going to be your major support. So anywhere in the 70s, I would start looking for potential turning points if we can actually get the setup. And that's critical here, is that when you start nearing the bottoms or the tops, you need that reason to turn this market. If this market just decides that, you know what, we're just going to grind through and keep going down, you don't want to stand in front of that. So let the market decide when it wants to turn. At the moment, it still wants to go down. It is starting to hit some pockets here around the 80s or so. It is starting to, it's attempting to at least bounce, but it still wants to go down. So for the time being, it does look like downside momentum is going to be the primary way to go about this. If you're looking for longs, in my case, I'm going to wait a little bit. Let's see how much further this market wants to go before we actually catch some decent buy-side support, at which point we go for the long and see if we can play it against that 40.25. So 40.25 on the bottom, 42.10 up top. That's the top end of the range. You're looking for shorts. Now we're at the bottom end of the range looking for potential longs, but the momentum is to the sell side. So we're just going to wait this one out, let the market give us a reason to turn. And then when we do, we finally get a long on and see if we can get it back to the top end of the range.
Good stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow. Yeah, almost a full percent here now for the S&P. I was watching crude there. There was a big spike, volume spike, when we got to positive, and then it immediately turned around and went back down about 0.2% for oil. Let's get into everything else you need to know this morning, heading towards the open here. We're under 25 minutes to go before we get the market open. Grab the watch list, guys, every single morning, free for you before we come on at 8:30. We talked about Target. Obviously, Target, the one, comes out with the profit warning for Q2 this morning, but the entire group under pressure as a result, including, I want to show you Walmart here. Neil and I were discussing the lack of liquidity that might have been more of a cause for this, the size of this move initially to the downside. It certainly wasn't taking a lot of volume to push these things lower this morning.
No, man, it really wasn't. It felt like, like earnings after market when you just, regardless of what direction it goes, but there's just an evaporation in either way. Target's starting to roll over a little bit here. So it broke 148. So below that price is where you start to take some profit. You just want to make sure, even if these are falling, you still want to take profit on the way down, because for Target, 145.50, that low from post earnings is still in play. And Walmart, look, obviously, I talked about the bottom that got made on Costco. Walmart's was actually more extreme. And if Walmart had gone to 117.5, I probably would have taken the long. Almost, sort of not. It's not that you're not caring. It's just if it had gone down to that low that it made post earnings, I think that was a more aggressive opportunity to maybe just sort of jump in front of it. I did write that down for a chance to take it here. And again, it's just, this was a little bit stronger if you look at not just the bounce back that it did make, but how it managed to hold like a pretty good shelf. It's just that shelf at 125, it's so far gone. I don't really see the trade unless you're looking for the longs off that 117.5. Maybe it could hold a 120. I'm not even sure, but 125, that's that line in the sand that broke. If it tries to get above that today, I just can't see any way that it does it. Obviously, Target's the one that made the revision here. That's the one we're concerned about. But what are the chances that you're not seeing the same similar types of margin issues, at least to a certain degree, for some of these other companies? And the reality is, like, you make that revision because you understand that it's much worse for you if you don't sort of come out and say this is what we're expecting to see. Because if you shock the market in a few months, that could be absolute doom and gloom. It can get a heck of a lot uglier. So the next couple of days, we should be watching down the line to see if there's anything similar coming out of these retailers. I remember when CRM was the first to talk about their issues regarding currencies and foreign exchange, and we're like, man, nobody's talking about that, but lots of other international companies that should be in the same boat. And the next thing you know, Microsoft was revising guidance a day or two later because of that. So I wouldn't be shocked if you saw that coming from another name. I'm not saying Walmart specifically, but another retailer. It wouldn't shock me in the next week if you saw a bit of a revision. These are the two that I'll be watching today. I think If there's any bounce, I'm probably going to want to play in Walmart. I just don't think we're going to get a chance of 117.50, so either 120, maybe the current low 118.5. But Target already starting to slide back in here. I think I'll favor that one for shorts, and any long opportunities will go over to Walmart.
Yeah, I mean, I just come back here, fill up the water. We got refreshed here, and then obviously you can see right now the damage that's being done to Target. We're short already $1 plus in the money on this name as it continues to go down. We're short Amazon, that's in the money. We're short Apple, that's in the money. And we already talked. I mean, Neil I assume just went over these levels, so not much for me to do here. We want to continue to be short Target up until 150. So we're now $1 in the money. We already talked about it being a short day here. And we're short Amazon, we're short Apple, we're short Target. So we're going to go 3 for 3 here to start. Hopefully it continues to make a move to the downside. I don't know where this downside is going to stop. I mean, maybe you get a stop at 140, something like that, but it continues to make a move downside. So yeah, right now, pretty easy play up to 150. If it cracks that, then we can get out, but we're already taking profit. We're out of half already now on TGT as this one continues to make moves downside. So far so good here. Target downside, Apple and Amazon both downside. I like this. Let's see what happens to go.
Tiny float stock just going crazy right now. I'll show you in a second here. Jan 1, we've talked about this before. 2.3 million share, there we go. 2.3 million share float, 7 million market cap for this one. There was a patent issued for them for a artery disease treatment. So a big mover here, up 50% coming into the last time it did this. 370, 380 looks like a bit of a level for JAN. Saw a few people talking about that. Let's go to Amazon. I did note that there were a lot of people talking about how much weight do we now put into what happened yesterday for Amazon today when it comes to levels, guys. So let's talk a little Amazon here. What do we do with this one today?
You sell it. I mean, we're already short Amazon. I think it's a pretty obvious thing here today. Yesterday, Amazon got the bump because of the split, not because they're a good stock. I own Amazon. So it's too bad the trades aren't showing up here. But we were short all into here. We shorted it up here. We didn't believe it was going to take down 130. We were right about that one. Didn't even really come close. Got to 129, and that's it. Didn't even get through 129. But that was a good short. We actually have this exact 129 short right there. Averaged all the way in. We actually had it long in the pre-market down here at 124 as well. Again, Amazon was a great stock for me yesterday, and we'll look to make the same trades here today. Yesterday, it couldn't break 124 on the downside. It resisted it early, resisted it again, and then again there. So 3 times the charm for that name. And then you come in today, and you come in today and you see, yeah, not down 94% like it said yesterday. But here we go. So, I mean, if you're looking at this is 124 right here, right? So if we could get back up to 124, great. I just don't think we do. And if we do, I want to be short. I have offers all the way up here, including into the 122.50 area right there. We'll take a short into that. We'll take a short up to 124. So I just feel like Amazon in this weak market wants to give something back. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to look at a daily chart on our system. So let me just pull up E-Signal real quick here, as this is split adjusted and ours is not. You've seen a nice little move upside here in the last couple of days due to that NASDAQ bounce and due to the split coming. But now the split is here, so Amazon makes its way back up to this 125, 126 area. Definitely has potential to fall back in. Why can't we test 100 again? I feel like we're going to. So Amazon back down here near 100. Yeah, I don't know. We're not going to get to that today on any kind of news, but definitely a break back down in. I just think Amazon is a short off that 124 from yesterday, so we'll be short into that level. And hey, if it breaks higher, then I guess we got to get out around 125. Yeah, depends on how many shares I have, but we'll deal with it when that happens. So right now we're short Amazon until something changes my mind.
The only thing about the 125 level, because 2,500 when it was over that level, it used to get to like 1s, 2s, and 3s. So I might prefer a stop to just be like a few cents above it, just knowing that it can break maybe like 125.05 or 125.10. That's in the off chance that it even gets there. But you just had that 124 support. I think once it pops up, if it pops up, shouldn't say once, if it pops up, that's where I want to play it. As far as bids, I will take a shot at the 120 level. Just because of yesterday, finding all of those finding all of those catch the bid situations. 24 was so good. And on the way back in, you kind of noticed when it got back to 25, that was a pretty big bounce. It did the same thing, holding 25s late in the day, and eventually holding 124. So if it can do the same thing at 120 for a scalp trade long, that's about the only long I'm looking for on Amazon, but I will take that shot. We're not getting 100 today, but I promise you that's going to be one of those trades that every day trader is going to be lined up in front of if we ever see Amazon 100. There's going to be a huge bid there the day that it does happen. I think the retail push has caused a bit of a drag on the stock, so I will watch. If there's an upsized move where you get a huge recovery in some of the retail names, then I think you could see Amazon start to break higher. I'm not saying I want it to happen, but that's probably the best case scenario to even get fills, that 23.5 to 24 in front of that 25 level.
Let's talk about Apple here. It was very clear throughout the afternoon yesterday, from about 12:30 on, as the WWDC Day 1 got underway. The sentiment of the overall market kind of changed. Everything rallied or came off a little bit as headlines developed, but a ton of headlines coming out of that yesterday, including both Afterpay owner Square Block to the downside, and Affirm as well on Apple, saying that buy now, pay later service is coming directly from Apple. I mean, there was Snap, as we talked about. There was Meta, as we talked about on the App Store, lack of App Store development, but a ton of headlines to come. Day 2 today, Apple, but also a whole bunch of different angles you can take here.
Yeah, stay tuned all week, obviously. Every single day you're going to get more from them. Probably a little bit, there was some excitement around the chips, and the MacBook apparently is looking pretty exciting for a lot of people. At least my friend who's into it says that should be spectacular. But the buy now, pay later obviously took a chunk out of Affirm, which we talk about this. We did a video talking about strategy trades in a bear market, and one of them was, hey, look for a weak stock that's breaking support. And then flip on that and just look for the short trade. Now it did break support yesterday on Affirm. We took out that 24 level. It's more like 23.75. You look at that recent bottom, but it didn't hold below. Today we gapped down below that price. So it breaks, short in front of it. I'll short every pop that we get on Affirm into about 23.50 to 23.75. I think that's that last ditch, and if 24 goes, just sort of get out type of situation for me. But obviously, Affirm's traded almost every single day. My trades were here the first time, pulled it up, but you're not going to see them there. Always have an out. If 24 goes, then I would not be retesting any shorts until like 25 even. But that's a shelf break on Affirm. Hard to ignore when we see something like that.
Yeah, I mean, Affirm, again, another name that's on the sticky note, up to $24, $25 for that short. We'll see if it gets back up here. I want to trade it once it gets there, so we'll wait to see. About a buck higher into $24 is where I'm interested in Affirm. Target just went to 146.80, so that was, again, at $2 in the money. We had Sharif ask me here behind. He says, do we want Target long? And I was like, no, short. So right there, Target right now is now printing nicely in the money for us on that short. So I guess it could still pop in the pre-market once we open up. There's no doubt about that for TGT, but a nice little move downside right now, $1.20 in the money on that one. So again, it's another sticky note name, but we'll watch out for that. I do want to be short Apple. We're talking about that. We already are short Apple into 145. Should be interesting there. We have offers all the way up. We'll see if it can get printed around that 145 mark. And then I'm really looking at this level for Apple, I guess, 147. So we're going to hold this one a little bit against us if it does go up. I still think this is a negative feel to the market today. The NASDAQ just keeps on riding this 50 period, keeps on making lower hot, lower lows, boom, 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 as we go, and the same thing with the highs. So I don't know. I just feel like this is going to be a little bit of a heavy day here. To the downside, we can quickly check the imbalances. DD with a buy, whatever. Nubank, the same thing. But other than that, man, a lot of no names on here. We'll wait to see. Twitter, 70,000 is not going to be anything. Roblox, 70,000 as well. So we'll wait to see where this all goes from here. But for me, it's about Target right now. This is $1.40 now in the money, and we're going to see if we can get a print through 147 and then hold. So actually, I didn't really see Target there on the imbalance locator, which is a little bit surprising. Or did I? No. So no target on the first 15 symbols here. So maybe it's a little lower, but yeah, not too much interest, I guess, which is a surprise. Thought we'd have some more sell side here, but there we go. Target still making moves to the downside, and we just tweeted out our current positions as well, and you can see they're on the board. So we're going to go 3 for 3 on these shorts. Hopefully target continues to print lower. 148.65 is our price right now for TGT.
The note, guys, for AMD, if anyone's looking at some of the chip makers today, this was aftermarket yesterday. There was a mixed shelf filed, size not to close for AMD. Chip makers a little bit weak here in the pre-market so far. Tesla, yeah, back below 700. We were talking about Elon making all kinds of comments over the weekend on Twitter when it comes to hiring, or when it comes to Tesla, sorry, not Twitter, on the hiring front. And then we get the move yesterday, him doubling down on this Twitter deal. So a little distracted once again, Elon seems.
A little. Yeah, look, man, I just wish the Twitter thing would find a resolution one way or the other, right? Like, the fact that this will probably draw out throughout the summer is a bit frustrating. But 700 got taken out this morning. It's not really going that far. Like, I think we got to 94s maybe, but below 700. It was the same thing. We talked about 735 yesterday was a level. That was the shelf. I was looking for a break because I was bullish on the market yesterday. I thought we'd have a chance to go up. So that was one of those where I was looking for it to break that level. It never did, so we didn't end up taking the long trade. Unfortunately, we missed the short. If it does the same thing here at the open, holding below 700, I think you can short off that level. The bullish case for Tesla, at least today, would be the fact that it didn't flush after breaking 700. So you're not actually seeing any momentum into the downside. I think that's because of the lack of volume that we're seeing. But that's, if we get below and hold below this price, it's like 75 to 80. That's the next level down. So, you know, if we hold the open and you're getting 97s or 96s or 98s or something like that with an even or an 0-1 stop, the risk to reward is just going to be there. But unless we're holding the bid above 700, I can only really be looking short. And if we do jailbreak, 35 is your level. I don't know if we get there. Someone just asked me for NEO, and I don't know if we're going to, that's not on the list, so, but it is worth mentioning. NEO held up really well. You can see obviously a stronger chart than Tesla recently, but 1880 where we were going long several times yesterday on NIO. That's right here on the shelf. It hasn't broken, but if we get below that price, you can see there's definitely some downside room there. I think if you take a pop into 1925, 1930, that's one way to play the short side of the trade. If you don't like breakouts or breakdowns, I guess, in this particular case. But that's one that held up well and still looking pretty weak if 1880 goes.
All right. We're just looking at Amazon there. I have my bid at the low of the day, so 21.35. We'll see if it comes into print that. It just went down into the 60s there. For Amazon, the market is starting to bid back up a little bit here, so we're going to watch out to see if the NASDAQ takes down this 50 period and then starts to march higher. We are trying to build into some positions. We've already got our imaginary almost half of a day goal here to go, so that's not too bad. As we have a couple shorts on, the only problem is right now, Apple was down to 143.80. We're short 144.20, so it was only 40 cents in the money. We actually took it the first time. It came back again and tested. So this is an interesting name to me. We're going to have to watch out for it. If it goes up to 147, obviously that's going to be a name that we want to get into the short right there. Look, Tesla is what it is. I already pissed off that I'm still in that stock, so I probably won't look at it, or else I'll just revenge trade it. But 146, just looking at Apple, any kind of a pop into year 145.80, something like that would be really nice. I don't want to hold this against myself to 147. If the Worldwide Developer Conference, something gets not leaked, but I mean, the news comes out in the afternoon here, so Apple should be able to fall through. I don't really see anything. I know there's the new, you can edit texts, which is pretty awesome, and I can't believe that you can't even do that yet, even on the Android platforms, but you can edit text that you've already sent and things like that. You can actually mark things as unread that are read. So there's different things like that you can do now, so I think that's going to rally Apple a little bit, and if it does, I want to be sitting here to grab the short. So anything around here, 145 to 146, I believe, is a short. And I do know that I was talking a little bit negative there. No, I'm not, Joshua. You're 100% right. I mean, I am up a ridiculous amount on Tesla. I'm just sad that I didn't sell it, when there was the opportunity, like all of us. I mean, anybody that's invested in Tesla in the last 10 years
it went 12,
is killing it, right? So But whatever. I mean, that's true of a lot of my positions. It doesn't mean that we can't look forward and try to figure out where stocks go from here. Like, I'm actually nervous about Apple, to be honest with you. It could fall even further than this. Like, I recently bought that at 137. It doesn't mean that I can't, be upset about where it's going from here. But anyways, no, I'm happy with Tesla. It's been a good stock, and I'm not going to down talk it. It's just I don't like all this political stuff. I don't like all the distractions with Twitter and then other names, and then plus there's just so many projects on the go. Can't diss Elon for what he's done with Tesla. I just wonder if their time not is up, but seen better days, and you got to watch out for your expectations on some of that. One stock that's been really high and that's really held out, which, by the way, down goes Target right now, $1.80 now in the money on TGT. But AMD's held up pretty good. I know Brennan brought that shelf offering to us, but only down 1.2. The market's down 1.26. There's other names obviously down more than this today, so AMD might have found a little bit of a bid here, down at that 104. If you look at a 20-minute chart, we're very close to getting the NASDAQ imbalances out right now, but this is a 20 period. You have 104 that goes all the way back to June 1st or May 31st right there, where we had some 04 levels. But then if you dip down off of that 04, there's really nothing until 100. So that's where I'm really want to see this react. Maybe there's a level here at 102 that we can look at. So, yeah, this is just another name here. As here we go. There goes Amazon back up to the upside. So, perfect. We kind of want this to get short. Did we just get more short there? Yes, we did on Amazon. So, that's going to be good for us there as it does pop up as the imbalances just come out on NASDAQ. So, that's what's creating this. There's NASDAQ. Yeah, Amazon with a big bid, man. 800,000 shares for Amazon on the bid. So, I say, give me more, give me more.
That's a fade.
Yeah, it's been a fade the whole time. So let's hopefully we can get more short into AMZN, guys. Over to Brendo.
Quickly, guys, yeah, GTLB, bottom end of the list there, up on earnings if you missed it or if you're just joining us, a heads up. On GitLab, I just checked again. Novavax also still halted. No update yet on that FDA review panel. I want to talk about this, though. BuzzFeed was doing absolutely nothing in the pre-market yesterday and then opened and fell 40%. Off that, the stock, what's it called again when you can sell shares? Lockup expiration, there we go. BuzzFeed up big time here this morning, 20%, coming back into some significant levels, though, from yesterday on the way down, 275 to 3. We'll see what happens if we can get back up into 275 to 3 for BuzzFeed. Jan 1, a big mover as well, has room to 450 again. 2 million float, guys, on JAN.
A couple of people have asked about Hellbiz this morning, so quickly. If it's $1, I'm usually the same. It almost doesn't matter what the catalyst is. If something is breaking out after consolidating at $1, then the first thing I'll do is try to play the support off $1 before I think about any kind of a short. So, 135 on the daily is resistance on Hellbiz. I probably should have bid 105, and I might be in a piece of this, but I am bidding in front of $1 here just to see if I can catch it. I'd probably give it back to 98 just from a risk to reward standpoint. So if we get a dip on Hellbiz, I do anticipate being long in front of $1. That's one trade. Jan, we'll probably trade that Jan a little bit here. But at the open, much like yesterday, probably more going to be focused on some of the big cap names there. Apparently not a big deal, but the SQQQ was on the imbalance locator, but Sean telling me that that's been there a few times. So I guess that's normal. I was waiting for the first spike into resistance on Amazon. That buy and balance is already paired off by a third. It was 700 and something thousand. It's like 500 now. So that might actually pair off, but a bit of a bounce there in Amazon in the overall market. I did trim Target as well because it finally actually printed below VWAP there, that 147. It briefly broke. If it comes back in, I think we're just reloading it off of that open. And checking back in on Tesla. Tesla spiked to 700. That was actually, this was real. Like, it actually spiked, to 699 and then came back in. And for all the people that keep asking about crazy prints on your chart, those are just dark pool prints that are late reporting, sometimes from overnight, sometimes from the day before. Oftentimes they'll go off at yesterday's close, which I guess you're seeing here on Tesla. There's been some on Microsoft, but you can't get those fills. Like, trust me, if you could get that fill, I'd beat it. Whoa, Tesla just broke 700. Well, that's real. Yeah, Tesla just spiked $4 or $5. So obviously a big spike up. Now Amazon comes down, but that was a weird spike on Tesla.
Bring it. The cash just flowing in right now. Like when Amazon ripped up there, I couldn't get enough shares short. Like I'll just offer. So we got 2 or 3 fills down there. We just got a 121.80 fill there on Amazon, and so we're short 122.40 right now. This is going to come to the downside. So any sort of a move here, we want more shares to this name. I don't believe in any sort of a bump up here for Amazon. So that was just such an gift there. Like when it spiked up, you saw me. I was like, boom, let's go right over to Amazon. Boom. We wanted that. We got filled initially when we were sitting there, took some more shares. Now it's come right back in. So the winners abound right now. And yeah, so there we are. We've already gotten a decent amount of money out of this market here, but we are in Apple. That's the only one that's red for us right now, down against us 12 cents. Amazon's 50 cents in the money and about to print a hell of a lot lower than this. And then Target's going to print a lot lower than this as well, down to 147. Let's see if Target can't get some love back into 145, and then we could just be done trading at 931. Okay, so here comes Amazon. Hopefully that'll keep going. We want the short there. We want the short in Apple. We want to look at Microsoft as well as we're getting ready to rock and roll. Microsoft till 266. I'm actually not going to worry about Microsoft. I've got Amazon on my mind, and we've got Apple on our mind as well. So let's see what happens here on this early day with only, I guess now only 20 seconds to go before we print some hopefully lower lows here. Let's get ready to rock and roll with this market. Only 15 seconds to go. And it's Tuesdays with Tony today. Get ready for 2:45 with the man, the myth, the legend, who's on the bell as we speak.
He is. Another reload on Target up there. In 5, Tony. 4, 3, 2, and ring it. Well, that was quick.
All right, let's see where we go from here. Another out there on Amazon. We'll wait to see where Target goes. Obviously, we like these short spots in Target, but it's going to have to just settle down a little bit and open up. The spread right now, 50 cents. We like it, man. It's going to be a good stock. I'm hoping to trade that a lot. There goes Target. Another short at 149. So this is dancing right now, guys.
Yeah, that was actually a crazy fill on Target. I'm watching Tesla because remember 700 is that key level. It's holding above that price, so we want to see it shake itself out. I don't want to get in too early there. Amazon didn't give a reload, so no spike in Amazon. Looks like it is only heading to that downside. If you're tracking over there in Microsoft or Apple, the market did make a little bit of a bounce. Apple testing this 144.70, 145 obviously the big level on Apple, but it's going to test that in a few seconds.
Yeah, good. Let's go short. We're more short into Apple right now. We want this name to be to the downside in AAPL. A nice little take on Target as well. And what did we say about Amazon? Like, give it up. Like, there it is, man. Where's the money? There it is to the downside as Amazon now $1 in the money, and still going down. We called this move on Amazon, and there it is right to the downside. So it doesn't get any easier than that, guys, on AMZN. Hopefully you guys are all printing. Hopefully behind us, we have a couple graduates. There goes Amazon to the downside. 121 printing, man. We gave this one to you. It was literally just gave people free money up there at 122.50. So we'll cash out on that one as Amazon to the downside. Target keeps going to the downside as we reload that as well. A couple nice prints upside for us here. But wow, what a big day, man. Almost at an imaginary one-day target. One goal here for this. Let's go. Amazon, see you later, alligator, as your boy says, downside. The #1 name on the sticky note, printing for us, Target and Amazon.
Tesla obviously rejected that 700 level. You can quickly see here. We're down below it. I got the 98s. Quickly took some out in front of the low of the day in case it bounced. Now we're just in a hold mode. So we'll see what happens with Tesla, how far we can go. I think 75, I think 80. Sorry, 75 to 80 is the ultimate target on Tesla. So we'll get out in front of that one if it gets down there that quickly. You already covered Amazon there. I did finally get that small cap, that Hellbiz. Remember, I'm just going long in front of $1. So that's a pretty simplistic style trade there. Target also making a continual push to the downside. I'm going to be on the bid for Amazon at 120. I think there can be a bit of a bounce there. But Tesla Target caught a bid at 147. It did come back up, give us some fills in front of 149, but there are buyers at 147. So I want to make sure we're taking profit on Target in front of that 147 mark.
Guys, we're just in God mode right now. Apple to the downside. We just look at that. We just got some out at 144.15 there on Apple. Amazon as well. We just cleaned that out at 120.60. Are you kidding me? Right now, the only name that's not going to work out for us temporarily, and I still think it does, man, is Target here. Target's actually my number one stock. Let's just see if it takes down that 150, and if it does, then we can get out of the way. So let's just put in our stop order right now for a 150 take on Target. If it does that, then it goes up to the upside, and we will be out of TGT, but I dare it to do that, which it might do, so I shouldn't dare anything right now. So we'll see what Target wants to do to me here. We'll go short again on this one. There goes Apple starting to rip up to the upside.
XOM broke 100, so I had the short on XOM. I said I'll always try to play this in both directions, right? Short in front of 100 on the daily chart. If you're tuning in late, this is what the daily chart looks like on ExxonMobil, right? Like it broke that 100 level finally after about a week there. So I tried the short in front. Now I'm into the long. We reversed it. It's already at 150 cents, obviously. Big seller there at 55, so I'll take some out there. I want to buy dips in front of 100. I want to play this to the long side. The market is trying to rally here, but somehow the shorts outside of Target are working out. Tesla might give me a chance at a reload if it holds below that 700 mark. This is that key sort of line in the sand. I mean, if it holds below 700, I want to be bearish on Tesla. This market is attempting a bounce here, despite the fact that it's down 1%.
Okay, so we're just reloading everything right now. Target's breaking right now 150, so that's going to be a problem as it takes down. We just got out a little bit there. We'll hold a little bit of Target, but that looks like it's going to the upside. So credit to Sharif, probably bought some of those bottoms there. Good call on that one. What's up, Brendo?
VERU, guys, popped up at the open there on a huge volume spike. They submitted to the FDA a emergency use authorization application today for a COVID drug.
Peru. I thought that was actually moving a little bit, and apologies for not getting to it. That Hellbiz, we talked about buying in front of a buck. Okay, so I didn't buy 105s. I got the 3s. It's already at 9s and 10s, so I will start taking some profit on it. Look, it's a dollar stock, so if you're not going to take 10 cents on a dollar stock, then you shouldn't trade it. That doesn't make any sense to me. Amazon didn't get to, Yeah, Amazon didn't get to that 120 mark. Looks like it bounced off 120.50. I should have taken that all out there. I was thinking about the long in front of 120, but I still hung on to some of that short. I'm just going to see if I can't get it out in front of 121. This market does look a little bit juicy into that upside print. XOM, it did give that first push. Whoops, that's on the New York. Shoot. Now it's going to freeze. Oh, it didn't freeze. That gave that push to 150. If it gets to 101, that's a good psychological level, but I want to hold this. I mean, there's no upside. Like, there's no resistance on XOM. Like, 100's already gone. So I'm just sort of thinking, wait for some technical breaks back down or momentum pushes. So I'd like to see a bit of a dip so I could add to this position. But, off to the races. You got a multi-day high here that just got taken out, $100, a pretty big one for ExxonMobil.
Yeah, so we're going to watch out here as Apple continues to make a move upside. We did get stopped on a piece of our target, but now we're starting to get printed lower here. We're short at 149.50, so we held on to a little bit of it. We just took some out at 149.20. We'll see if it can come back to 148. That's going to be questionable whether or not that falls now. But we did have that nice top at 151. So we'll hold on to a little bit of this name as we go. We should have probably reloaded this AMZN trade, but the market just went off. So we were starting to average into our Apple. Amazon there, 122. That could have been good down there. Now we're 80 cents in the money on this name. Should have reloaded it up at 122. Let's try to put an offer there to do that if it does get back up. I don't know if it's going to. We might as well take a 90 or so if we can get that on here on Amazon. But realistically, man, Target's not a worry for me anymore as we're pretty light on that. That was a good one. But for me, it's going to be Apple right now as we've been shorting into this. Short there. Nice out early on Apple. And then the rip up happened in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's still down 0.91. We'll see what happens here as we continue to march to the upside in the NASDAQ. So more short for Apple. And remember, where we go when we get out of this one is going to be 147 or so on AAPL. What's up, Brendo?
2 days in a row, guys. Strength for Chinese ADRs. PDD just popping up at day highs here on decent volume now. 4% through 56 there for Pinduoduo.
Yeah, I mean, the Chinese names to be sure. Watch out for Alibaba making some power moves. Here's just going to show you a firm. That flushed off the open huge. It was about $1.20 to the downside. Now it's going to try to retest 23. I might not wait around for 23.50. Take something around that 23 just as a starter. But that line in the sand is approaching pretty quickly. And Tesla, a pretty similar story. You had that big flush to the, not huge flush, but a nice flush to the downside, got to 690. Now it's going to try and reclaim 700. Now the market is booming here. So this is one of those wick bottoms, and then your level that got rejected, which was 700, is now trying to be reclaimed. So now I want to sit this one out. Like, we already had the short. Because we took profit, it didn't turn into a losing trade for us. But if we hold above 700, this becomes a jailbreak long situation. So now we can sort of sit back, relax, see what tapers off the next minute or two off this level. And then for Amazon, I want to take this profit hopefully in front of 121. I did just miss a pop there, didn't get to 122.50. But this is at least looking relatively weak, even in that little pop that we just had in the futures. XOM is continuing to churn, so not really a lot of concerns there. I do have to watch Hellbiz, as that is getting back down toward that $1 mark. And Jan, that Brennan brought to us, just broke $4. Got shy of 420 before slightly pulling back there. That is now jailbreaking. $4 was a big level. Watch out for 440 to 450. I do think it runs into some resistance there, so that's worth watching. I didn't see X1 break 101 yet, but I'm kind of hoping I can still catch a bit of a dip buy. That's eluding me right now.
Yeah, 101. Wow. Yeah, oil right now up to 118.30 something. So that's pretty strong. We've averaged in obviously to our Apple, but we are going to be very cautious if this does take down 146 or so. We don't want to be into this name for too much. We do have our 147 target. So if that does come in, man, we will try to respect some 147s there as well. So we don't want to be in this one too many shares here, but we are. So we've averaged into it. A good little average take on Amazon. As we got that 122 again, we actually got 121.90, and we just took it out at 121.30 there. So a couple plays to happen on Amazon. Hopefully that will come back in for us one more time, but we still like the short there. Here comes Apple starting now to print a little bit. We're short at 76 here. We'll start to take some more bids. I am nervous. It's hanging out upside here. I was not expecting Apple to do this. Obviously now we have a good average price. We just talked about that. We just got another bid there in the in the mid 60s. But yeah, not trading the way I thought it would here. Apple hanging out a little bit on the high side now, so it's fine. I still have some lower bids to come through here. Maybe we'll take a bid at 50 if we can get in, just lighten up a little bit more on this name. But for right now, Apple, we're gonna just try to see what this name wants to do. The market's a nice little rally side here, and despite the market coming down, Apple relatively strong. Look at this, up 0.25. So I think we're on the wrong name here today, which is fine. We can easily get off of this. If Apple doesn't work, we'll get off of it and we'll go to something else. Amazon continues to work. We'll check out Microsoft and we'll check out Brendo quickly.
Peloton, guys, to the downside this morning. They named a former Amazon executive as CFO after market yesterday. A lot of people were talking about this in the pre-market. It was doing some pre-market volume. Tag 1250 there at the open, but straight southbound on heavy volume for Peloton.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens with Peloton. I didn't see any volume on that one. I actually just got back in on Tesla when it reclaimed that 700 to the downside, and this is now the second break. Now, the second breakout of 700, it just turns into a long at this point for me. So I don't see any way that this is now like a jailbreak to the upside on Tesla. It tried to hold below 700. We took it twice. The first time won. The second time is just a straight loss. Now I'm just really looking for the long side of the trade here. If we have that V-shaped bottom, we know what can happen. 735, there's room to. All kinds of room to the upside. So I'm now into the long side of Tesla. Amazon in particular, I still haven't gotten that last fill on Amazon, and I don't like it. It got down to 121.20 and couldn't get my fill at 121 even. So I feel like I should be a little bit more aggressive. Maybe just taking this. It's now starting to crest. Like, I think this is running out of steam to that downside trade that was so good. But it's right now it's weak relative to the market. So I don't want to just jump out in front of it. I see Tesla screaming. I just was able to get Tesla out at 706 off to 700 long. So that pivot area has got to be a good one. But now time to watch out for some of the other shorts, because if we're jailbreaking, I mean, I love that NEO in front of 1935 or so, the 1920, and we talked about that looking weak. But this could jailbreak through resistance pretty quickly here. So now long Tesla, which is working out, but this NIO just came in, and 1940 is going to be the stop there. Brennan?
Not seeing anything on this yet, but just be aware, DWAC just popping up super light on volume, but huge volume spike there. Just took it up about $2, guys.
Always watch out for volume on DWAC. I'll tell you right now, that stock spreads it's almost untradeable unless you get like the greatest fill. Like, make sure you're never chasing that stock, because every time I look at it, it just tricks you into getting into something a little bit early. Just getting my stop in for NIO there. And so the way you got to look at this right now is the market is going up. Just understand how weak Amazon relatively looks here. It's actually going to be testing its low. So there's a part of me that doesn't want to be getting out of this too early there and wants to hold on to it. We'll see what happens ultimately. But Tesla, I mentioned reversing into the long side of the trade. At this point, every time it does this V-shaped bottom, I've been too slow to get back in, waiting for a breakout. Not this time. It gets back above 700. I'm just going to be long in front of 700. And that's what we're waiting. We want a direction. The direction it's picking seems to be to the upside. 735, I think, is a short level. So I think 720, 725 is an ultimate target for the long side of that trade. XOM did make that move. It got all the way through 101. Again, I don't know where it's going here. Like, obviously, it's a breakout on the daily chart. I mean, 102.5 just psychologically is going to make a little bit of sense here. But it did just make a sharp pullback off of 102. So I'm going to have to watch this one a little bit closely. It's a jailbreak now to the upside, and I'll watch oil futures as well. But it's just one of those things where you're absolutely chilling if you're long energy because that's been the jam. It's just I hate to say it is what it is, but in this market, it is what it is. And if you're trying to hold something to the long side, you hope it's energy, because that's what's been paying you for sure.
Yeah, energy's been great, man. We've been talking about that for a very, very long time. So hopefully you guys are into some of those names. Yeah, look, I'm a big, obviously I own, my second largest holdings, Apple there. So yeah, to short it seems to be a problem. And we got out there. It wasn't a big hit, but enough of one where we averaged it and we were able to get something out. Remember, we said we were probably on the wrong name right now on Apple. So we're lightly into this. I do want to be able to short it though against this 147. So that's why we're waiting out for that to come through. It's right there, 147. I want to get short into that. If it takes out 147, then fine. We'll lose one more time here on Apple. But I still feel like it's okay, man. We're still short here at 195, 145, 95. So we're flat now on Apple. And you want to talk about Amazon. Yeah, we already have the very bottom of the day there, 120.50. So, we've made money on Amazon, lost it on Apple. It's fine. Like, net will be flat if you had to take those both. It was more the target name that just went to the upside. So I credit to Sharif on that one. He was talking about long. So I hope he had that up to 152 there goes target. We cleaned it up early and then took some small hits late. So, breaks through 150. We got out. Then it broke back through 151 on the last piece of that. So that's, sending Target to the upside. So a good trade on that one. We could check back in on others. We could see what Macy's is doing. That's probably to the upside a little bit off the open, considering what Target did. Yes, there it goes upside. Now getting faded back right here. Amazon breaking back above 122 now. So watch out here, man.
Watch out, Amazon.
I'm not worried about this. I'm just worried about my Apple trade. Amazon to 124. I don't think that happens today. So we want to be short into Amazon, especially as it's making these moves upside. So I have a couple offers sitting here waiting on AMZN. So let's see where it goes from here. Short Amazon, short Apple. I called it as a short day, so let's see if that stays true.
Yeah, I did finally get a reload on Amazon at that in front of 122.5. I think if it takes that one, I'm still going to want to short it in front of 124, 125. But if it breaks that level, I'll temporarily get out of it and try to reload it. I just don't want this to turn into a bit of a mess. NIO just held there. So Tesla bounces. Go figure. Like, Tesla bounces, NIO holds the 1940. And the second I saw Tesla break back out and NIO hold that level, I actually added back in to NIO. My stop is at that 40 level, and it went right to 40 and pulled back. I was able to add to it. Now we're just going to see if we can't retrace this one, maybe even into VWAP, because obviously the relative strength is in there. And much like XOM, this is more for Tesla, it's just sort of hanging on and understanding that if the market does try to get back into green or at green, that this is showing some signs of relative strength, and we want to make sure that we're continuing to ring the register on it, but to hold that core position. Amazon, I'm definitely going to get some out on that reload in front of 121.50 here. Just given what I've seen for Amazon, it hasn't given me that 121 fill. I'm still on the bid for it, still looking to capture. It's holding this 122.5, so taking in front of that first dollar is making some sense to me on Amazon, especially the way this market is going. Like, it's whipsaw action here, so you want to make sure you're banking some of your profit. The levels have been good. It's just a matter of making some money off of them. Ooh, HLBZ, sorry. Hellbiz, that's kind of going to plan, except for it didn't give me any more fills in front of a dollar. If it breaks 110, I want to hold till 115. I think it's a start to short it at 125 to 135. But that one, that's just a small cap. Play it off a buck. If it breaks 98s, I want to be out. But other than that, I might be in this one all day.
We're trying to get Amazon right here. We just had a reload there at 122.40. So if we can get Amazon at this 50 period, it keeps bouncing off this 121.70 area. So let's see what Amazon wants to do here, as it just took out that 122 again to the upside. It keeps resisting downside moves. So I would be worrisome on this play for sure as we go. I still like Facebook up here. It needs to come back in just a little bit more. I was debating hitting this 195 long, but it's pulling back here. Much more than, I mean, it's crazy because Apple's just strong today, so it's not fading out. Like, all these other names are starting to come in here and not Apple. Maybe Softy's only down 0.17. How much is Apple? Apple's up, right? Apple today's up, yeah, so that's going to be a problem. Softy was the other tech name that we were shorting yesterday that we realized was pretty weak until it turned strong, and then this happened for Microsoft. So we were really short early. We got out of the way when it blew to the upside. There it is. Okay, so now my order's loaded up there. So this was me yesterday on Microsoft, short, until finally it broke. We went a little bit long. It went all the way to the upside there. Microsoft was a positive name for us yesterday, but today we're starting to tick higher. So some of these names that we were shorting yesterday are long today. So you got to watch out here as Microsoft will try to find a level, but I feel like, you know, we were short Apple. That looks like that's going to be a problem. I mean, right now we have a little bit of shares, but we do want to get more here as it's starting to go back up against that 147. So watch out for that as that's coming to the upside, as is Amazon still at that 124 rate, or 122, sorry. So we're going to watch out for that one. But what's up with some other names there, Brendo?
Natural gas names, guys, very strong right out of the gate. Here's a relatively small one. Gas Log Partners, which is GLOP. In New York, just made a recent high above yesterday, was 52-week highs through 650. Huge volume coming into GLOP.
Yeah, GLOP. I'm not calling that GLOP. I don't know what the company's name is, but it's GLOP. That's all. It's about to cross the 1 million share mark, so that's kind of at that level that
it's off, bro.
It's at least enough that we care about it. But another name sort of breaking out on the daily chart with no room to the upside. No levels to the upside. Obviously, I'd like to see it. 620 is your price. I mean, that's what you want to get. But I don't know if we'll get that. I mean, it's probably a buy, at least until those levels. But you like to see a strong move like that, bouncing off 50 and now making a breakout. XOM, that just sort of reminded me, it's still holding beneath that 102, but it just put another rejection at 102. There's a part of me that's telling myself I should be taking this one out and look for a re-entry point. So that's exactly what I'm going to go ahead and do. If it can give me a little bit of a push here, I'm going to put a trail in and then see if I can get some out in front of that 102 level. I just don't want to be giving up the profit on it. And if there's going to be a trend will mean that you can get back into it at some other levels. We talked about that with Tesla as well. I was able to get back into Tesla for the long side of the trade, or even reversing and then getting back in. So we'll see if we can't do the same thing with XOM. There'll be a chance at a 102 break. Maybe there's a chance at a VWAP retracement in the 101. But I'm willing to play this trend, and if there's a pullback, I'll try to take advantage of it. Now Tesla's trying to boom. It just got through 710, so wow, this one looking pretty good. Nuts. The market is now bouncing hard. I mean, Amazon went through that 122.50 level, so you are seeing that whipsaw action. I got out. Whoops. Oh, I took profit on it, so I got into an accidental long. I'll just take that one off. But we did get some out in front of 121.50s. Now I'm out of Amazon altogether. I'm looking for that 124, 125 level. That is what is going to be next. NEO broke back out above 1940. The market is booming, Brendo.
Some of the cannabis names, guys. Red to green in a hurry right out of the gate, and then some now. Cron up 4%, just made a day high on volume as well.
All right, we just got to that 147 area and got out, and then it came back down in. So we'll short one more time against 147.21 or so, which was that high. So we'll see if it takes it out. It broke higher, then kind of stopped. So normally I don't really do this. I don't want to get back into a name that we've been losing on today in Apple. But let's just see. That was a key level there of 147. So we'll see what it does right there. As now it's faded back in. This is going to sound silly, but we'll take a little bit of this out right now as we've been wrong. Are we on Apple still? Yeah. We'll take a little bit out there on Apple as we've been wrong on this name. So if it does fade back in and give us this 30, 40 cents on the bid here, we'll be able to take that now. And I mean, where am I bidding here? 76s? Okay. Went down to 78 there. Hopefully we can get one more little move down in. But we are, there we go, 77s. I'm bidding 76s. Are you kidding me? Come on, Apple. Just push a little bit more there. And then we can get... Come on. We can get a little bit out there if it there it is. Oh, went to 76 and didn't get out. So, okay, Apple, I think you're going to do this to me. We'll bid some 79s then and take a little piece out at 79. There, now give me 76. There it is. Nice little move back in now for Apple. So far, so good there. Yeah, Amazon does blow up a little bit here.
Might be a wick off top here in Amazon.
Yeah, we'll take a little more short. I mean, I didn't notice that wick off top because we were dealing with Apple, but we'll take another piece short. We did want to get way more shares if this went up to 123. But it didn't quite get there, so we'll wait to see on Amazon. But right now, Apple's really the apple of my eye because it's been going to the downside here a little bit and ripping me up to that 147. So there it comes right back down now. Come on, Apple. You can do it to the downside. Amazon on the reload, Apple on the reload. We're still in this game, baby. What's up, Brendo?
Big move for crude oil, guys. Back through 120 here, straight to the upside since the open. Goldman out with a revised upward outlook for Brent prices for the remainder of the year. XOM 3%, they all look like this. Crude oil, if I slide this over, you can see straight higher since equities open, guys, at 930.
Cash for crude oil. Look, when I said wick off top, is what I mean. Like it broke 122.50 on Amazon. It wicked higher, couldn't get through 123, and slammed. That is a rejection of a new price level, so that's a get back into the trade every single time. That's a huge rejection of the breakout. So I reloaded on Amazon pretty much at the same price, below 122.5, and then got back into it. XOM, I did exactly what we said we'd do. Look, maybe it'll turn out to be the wrong call. There's two things that could have happened here. In front of 102, I get out, it pulls back to VWAP, I get back in at 101, or I lose out on the next 25 cents by taking the 102 break. So if it breaks 102, I'll just get back in. I will have missed out on 25 cents worth of the trade to get back in at a higher price. But that's just one way to play the trade. It's a big level, but 100,000 shares. Sorry, is that 100,000 shares? Yeah, it's about 100,000 shares at 102 on that offer. So if it clears through that, we will get back into XOM to that upside trade. But a good look there in Amazon. Hellbiz, by the way, that's close to that 120 mark. So I'll be likely getting out of this one. We bought it off of $1. But at some point, I expect this thing to reverse. So I'm going to look for that short between 25 and 35. But I got to get out in front of 20 first. So Hellbiz, going to be out of that one. Just the Tesla long and the Amazon short left for me. But make sure you are ringing that register when you can. Because I know we've broken. It looks like we're going all over the place in the market. But the NASDAQ went like 0.1 down to 0.5% up. So it is some range-bound trading here. So make sure you are trading the names that are moving and taking the profit where it lies because it can go away in a hurry.
Yeah, we are. So we just got out of that Amazon again, right where we said we would, man. 121.90. So again, pretty good trading there on AMZN. My number one stock today, Amazon, obviously, as Apple didn't work out. But we did get out of half of our Apple. Our best out there was 50 or 48 or whatever that price is right there, probably for 50 right on. So we'll see if it can come in and fade out. We did get taken out there at 147, but then we punched right back in. It doesn't matter. We already took the hit there. So obviously, if this comes back in, we'd like to get something out around 146-ish. But this market really has not been cooperating too much there for us here today. We'll average in. We'll take some more Amazon right now. So we just took some more into that. We're going to give this up to 124. If that breaks, then we can get out and then revisit this name. So Amazon coming up to 124. We'll see if it really wants to do any damage as it gets closer to that level. So that's a name for us. And then Apple on the downside. And I did want to look at Facebook now that it's down to 1. Ooh, it's funny, like Apple's not tanking, but all these other names are. So like I said, we're just on the wrong name right there for now with Apple. Hopefully it will come back in, but right now Facebook is the move. Like we just shorted Apple at the same time we shorted Facebook. That was from 195 down to 193.50. That's $1.50. And our Apple trade is like 20 cents in the money. So wrong name there. We'll look to Microsoft. We just reloaded Amazon there and again, another pretty easy play. So hopefully we can get something out around 122 as that's coming back in right now. So there it is again, man, like a glove. Can Amazon be back-to-back trades of the day? I don't know. But here we go to the downside. Amazon one more time, just reloading this trade over and over and over again as Apple's starting to come back down as well. Let's take another piece out.
Yeah, market's starting to come back in here. Tesla's about to retest that 700. It's been holding that line pretty much the entire time here. So like we did the first time, the other direction, I'm going to reload in front of that 700. Alibaba, by the way, getting close to 100 even. So if we reverse here, BABA 100 is in play. We had gotten out of NIO here, and when it took out that top, I think the short's going to come into play, back into play on NIO as well. So 1940, which was our out before, I'm just going to go right back to shorting in front of that key level. I was asked why I got out of Hellbiz, because if I think 125, I'd start shorting it, I'm going to get out in front of 120. I didn't get the short because it never quite got to 125, but just rinse and repeat where you can off these key levels, because that has been the type of game. Take your profit, and as long as that's the way the market is trading, that's what I want to be able to be doing here. Amazon, that 120, that wick off top, it's still holding that line. It was 122. I thought it was 80, but I guess you said it was 90. So 123, let's call it, right? The wick off top was to 123. As long as it holds below that, I think you just sort of line up and short it every single time. I got in the bid of Tesla there. Looks like I did not catch the fill. That is just the kind of market it is. It bounced off VWAP. It bounced without me, but I tried reloading on Tesla at 700. I tried reloading on XOM. Not much of a pullback. That's about to break that 102. So the only thing not really pulling back there was oil. Brendo, happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, 10 o'clock. Let's have a look at where we're at right now. It's still red, unfortunately, but choppy start really overall for the market. 0.5% there for the S&P, the Dow about the same. 0.65, in fact, to the downside. Small caps here, 0.6 across the board. The 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 all under pressure. It is the NASDAQ, it would appear at this point anyways, trying to lead us back to the upside, depending on which you are looking at. A couple things we were talking about if you joined us in the pre-market. Again, Target, the big story with the Q2 profit warning. Walmart got crushed, though, on that, down to 118. Not much of a bounce yet for Walmart. Back to the upside, however, 2.25%. Yeah, still, Novavax halted, guys, on this FDA review of their COVID vaccine. Back over to you.
All right. Yeah, we'll wait on more news there for Novavax. The only one, again, the only name that's on the sticky note that we haven't traded yet was Affirm. I know Proud was on that. Was a good one, up to 23 bucks. I mean, that was a great short. We were going to wait for 24, 25, but there goes Affirm to the downside now. Yeah, there it goes, man. Amazon's starting to... I don't know if Amazon's going to break or not. We've been getting out of this one, like I said, perfectly reloaded up here on Amazon and right back in. So we'll just have to wait. Apple's starting to fade out now a little bit. Facebook, where are Facebook? Yeah, I saw that for Lucas dropping down the Timbits right now. But Facebook, I don't know. It sucks, man, because we just were on the wrong name, and we can still hold out for Apple. Apple's now 70 cents in the money and printing, so let's put another bid right now on Apple. Like, if we can get it, great on that name. But here comes Facebook, right down to 192. That's a possible reload for some kind of a long, if we think this market's going to hold up. Let's test a Facebook long right here, guys.
Always got to show me when I'm eating. I'm like, yeah, I can... Sean's talking, the camera's on him, get some Timbits in there. You need the energy, man, and sometimes you just need a little bit of a sugar rush, and I love my Timbits. Bounce on Tesla looks like it's happening. I did get that reload just below 702. As usual, I'll try to scalp a little piece out, see if we can't hold on to it. I reloaded some Amazon, and I want to get some more shares here. And again, it's more playing the ranges. I understand it's counterintuitive to go short, one side of tech and long the other, but if it's going to work, we'll see what happens. It's just at 123 now, so we'll see if we can't get some more shares in front of it. I haven't gotten NEO, which was the other one that I said I wanted to re-engage on the short, because look what NEO's doing. It just continues to flush. I'm kind of kicking myself over this because I wasn't quite aggressive enough, I suppose, in trying to get back into that short side of the trade. It did reject that high. Unfortunately, it's gone without me to the downside. I don't know how I'm going to get back into this one. unless the market makes another strong push to the upside, which probably hurts at Amazon. Oh, Amazon just took that 23.
Oh, yeah.
I'm out. I just got stopped out of Amazon at 123, so I guess Tesla, yep. Stopped out of Amazon, that means Tesla just took another leg to the upside. So once again, we're reloaded on Tesla, still looking for 20 to 25, but 700 has held. Now I'm going to back off of NIO here, because after that strong push to the upside, I want to be a little more cautious and make sure we get some highs here. If it's going to short again, I want off of that 19.4, but Tesla off to the races. As usual, so bouncing off of that 700 level. I'm still looking for it to take out the high of the day. It's got some signs of relative strength. Finally, XOM did break that 102. It didn't really go anywhere, though, so got to 102.09, but I am back into XOM. Because it's a breakout trade, I have to, oh God, there's an ugly wick here, apologies for that. I have to respect the fact that it's got a 50-cent range that it's put in at that top. I don't want to give it all back, so I'll put a tight stop on it there. If it ends up being a dip buy, I'll watch crude oil futures and see if I can't dip buy at 101, but I'm not going to hold it the whole dollar against me.
Okay, new position right now. We're trying to make a little bit of this money back here on the long side, so if we could do that, that'd be great. And it's going to be right here. Not Amazon, it's Facebook. We just took a long right now. I mean, we talked about just taking it. So that 192 against 192. I'm going to hold this all the way to 191. So this is not a big position. So with that being said, this small position needs to be held at least until 194.20 to make this worth it, because we want to try to load up down here around 191. So let's see if this one wants to start to fly upside there. We're not out of Amazon. It sucks because we're at 123.50 to try to get some more shares short, but we missed that trade as it doesn't come in. It just comes to 123.25. What's up, Brendo?
This move in oil, guys, igniting some of these little tiny low float energy stocks. Here's HUSA. Straight to the upside since the open, back to 6 almost. INDO, also another one looking very similar. I mean, it just took out the highs as well in a volume spike, I see. But even the low float energy names going.
Yeah, and that HUSA is like super, super strong. I saw people in the chat sort of starting to talk about it. It is at that big $6 level from a couple of days ago. So for the last couple of days, I should say. So this is a monster level already. I'm watching, I mean, that's what I'm holding at 102. So if I'm going to play a short, I mean, you have some highs that are getting made here. I just have to make sure we actually get some locates on this because it is a little bit expensive. I said Hellbiz might turn around if it got to that 120 level. It looks like it's just done it without me. I got out, like we said, it was like, I forget, it was Dom asked me why I got out. I thought it was a 125 to start the short. Unfortunately, it does turn a little bit early, so I got out of it. I do want to get back in. I'll keep getting long in front of $1 until it breaks, but I do expect at some point, you keep retesting $1, it becomes a penny stock again at some point. So you got to make sure you have your out. I think I have mine at 98 and change or something along those lines. But we do want to make sure we're getting back in as long as it holds that buck.
All right. Yeah, just looking there, I see that HUSA. Wow, that's up to $6 right now. I guess you got to. Oh man, its name.
You got to pay for shorts.
Yeah, you got to pay for shorts. So that's probably a good opportunity to pay for those shorts. As this name is up and away right now. HUSA up 20%. You could look at some other levels. There are $6. We've already hit that a couple days ago. There's 6. There's 6 again coming in. So that the real high side would be 750 there on HUSA. All right. So, again, but despite paying for shorts, that could be the trade that you want to do right now is into that $6. So $6 short, some consolidation back there. But you saw oil, man. I talked about that earlier. Valero's in my portfolio, XOM's in there, and so is XLE. So these are all starting to work to the upside. Let's just check in on Valero right now. These are for long terms. Oh, wow, 141. Wow. Valero continues to make a move. That's not the Valero chart, obviously, but there's Valero today. And again, not really a great day trading stock, although it's almost 1 million shares. Up to 142. That one's still printing out as well. Amazon really back up through 123. We don't have the short on yet. Well, we have a small one, but we want to get a little bit more on Amazon. And then Apple's dancing and Facebook's dancing now too. So we have one long, one short in big cap tech. And then we have Amazon, which we want to look at 124.
Well, I mean, at $6, I'll probably take a shot at this, and maybe just one swing. It could be 2 on that HUSA, HUSA. Yeah, why did I even try to say HUSA? It's HUSA. But if it breaks out from that level, you're going to count me out of that trade. Always have a hard stop on it, but I'm almost always going to take a shot at a tight stop idea off of that 6 even level. So I'm going to get my stop in there. It'll be a hard stop. I kind of feel like you have to pick your poison. Do you want to see it trade above that price? or do you just want to get out? Now, if we do break out from here, then I anticipate we have a decent shot at maybe XOM going as well. That is not a hedge by any stretch of the imagination, but if it works out that way, that's not necessarily the end of the world. I'm showing you pulling back on the 3 minutes so you can see that it didn't really even break 580 before. I think $6 is the bigger level, but it hasn't really been through this 580. That's why watch out for those breaks. If you looked at the high from yesterday at 580, you could be taking that break right into $6, which I never like that. I always feel like you should wait out for a little bit. Tesla continues to find resistance at now it doesn't want to load, continues to find resistance at that 710 level. I've made the mistake before of just getting out and not getting back in. If I do get out at 710, which is making some sense here, especially in this market, which continuously rug pulls on us, then I will be trying to get back in either at 700 or on a break at 710, preferably dip buys, because quite frankly, dip buys have been a heck of a lot better than breakouts in this market. But I think I need to take it out in front of 710 if it gets there again, Brendo.
Nice mover, guys. MRTX, which is Mirati Therapeutics, up on some positive cancer treatment data. This was actually out after market yesterday, but a report and also some investigational treatments into this specific type of cancer out yesterday. There's also a number of price target increases, I should say, on MRTX, up 25% so far.
I learned something every day, a new word, investigational. That's a pretty awesome word there. We're learning those every day. Trader Prad drops them on his show as well, and then we get investigational now from Brendo. So, okay, AMD right now, we're going to go short. Well, we just went short AMD. I was going to say we're going to go short, but there we are. Now short into AMD. And the market's starting to crack a little bit lower here. So, some of our calls haven't been great, but we will try to continue with them anyways and try to scalp there. Thank you. Come again. As AMD right there, nice little move to the downside there. We were just saying that some of our calls haven't been good, but there it is, man. AMD, a nice move on that break. There we go. The scalping continues on this name for me. This is not a name that we generally want to be short here, AMD. It's been a monster mover both ways, man, back down and around. So we'll take a short, though, as the market's trying to take down that 50 period. That's basically why we did it. We are now out of half of AMD on that short side. Look at Amazon again. This name just keeps on coming in. There's another print for us. Let's stick with something on the bid. See if we get an Amazon bid. Bang.
Size 100.
Bang right there on that one. Alibaba, Neil's on. We're on one right now in this market. So let's go to the downside. Neil's on Alibaba.
So Baba at 110, had 100,000 seller at 110 on the 110 cents on the offer. So 100 hasn't broken yet on Baba, but somebody's selling a bunch of shares in front of that level, not behind it, but actually in front of it. So it looks like there is some sell pressure coming in the market, just rejecting that move up on the NASDAQ. I mean, obviously, it looked like we were jailbreaking a couple of times there, but we're rejecting that move. 100 on Alibaba is going to be a play. NEO looking still weak. I do want to be short on an NIO here, and it's Baba in NIO that I do like. It won't break 19. It did make a push to 1930. I said I'd back off of it. Now I'm going to jump right back in front of 1930 to be sure. HUSA did make that pullback. So the initial move back into about that 75 range off that $6 high. We did take half out. I'll play the rest into VWAP there. I actually have to cancel one of these bids back into VWAP, but the pullback's starting to come on, which might mean that XOM, the second trade, doesn't work out, but HUSA off 6 is going to. Brendo?
Just seeing some of the monkeypox stocks popping up here, guys. Looks like the CDC raising their alert level on monkeypox to severe once again. So SIGA, you can look at all of them, 9.5% here. SIGA just taking out the highs.
All right. So right now we're just, like a glove, man, like a fiddle, like a glove, whatever you want to do it, man. We are wearing and playing Amazon today, man. That's for damn sure. Boom, boom, boom. All these shorts, bring it in. Unfortunately, again, we missed that 123.50 by a matter of seconds. Like, that would have put us huge into the green if we would have got that short, but it doesn't. There's our last out on Amazon. We didn't even mean to get that out there. I was just sitting there with a bid at that 122 level. We should still have this short. We don't. but that is okay because everything else right now is printing cash money. There's that 147, man, coming through on Apple. It sucks that we're even down on Apple today when we wanted that 147 area, but I've got, the wheels are spinning, man, on this. So I know what I did wrong on Apple right there, and yeah, we should have never gotten out. That's basically it right there. We should have believed in it a little bit more than we did, but that's fine. We're coming back in, man. That sucks that we got out of that Amazon because that is still going to go to the downside. I didn't even realize we had a bid there, so I'll just keep my offer as we go. AMD, we're in scalp mode for this. We just got a nice little bid down there as well on AMD. We got 104.03, so that was a nice bid to get. And again, you don't get them if you don't put the orders out, so we'll just continue to do that, man. Put them a little bit lower. I don't know what this market's going to do. It's hovering around this 50 period, so that's why we're getting lighter on some of these trades that we have right now because it's just, why are we holding them? I mean, if the market is going to go back up to the upside, we definitely don't want to be short here on AMD. So that's another good trade for us. We're negative on two names, man. We're going to be negative on, well, the Facebook trade is a trade. We're waiting. I want this. Maybe we got to take a 192. Like, I was really trying to wait for 191, but maybe this 192 is the jam down there. So we can take another fill on that one. Holy crap. Look at Apple right now. Now that's $1 in the money. That sucks, man. We should have it's okay. We still have the short, so we'll watch out for that. Hopefully that continues to go down. Look at AMD, man. AMD going back up to the upside. So although the market doesn't seem to want to do that, AMD does. So this is going to be relatively strong. It just made that top there at 104.70. So we're going to have to watch out for AMD. It's definitely stronger than we thought here, which is fine. That's why we got out, man. That's why we scalped this as fast as we can. And we're going to get out some more here on a dip for AMD. Just licking the wounds on the last 10% or less than 10% that we have here on AMD, which it comes right back to flat for us. So let's get some out on AMD and work on something that we know is weaker. It sucks. I should still be short Amazon, man. That was too bad that I had a bid there pending. So that's Amazon for you.
Wick top on HUSA there. Of course, I do try the reverse, so what we made in the short, I will give back. Trying to go long on a 6 break on HUSA. It does take out that high, does not get very far. Got about to 05, and then immediately there was a size seller at 98 pushing it back down in. That kind of validates the short again, to be honest with you. Honestly. So I'll probably jump right back into it. Tesla reclaimed that 700, so I got out of it. I'm going to look to see if it holds a bit again above 700. It's a pretty simple notion for me. Like, every time we get on the other side of that trade, I just want to make sure that I'm getting into it. If it holds that holds that offer below 700, we can try to re-engage around 98. If it holds on the upside, then we can try and re-engage around the 1s and 2s like we were doing before. I said I should have gotten it all out at 710. Hindsight is always 20/20, right? But I thought there was room to 730, and you never get that unless you try to hold on to it. That's the way to go. I understand IMPP is also moving along with HUSA. Watch out for those. Crude oil makes a turn. Those can flush really fast. It happens to be HUSA that I'm watching, but any one of those names can be good for you if you take a shot at that oil trade. We're still above 101.50, so XOM, the second trade I'm still going to have on, and HLBZ has not given me a second entry point off of that $1 level, but I do want to defend it if it comes back down. It's about 109 now. I'm not taking it up here. I only want it in front of a buck. Brendo?
We talked about the continued strength today in DD Global. Here's another one, YMM, which is Full Truck Alliance. Another Chinese stock that was allowed back into some of the app stores in China, along with this one yesterday, DD, after they concluded their probe into that company. So here goes YMM, guys, just taking out the highs on decent volume as well.
All right, I need something that's relatively weak, man, because honestly, I'm so pissed off about Amazon. Like, we still should be short this name. We've absolutely destroyed this. We wanted to keep this all day for this short. Unfortunately, we did get out there on the bid, so I'm a little somber mood about AMZN. But we're pretty happy about everything else, man. Apple did touch. I didn't even, again, we were into that Amazon and lamenting on that. Also into AMD and now out of AMD. So AMD, yeah. Sorry about the Edmonton Oilers last night, but they lose there in overtime. Good game, I guess, but sad there for them as they get swept in the conference finals. But right there, just looking at AMD, it has made those highs. I do not want to short this. I need something that's relatively weak, like we just said. Maybe Amazon, if it does get bumped back up here. We do know that Apple maybe is strong. Let's just get out of Apple here. We're still 50 cents in the money, but it seems like it wants to really start to head northbound. So, hey, man, for me, that's fine. I want to figure out which way this market's going and then try to go that way. We thought the market would be weak today. Still down 0.6%. Doesn't mean that it's weak. It's been actually strong all morning. A nice move back up to the upside there. I feel like we could retest that. So that's why we got out of our Amazon. We'll get out of our, that's why we got out of our AMD. We will get out of our Apple here, and I feel like we just need to go long. We're already long Facebook, guys. This is a big one for me. We should have averaged in down there at 192. So I'm pretty sure the name that we want to get long here is going to be Facebook if and when it comes back in. So that's a nice move back up to view up. We'll put an offer here, get out at 193.50 if we can, and then we'll see about taking it out on the high side. I still feel like we can go. Let's wait for 194, man, because if this market's strong, there it is. We're 50 cents in the money right now on that name, so we'll hit the siren, but we won't take it. Let's go a little higher here on Facebook, 194. Let's put our offer, see if we get touched down there. Remember, you can't get hit unless you offer out, so we'll put an offer, see if Facebook wants to rip up, but we do want to reload this name and get more shares if it comes back down to 192.50-ish. Right now, Facebook, only 50 cents in the money, Apple 50 cents as well, but we've made a hell of a lot of money back off that mistake there with Apple early. Other than that, everything's a jam. Target, though, wow, 155, 156, and still going. Good thing we stepped out of the way of that one. Will Target go green today? Wow.
That one, I said if it goes green, that's a surprise to me. So, I mean, the 160 level is where I want to try to get into it. And 155 to 160 is obviously a pretty interesting target range, but in front of 160. If it goes green, fair enough, but I'll have shorted it again before that price. XOM, I talked about waiting to 101.50. It did make a nice bounce off that. I was able to scalp some out. So back to where we were before, like 101.80 turns like resistance. Breakouts stink. So obviously, if we get back to 102, I want to offer above it to be sure. But if it takes out 101.50, I'm not reloading until you get back down into 101. IMPP, HUSA, all of these are making power moves. IMPP is a penny stock. I understand it's looking just as strong, but it also made a pullback the way that HUSA did, rejecting 6. This rejected 60 cents. So, watch these together if you have to. I think that makes a lot of sense. I did get into NEO, by the way, the short trade on NIO. In front of 1940. I want to wait till it gets to 40 before I add to any of this. I'm going to maintain the stop at the high of the day every single time. And Tesla, back above and holding that 700 level. So I'm going to go back to scalping Tesla off of that level, see if we can't energize back into the upside. But that's sort of slowing down on me. But you mentioned AMD, Sean. NVIDIA has a wick off top at 187. I kind of missed this the first time, but it just got back up there to 186.5. That put in a huge pullback, a couple of dollars off of that level. If it gets back up there again, 187, that could be shortable if this market wants to stay resisting the top. It is already 10:20, which means we do have to get to Brennan and the small cap recap.
Hey guys, busy morning. Let's jump right into a couple we were talking about in the pre-market. BuzzFeed just absolutely collapsed. That's a daily chart yesterday. On that lockup expiration, I was waiting for a move a little bit higher, 3 to 325, even 280 would have been nice. Never happened, just absolutely collapsed again right out of the gate this morning. So would have liked a whole lot more, but never gave you the opportunity. But give you a trade anyways for BZFD back to the downside. This Jan 1, remember 2 million float. So that was the first key for me. 350 held initially as support. Tried the long out of the gate versus that 350. A nice move up to above 4. It had room to 425, 450 even, but failed at 4. Back downside now for JAN, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, Jan 1, that's one I definitely forgot about. So Target just put a wick top at 155. I did enter into it. I just missed the curl. I barely missed the curl there on NEO there at 119.3. We'll see if I can get that one again. I do want to add to that short position. I just want to show you what's going on with the overall market because we keep talking about stocks going all over the place, but really you had this jailbreak to the upside, and we bounced off of decent support on the NASDAQ, but we got about to the it's the overnight lows, and then the afternoon, I guess aftermarket tops there. Not a huge bounce in the overall market, and then rejected it. Now we're just consolidating. So you have a bit of a wick off top. That's why some of these shorts are still valid. If you have shorts in front of resistance levels, they're still okay because the market's not breaking out. If you got longs that are off support, then the market is trying to go to the upside. And that's why you've got to be trading what is making sense. You don't want to be jumping to new names or necessarily new ideas. It's about trading off the range that makes sense to you. That's why you'll see me keep going back over to Tesla. Like every time it holds the line on some of these longs, I'm just kind of reloading on the long and then sort of scalping it out. And ultimately, the longer we hold above 700, I still think, and obviously 710, if it gets there again, I'm going to get out of this trade. But that 720, 725, there's so much room to the upside for Tesla if we do get that kind of a jailbreak that I want to make sure I'm always holding on to a piece of it. Now, clearly that was the mistake, not getting a little bit more aggressive in front of 710 before, but as long as we keep reclaiming the 700 level, I'll keep going back to the well, buying the dips in front of whatever support we can find down there, scalping some out, taking a few bucks each time. A lot of times you'll get like that $2.5 to $5 move on Tesla, and then you'll see that jailbreak try to extend, and then I'll hold a piece of the trade. So I'm going back to that well. HUSA just made another recovery back into 6. So I tried the long on the reversal. It did not go. I said that probably gives me another chance to short it. I just got into it, but I always give it to the high of the day. If it breaks the high of the day, I'm going to be out of HUSA. If you're watching IMPP, I would expect if HUSA is doing this, IMPP is doing something similar. So that'll be me getting out of that HUSA there. I am still in the long in XOM, but it's a little bit different, right? Like I'll take pot shots at these smaller cap stocks, but usually I'm trying to play the trend and hold on to something like an ExxonMobil. If it gets through 102, I am trying to hold through the 102 level on ExxonMobil, thinking that we have lots of room to run. Maybe it takes them out in front of 102.5, but it's a jailbreak on the daily chart, so I want to make sure we give it some room to go. Brendo?
Just seeing Shopify popping up here on volume, guys. Looks like they have approved a 10-for-1 stock split. So Shopify joining the stock split parade these days.
I would, and obviously I'm wrong about this, but I would swear, I thought it was already approved, the Shopify split. I guess it wasn't. I guess they had said they were doing it and maybe the shareholders hadn't approved it. But yeah, for some reason I actually thought that was already the case. So I took this curl that we just saw here on target. It'll be the first one that we've had since it stopped out at 150 on the short side of the trade. I sat it out. I should have taken the first 155, but it just tried to make the break there. And now if it takes out 156, we'll exit again and keep looking for an opportunity to get back into it. Obviously a strong move for target, but at some point you have to sort of sit it out and then wait for an entry point, and that's what we think we got here off of this 155 curl. I already talked about those oil names. NVIDIA, which, it looked like it put in that wick top there, which it did at 187. I just want to see it get back above or close to that price. It didn't quite get to 186.5. I'm not rushing into this trade, but 186.5, it gives you $1 worth of risk. That's almost 1-to-1 to VWAP. Not quite enough. Like I want to get good prices. I think that's sort of the issue. If you looked at Amazon this morning, or even Target, if you weren't getting good prices when you're going against the trend, then you're just getting crushed the whole way through. So I want to be very, very patient with this. I got a couple of longs that I feel good about holding on to. It's not a hedge on NIO, but I kind of feel like if Tesla pulls back in, I've got some levels on NIO that'll work to the short side, especially below this 1945 or so. I'm not really straying too far away from those. I know a lot of people have been talking about it. AMC here, it is making a decent move to the upside. It's only 3.5%, but when the market can't even go green, it is at least worth talking about. If it gets up to this, you can kind of see here 1265, 1275 level. You've got some serious resistance. 1250 has to come first, obviously, Brendo.
Just be aware, guys, Janet Yellen testifying in front of Congress right now regarding the 2023 budget, apparently. So the market's struggling at this 4,100 area, but some comments coming through from Janet Yellen right now.
All right. Yeah, Janet Yellen I don't want to say never says anything positive, but we'll see what happens here with the market. We did get a reload there on Amazon back in. It did actually take out when I was gone to the men's room and do a coffee reload there. Brad, don't hurt your hand, man. You got a show to do. But it came back in there to 122 flat on that. We did reload a 122.40. Let's see if it... continues to come to the downside. We did get a 25, which is 25 cents, and then we just got an 03 there, which was 40 cents. We're short at 122.40 right now. Facebook, man, $1 in the money, so I don't know why we just hit the cannabis sign there, but there goes Facebook for a nice little move to the upside one more time. And when we lose $1 on Apple, make it back here on Facebook on less shares. So Apple's really the only stock that I'm really worried about here. Target off that 156. We might have just made a top there near that 156, but not really sure about what to do with Target. It hasn't really been a very good trade for me today, for sure. We're negative on it, but we got out of the way, which is good, man. A 151 break. Next time when it's negative, and I was just talking to Sharif there, we're going to do a little bit more work here and try to look at a little more volume on drops like that, because I asked him what sort of triggered his thought for the long, and we talked about volume. So we'll look at that. I'll do some more work there when time is fit for that. Facebook, again, our target's up here, 194.40. We talked about that earlier, but we could not take it out when we just got $1 in the money. So we take our first out for that dollar. There's a 192.93. There's the out at 80s, so I guess it was about 90 cents there. Apple, I'm debating shorting again into this level. This kind of looks like yesterday, but again, we got caught up a little bit, too short into Apple, and we had to punch out, but we made some money back on this name, so I feel like we can do it again. It's just, what do we think about this market? This market's above right now, testing day highs. So for me, I want to be into something that's strong. We're already into Facebook, and right now, honestly, like the way Amazon's trading, if we can get another piece at around 122.11, I just put an 11 in, but 122.10, something like that to the downside, then that's really the play here. It looks like Amazon's trying to be strong. It just bounced off VWAP, which is where we got out there. If it does fade out, hopefully it can come back in. We're still going to hold 40% of this trade. I mean, I just think that if I can make 30 cents and try to scalp this, that might be the better play right now. As up and away goes Facebook now, testing that 194 level that we've already seen. Let's see if we can look at 195 and try to make this. Here we go. A nice little blow up to the upside right now, as we're now $1.30 in the money on Facebook. As it goes. We reverse into the long on Amazon, so let's see if this one can get going now, as Amazon's starting to get juicy now to the upside, back into the 80s now on a break of the day high. Here goes Amazon. Here goes everything. We're now 30 cents in the money on that one. We're $1.50 in the money on Facebook, guys.
And we look, this time I'm going to take it, man. Oh, I hit the wrong. So that's confusing, because that's a new position thing for Sean. But I just got out of Tesla in front of that 710 level. Look, if it jailbreaks from here, I'll just find ways to get back into the trend. I've been pretty active on Tesla, making sure that I've had relatively tight stops each time, and then able to just jump back in when it holds support. So we did initially have the short below 700. Once it decided to hold above, we jailbreak into the long, because it was that wick off bottom at the open. And when you see that happen and it gets above your support level, it's got to be a long trade. If it pulls back, I want to be buying the dips on Tesla. I took Target did the same thing. It wick off tops to the top, wick off tops to the bottom. At this 155, 166, it's now just giving you try to break, try to pull back in. I've taken it once. I'm taking it a second time here in that 155 range. But if it holds above 156, maybe we just are headed to 160 and we have to sit that one out and see what happens. XOM, finally. XOM has reclaimed the 102 level. So we got a dip at 101.50. It's now back above 102. So, the original breakout trade, we said we'd give it to 101.50. Then we did favor a dip buy as well, so we kind of did both. But we took out that dip buy on the scalp at 108, 101.80. And now we're just looking to see how far ExxonMobil can go. I have to watch oil futures, but super strong name. Maybe it has another leg to it. It's been the strongest sector, so hopefully that can continue here today. NEO is going to likely stop out. Obviously, if Tesla was going to work out, it was always the chance. I say this, and the NEO hasn't stopped out yet, but it was always the chance that the NEO short was not going to work. So it does feel like we're going to have to give up the NEO short at the high of the day now that Tesla has taken the top.
Yeah, exactly, guys. And yeah, that is the problem. And someone's saying that is the problem with not knowing our share size. But just take our trades for what they're worth there. And hopefully you're able to follow them a little bit. 150 to the upside on Facebook right now. We're still, even when we took this trade, regardless of share size, guys, I said that this was the target right into here. We're right here right now, 194.60. But I'm not going to stare this one in the face. Well, here it comes. Maybe we get it. We said 194. 24.60. So maybe we could hold out to that level. You just got to take down that 3,000 shares, and then we will get out. Now it's pennies away from this call. I can't believe this is $1.70, $1.60 now in the money, and I'm battling with that one random penny that I picked out of the blue right now. So let's go. There it is. Yes, sir. And there it is. That's what we talked about, man. I said it. Regardless of share size, that was the target right there for the high of the day on AMD. Up, up, and away. There we go. Nice little move now. Yeah, Lori, what's up, Lori? You could work with us. Send it to marketing@tradertv.live if you are in Toronto. This floor is always looking to hire. What's up, Brendan?
Little one moving, guys. Seattle Mobile, we've looked at a number of times on the show. SYTA on the NASDAQ. New product launch, push to talk on Verizon's network. Just popping up on big time volume here, up 10% for SYTA.
There's another one. I mean, look, obviously we cannot trade absolutely everything, but you have to make sure that you're trading something that is moving. I think that's the first thing that does matter to us. And I just watched Amazon. 123, it looks like again. I stayed away from Amazon since the last time it took out that 123, but that's still resistance, it looks like, on this stock. So, obviously it's managed to hold. Remember, we were trying to get out 121.5 so many times, and it kept bouncing off that. So I think that's your new support in Amazon's 121.50. If we got a long day, I guess I only want to buy in front of that. But I'd rather be getting back into Tesla if I'm looking for the long side of the trade. So anything back close to that 700, that's one place to go long. I talked about NVIDIA being strong. It did give you that shot at 187. That was pretty much the moment that I was sort of getting back into Tesla, getting into Target, obviously, which that'll be a loser. So if I had taken this trade, probably it's going to stop out anyways. There goes Target through the high again. I might just have to wait for 160 on that stock because it feels like it's inevitable that it's going there. But NVIDIA, all of a sudden, looks pretty promising off 185. That chart looks a heck of a lot like Tesla's chart. You got a V-shaped bottom holding that higher low. The equivalent of 184 half, 185 is about that 700 on Tesla. So when I look at this, if I'm liking the long in Tesla under similar circumstances, why am I thinking about shorting off the high? The market wants to go up. I'll try buying the dips on NVIDIA because that's the same setup as Tesla, really.
All right, we're putting capital to work here, guys. So let's see what happens with Amazon at this level right now. I was trying to get some more short there at 123.30 or so, but that didn't want to come in. So maybe we may have to just. Well, I mean, we're starting to take more and more here. I don't want to. I'd rather take it a lot closer than this to this. So that's going to be a level that we're going to wait for now. That I feel like I have a decent position on now for Amazon. Obviously, we want this to. I mean, if it bumps up, that's bad because we don't want this to go against us, but we are sitting to get a few more shares. I just got impatient now, and that's not what we want to do. We want to try to be as patient as possible with this name because, again, the market's moving. And not only that, whenever you're trying to go short, like whenever you're going counter trade, which I'm doing right now, you do want to make sure that you respect some of these highs right there right now, right? And I know that was the same play there on HUSA as that, well, that's still an Amex name, eh? As that broke above $6 and just made a new high at 660, 650. So if you're going to go short this name, you got to watch out. Like I was just saying, like Neil there, you probably got out, what, 610 or something like that? So not
actually, my stop was 6.
Yeah, so not bad of a break at all. So that's part of what we're talking about here is like, regardless of what you think of the stock, you got to try to respect some levels because we know stories, obviously, of traders getting blown out like crazy, not respecting stops. So I just want to talk about that real quick. And really, respecting stops is what saved me here, not just today, but in general. We had our biggest year of our life last year, and we definitely adjusted our trading strategies. And today, it's just like, I came in with a bias short, and obviously the NASDAQ is now green. So normally, remember I turned our poor little bull into a bear there. And now it is like, no thank you. It's turned very, very bullish here today one more time. So okay, here comes Amazon right to the upside. So this is a shortable level for me. I don't even know why we're not short. So we'll offer that right here. I thought I had an offer, but I didn't. I thought it was at 25, but now it's at 26 as I just pushed offer enter. So let's just mark it down here. I don't really care. Oh, I was going to say I don't care what price. Oh, that's for Facebook, sorry. So I didn't care what price we got there. We should have been short. Amazon there at 123. There we go. We'll take it now at 20s. But I thought I was waiting at 25. I guess not. So here we go. Now we're loaded up for the Amazon short. Hey, if it works, man. If not, we have 123.50 to stare at. And this is what I'm talking about. We'll take a 50-cent hit if it doesn't work, man. So target spot downside about 50 cents again. We'll see if that can work. But right now, Amazon exploding to the upside here as the market goes hella green off of what was a minus 1.5% day to start. What's up, Brendan?
Amazon making a purchase this morning, guys, for their Penn Place HQ2 this morning, 198 million for 12 acres. This is a rendering, obviously, in Virginia, Pentagon City, Virginia. Not a market mover, but picking up 12 acres did Amazon this morning for 198 million in Pentagon City, guys.
Well, the render looks cool, I'll tell you that much. But obviously, the market is super strong right now. I'm like, obviously, the idea with Tesla for me getting out, I still think there's room to go, but I'm going to try to find my way back in. If it consolidates 10 to 12, I might just start going long off the 710 level instead of waiting for the pullback. But I think with Scott saying, watch Affirm. Yeah, Affirm, my alert just went off on Affirm because it got to that high of the day, the pre-market high. That was the shelf break. We didn't get the short out the open, but now it is a chance at a V-shaped bottom and a bit of a breakout. I have the 15-minute up just so you can kind of see here. If you pull back, like how big that level has been, if it reclaims above that 23.5 and breaks 24, there's room to the upside on Affirm. But until it does, I mean, it's sort of a fade until it's not. I'm looking for the curl off of that 23.5. I didn't short it until now because we want to make sure that we're not jumping in too early and then just sort of holding it against us. But we get above 24. Affirm has a chance to jailbreak and even go green on the session, which would actually happen before $24, incidentally.
All right, so yeah, Amazon did go. We're going to give it one more time like we did there on Apple. This time may not work. Amazon super strong, trying to take out new highs right now. We went short into 50, did not work. We got out, we got back in. Now let's see what it wants to do here. Take out a couple more pennies higher and we'll get out one more time. But we're just testing this because again, it went up to our level. It got taken out, so that's fine. Looks like it still wants to continue higher. Again, Apple, this is similar to that Apple trade, and you see where Apple is right now as that continues to go up and away. Crazy to call that Facebook trade, but wow, 192.80, guys. Like, we got out at 194.60. It's at 196 right now. Like, Apple is just, Facebook is just an absolute monster. One more time today. Like, this name just keeps on working, and honestly, it's crazy that we didn't load more up down there, but Apple continuing to work as well. AMD, wow, good thing we got out of the way on that short, man. This is a profitable name for us. AMD busting to the upside as well. Look, as a bull, man, I'm super happy about this today, but it definitely caught me by surprise, man. I thought, with Target coming through and showing some retail weakness, what I thought anyways, that's turning into some strength apparently for TGT. But here comes Amazon back down. It did resist a little bit, just went for us 15 cents in the money, which is about how much we're going to lose. So we're thinking this can pull back a little bit more here off some of those levels. But wow, this market is super strong. What's that, 123.20? We should put some bids there to get out of this name if it does come back in. So right now, though, Amazon on one to the upside. So is Apple. So is everything right now. Wow, Facebook so strong. And over there on what looks like a pretty mixed board, which makes sense there. The S&P up 0.25, the NASDAQ up 0.45. It's Brendan with Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, a little more green starting to come through though on this board. It was a lot more red to start the day. 0.26 right now, as you mentioned there, for the S&P 500. I'll point out this group, consumer discretionary, right off the bat, because this is where you'll find all of the retailers here under pressure because of Target, 1.3% currently to the downside. But as I mentioned, they're off the lows. But all of the retailers here under pressure, dragging down the overall market. NWL, WHR, and the consumer durables under pressure as well. The rest of these, though, starting to show signs of life. There's Ralph Lauren, there's Nike, we mentioned yesterday, even Tapestry, TPR having a pretty good day back to the upside. In the tech group down here, there's Salesforce, 2.5%. NOW, TYL, EPAM in the software names. Everything else, though, pretty weak as far as hardware and semiconductors are concerned. Energy leads as far as strength, though. Huge move for crude oil back to the upside, now up more than 1% on the day after being negative to start. So energy names really, really strong. I wanted to point out Smuckers there, SJM, up almost 5% after they increased their current quarter, I believe, forecast. I'll double check on that. Take two as well with a positive note this morning, up 3.5%. So we're heading in the right direction. A few more green spots to show guys on the board right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's getting more and more greens, I guess, throughout the day. Obviously, you had the gap down and the big move down in some of the retail names, so they might have to take some time to get green, but they're headed there. I thought we'd get back into Tesla, and this is sort of, it'll happen. I mean, obviously, if I get out in front of resistance, I'm thinking that it's going to be a nice consolidation off of 10, and then I'd be able to get back into the trade. That can still happen now, but there's a decent chance if it pulls back, you could be talking about like an 8 to 11 style range. But the only thing I'm still in, with only 20 minutes to go, we're almost at 11 o'clock. XOM still range bound at the top. So as long as it keeps bouncing off this 101.50, I know VWAP on my 3-minute is all the way down at 101.25 or so, but it keeps bouncing off the 50 level, and I'll sort of keep taking it, working alongside of this trade. But as the market screams higher, we're sort of running out of steam for XOM here on that 100 break. I can't ignore this. A lot of times I'd be looking to short if it made a wick top at 102 and a double top like this. So I'm going to continue to trim the position in front of 102, buy the dip, but 105 goes a third time here. I mean, sort of tests and breaks a third time. I will walk away from this. It just feels like we'll give up the ghost on that energy trade. It was a 100 break. I did try it short first in front of 100. Once it broke 100, we went to the long. It got the upgrade. Energy's been pretty strong, obviously. Apple is making a bit of a turn. And the reason I bring this up is if you look at what's carrying the overall market to the upside, no matter what's happening in any sector, generally speaking, we don't go anywhere without Apple and Microsoft. And Apple is pretty much or getting close to yesterday's top, so 148.50. We get to that level, and you're still in some of these market moving or tracking longs, and you find resistance there. Just watch for a bit of a pullback. If you got something weak, that could be the time to jump into it. I say that as a firm is now pulling back off that 23.50 level, that pre-market high, previous support level. It's just going sideways a little bit here. So it was here 5 minutes ago when I talked about it, still at that same price. I think now, if it can manage to get back below that 23.5 and Apple doesn't take the high, the NASDAQ doesn't take the high, I'd jump into that Affirm trade. But until that happens, I'm going to ride with the XOM trade. I'm going to try to buy that dip in Tesla and be very, very careful about taking any shorts unless I have a really good stop out. I want to understand where I'm getting out and where I'm wrong first. That's why I'm kind of looking at Affirm if it holds below 23.50. As I say that, it doesn't look like it wants to.
All right, yeah, no, Affirm's going up to the upside. We are back into an Apple short and an Affirm short right now. So the two AAs, AA and Alcohol Anonymous over here, it seems like right here. But there's the Affirm short. Neil just talked about it. We're in it against that level. And then Apple right now is at the day's high. Whatever. I mean, we have that level there. This is my most red stock of the day here is going to be Apple. And let's just see where we go now on this name as we just touched day's high on Apple. We take one more short. We are going to give this just a couple more pennies to the upside, like 148.25, something like that, 148.30 in change. But here it comes. We're short right now at 148. So let's just see if it does have that. And again, we're not trying to trade hastily here. We did like the Apple short, but there's the 148.50. So I guess we'll have to wait until then before we really get out of everything. But we do want to take a little piece out if it does take down that 148.30 or so, which is going to be on its way over to 148 flat. What's up, Randy? On that one. So right now we are short Apple, and we'll wait to see how far this name wants to go to the downside. I mean, I'm hoping it's quite far, but we will take some out in the 70s and 80s as we come back down. And then there's our Affirm short. We just took that. We'll see where this one goes. I'm thinking at least to $23, which is where we'll take a piece out, hopefully down near 23 if we get that. That's the 50 period, and right where some of that resistance was in the pre-market. But hey, this market has to fall for any of these to work.
Oh, Alibaba off that 100 level. I mean, when things don't break, obviously, I mean, it kind of works in both directions. But Alibaba right up to yesterday's high. So another name which is cresting right at these highs from yesterday, 102 and change looks like that top. So if there's any kind of a push to this absolute top, 102.5, that could be an area. Just looking for scalp shorts because the trend is still pretty strong here. So I think buy the dips. Scalp shorts off of key levels is the way to go. I'm not shorting Tesla at these levels because, quite frankly, it's not far enough. I mean, it would have to at least be at 725. So I'm going to stay away from it. But Apple, I mean, I hate to say it, but I mean, I'm looking at Apple, and that looks like probably the one outside of a firm that you could take a shot on. We talked about crypto a little bit, and I think we mentioned Square. But a big power move off of the 81 level for Square. This just turned green on the session. I would watch out. I mean, this looks like a pretty good jailbreak. 85, 86 yesterday had some rejections up there. It's still got some room to run. So if you're looking for something with more upside that you could be thinking about buying dips, I mean, support to 81 on Square, block, and then maybe you can be buying like 82s or something like that. But that just popped on the radar as going red to green just shortly ago.
We should have just made a lot more money there on, yeah, what are you guys doing? Yeah, right now. Okay, so I don't know what you guys are doing over there, so stop doing it, please, Fahad. But okay, right now we are short Apple. Oh, what I want to get to was Facebook. That's what it was. We're going to be short. I mean, we're just going to try Apple one more time. It's just so strong, man. Taking out new highs right here. We did, again, we scalped a little bit out there into the low 90s. High 80s, low 90s area there. I think 87, 88s, and some 90s. But here we go. Apple just motoring to the high side, and it was really this Facebook trade that really should have been watched a little closer there, man. Nice move up for Facebook today. Wow, we were long at 192.80, man. It's at 196 now. So whether or not that's a fade or not here for Facebook, I don't think so. I really like this name on the daily chart. There's so much room. It looks like it's kind of barcoding there on the daily chart, but we know the intraday moves that this thing is capable of. The last kind of levels there is 197. So maybe you get something into there. That high right there is 197.70. So if you're going to hold something against you, man, this is going to have to be a while. Facebook, if the market keeps on ripping, this name is gone off to the races. Sheryl Sandberg be damned. This one just upside there. Wow, XLE 52-week highs. HUSA still going. XLE 52-week highs. Are energy really working in the long-term account? Wow, $91 now for XOM, for XLE. Our XOM is bumping as well. We're long in the 30s on XOM. Like, that's just how ridiculous it was. I remember actually looking at my portfolio when we had Kevin O'Leary on, and I think XOM was like 35 or 36 bucks, and it was one of his calls. There's a lot of great calls back then for energy and a lot of different names, but I was like, you know what, I'll just hold on to these, and I actually haven't even looked at it. So it looks like we're up 300 or 400% on XOM, which is unbelievable. Never thought this name would run the way it has, man. I mean, this on a daily chart, and this is what I mean. It's not even like I mean, sure, it's a great trade, but this is where we were. It was actually even lower than this. XOM back down in 2020, obviously when oil went, see there it is right down here. To say you're up 300% on XOM really just means that you've just had to buy this thing like back in December of 2020. You could have got it at 40 bucks, right? So that's at a 102 print right now, so that wouldn't be 300%. It's more like down here. I believe we had him on close to this area because I remember it was like 35 or 36 bucks. So what a great run up for XOM, man, straight to the upside. Obviously, you could have had your poison on any oil name, energy name as well. Suncor, I mean, there's a whole bunch. You're even seeing HUSA up
yeah, I mean, those
50% today. So there's a lot of stuff ripping and rocking here as well. And we just averaged into our firm one more time before it breaks through 23. So watch out here on a firm up to 23. Our average price is 70. So we're out about 9 cents. Take that, the bid, 15 cents. But here it comes up to 23 AFRM. Without any further ado, though, it's Money Talks with Brendan, as we only have 10 minutes left. Let's go.
Hey guys, brought to you by the Small Exchange. Once again, check them out. Use the QR code on screen right now. Sign up today. Great information from the Small Exchange. Smallexchange.com, guys. No PDT rule. Less capital required as well for futures trading. I wanted to show you a chart here to start things off of Bitcoin. This is an hourly chart because we're making a move right now. In fact, happening as we speak, Bitcoin's breaking back through 30,000, back to the upside. So still down on the day here, 4.5%, but it was a lot lower overnight. This is an hourly chart, so big move down overnight, back to 30,000 currently. Otherwise, pretty quiet. Top end of the board here, the US dollar, you can see exactly flat on the day. There was some pressure early on for the British pound. There was a confidence vote in the UK Parliament this morning. Looks like it went through okay. So back to green here, 0.35 to the upside for their current government. Australia, New Zealand heading in opposite directions today. There was some discouraging data in Australia overnight I saw as well. So a bit of a mixed board so far, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna. So in an effort to not be staring at Tesla, because I did miss any kind of a reload there, I said I'd get out and try to get back into it on a dip. It just continued to break out. So now it's at that 720, 725 target. Looks like it'll come in. I'm not happy about it. Obviously, feels like it every time. I'm just sort of in the trade over and over again. Maybe it's like over trading it, but it was alongside off that 700. It is there. But GameStop, which I'm not trying to ignore, it got to 135 here. I just went and paid for the locates. If you could look, you can kind of see what's been happening around this 135 level over and over again. I didn't trade it yesterday, but every time it's gotten up here, you have this 138 top. Sometimes it'll hold at 135 specifically. Those are the two levels to look at. If it breaks out of both, it's got room. Obviously, you can see it got to like 148 the other day. So there's always the chance that we can see another GameStop push. I'm going to wait patiently for it. I have paid for the locates. Apple just did the curl that I kind of hoped the firm would do that did not, which is not breaking that high of the day. The NASDAQ just got to 12.7. The ES, back to what I remember, because when I was filling in for Arun, he did mention a 41.40 level. That's where the ES got to as Apple made the high and held it. So I probably wasn't patient enough with a firm, but I just got into Apple now when it reclaimed 148. Give it to that previous day high. Just feels like either you're trying to scalp off the shorts on some of these levels or look for some of those dips. And when it comes to Tesla, if we do dip back down, I think you can forget about 700 at this point. I'm thinking this 710 area, if we make any consolidation or bounce off of that, that's where I'll try to get back into the trade. Pretty much where we got out of it to the long side, we'd look to jump back in on Tesla. But I'm going to stick to the names that have worked here, not jump around too much. I mentioned Square, though, as a new one. That was one of the few with the big strong move also in Bitcoin that Brendan was talking about. I think part of the reason why you see Square so strong. So if that gets back down into VWAP and we're still trending up, I think it can be worthwhile to try to buy this one on a dip as well. Looks like we are getting a long day. So when you make sure you got some outs, when you're taking your shorts, be picky around lunchtime because things do usually slow down, get a bit range bound. But yeah, this trend's still pretty strong to that upside. So I'm going to be favoring buying dips on the names that are super strong.
All right, we've, we're short Apple upside here at 148.03, and we've just been taking some out, right? So we're going to be very, very careful with this name because, again, it's just been blowing to the upside. We've tried the shorts a bunch of times. I mean, now it's working on these shorts, the last few, but we had to hold that against ourselves. So hopefully it comes back in. We'll take another 85, and then we'll hold for the rest. Hopefully we can get it down near this this 50 period and then maybe VWAP, but the market is pretty strong. We don't, you don't want to be short Apple here into a market that's going to take out the highs, right? So as the NASDAQ just looked like it wanted to pull back, we are well away now. I mean, when's the last time we ever saw the market this far away from the 50 period? So, I am expecting a little bit of a pullback, but sometimes when the market gets extended like this, that just means a lot more upside coming. So watch out for an upside, but we are sitting here on the bid for Apple. Again, 85s, we're trying to get some out, and then we're bidding that back down near the 50s as well on AAPL. And then honestly, man, a firm went into the money for us. It went down to 65s there before coming back. Remember, we're short at 70, so that wasn't a big enough trade for me to get out of, obviously, as that didn't really do anything down there in the 60s, but it did resist it at 66, 65 there, so that would have been a whopping 5 cents worth of a victory. So we're going to wait to see if these futures do continue to march or retrace off of 12,700. So that's the high rate right there. Obviously, it's starting to make a little bit of a curl back upside right here. So, yeah, watch out for that take. And then if you do break above 24, you got to give it a little bit more room than that, but not much more, as a firm right here on the 20-minute chart is coming right back into 24 bucks. Since we broke below it, man, we tested 22, but now we're marching back up. Remember, buy now, pay never. Apple into the game as well. So that could be something to watch out here for a firm. And remember, WWDC, Worldwide Developers Conference, on right now for AAPL, and they drop news in the afternoon. So we saw that yesterday come out. We saw Facebook absolutely rip up, and here goes Apple. Remember, like Neil and I, different positions, different sizes. So I got to scalp a little bit of this out because, again, you know, we have an upsized position on Apple. I am expecting this to come to the downside right now, but, you know, we'll take profit when we see it. And for now, that's not bad. Here it comes in. We're 30 cents in the money on Apple. Hopefully, this move will continue into the 50s, and we'll be able to get a little bit more out. So Apple's somewhat right now saving the day, but we need a little bit of a bigger move to the downside on this one. And then a firm as well starting to come back in as these futures are thinking about rolling. I don't know if Apple rolls though, guys. So we're going to wait in the 50s and see if we get some more out of AAPL. Okay, I talked a bit there. Anything you want to talk about, any of your trades here?
Just quickly, I mean, look, I took some Apple out as well. Obviously, it's starting to come back in. But before we go to earnings, GitLab is making a third test of the high of the day. Not quite to 50 bucks, but it's getting pretty close. And if I think the market can turn off these levels on the ES, I mean, something as strong as this, up 24% at a monster level like 50, yeah, that's probably going to be a shot for short. I wish I got the long on GitLab. We talked about that 46.5. It was a good break at 46.5. Obviously too busy trading other things, which is not much of an excuse, but that's the only one I got. Brendo?
Yeah, GitLab on earnings. Decent report for them. Let's show you what's to come tonight after market and before the open tomorrow. Remember, we get NIO tomorrow. We get DocuSign later in the week as well. But here's what's to come today.
Yeah. Thor. What else is on there? J. Jill, another retail name.
I'll eat Campbell soup, but
coming through. But yeah, not too much. We'll wait. We'll be on the hunt for that. Neo that you mentioned there, doesn't seem like tomorrow's going to be that good. But yeah, as I just look at the board here, Alibaba's at 102 again. Here we go. We're starting to get a little bit of a move down now. Hopefully, here comes a firm back in. So we are sitting now at 64. I don't know why we're at 64 and not at 65 where we stopped last time. But we're just trying to take a little bit out here as this market's trying to fall in a little bit. Why aren't you going down now, a firm? Like, really, that 65 is like some sort of a magical number, but hopefully that'll crack lower. We are sitting here in this clump somewhere. You could probably guess what gateway we're on there at 65. As here it comes back in. Let's take another piece out right now for Apple back in right now. So that's down to 60. We'll see if that comes through. Come on, that's still Apple right there back down in. And I got to cheer on like as if a firm just wants to stop at 65. Hopefully it comes through, tanks through. I'm canceling that 64 bid. Forget about that. We'll wait in the now. As soon as I cancel it, you see what I'm saying? Like as soon as I cancel that trade, bang, right there. So we talked about liquidity and whatnot, rearing its ugly head. Sometimes they see your order and they completely stop on it. So we should have watched out for that one. But Apple coming back in, a firm. Unbelievable there, just bounces off again. As guess what? I bid 62 and the thing rips up. So we should have took that 64 bid. But right now, Apple's starting to motor to the downside, 40 cents in the money on this name. So yeah, we're getting saved here with this Apple short. Next bids, I mean, if we can get this 50 period down to 50 bucks, down to 50 cents, we'll do that. I'm going to put a bid right now in low 60s. And then let's just hope that we do get a firm move downside and not some sort of a resistance for some reason in these mid 60s. Here we go. Come on, a firm. You can do it. Take down 64 and let's start to go lower.
Yeah, and hopefully GitLab makes a bit of a turn here. If you got that long, I hope Prad got it. He's been like the rallying call. I think he understands the stock probably more than I do. But $50 is too good to be true. I am trying to add to it as the market pulls back. As long as they're below 50, this is the short that I want to try to get into. Everything else, I'm still looking for those dip buys. So as we head you guys over just in a few seconds to Trader Pratt, and of course, I think it'll be Ian today, looking for some dip buys. I like Square around that 81, 82, somewhere in that pocket. Tesla around that 710 area. I just finally got some more shares to GitLab to the short side. I'll take Apple out in front of 147 if it gets there, but this is a super, super strong reaction that we've had on the day, and we have to respect it. I do want to get to, I know we talked about Veru, so very, very quickly on Veru, it just made another break of the high of the day. This is super strong today, so continuing to break higher. And if you are watching, the big level is around $17. That feels like it's incoming, so I'm getting locked and loaded for 17 on Veru. What a strong day it's had, up 18%. I mean, the market's strong move, but kind of feel like we've neglected this one.
Yeah, we've done really well on some of these names today, and we're going to hope to do the same thing. We did get our firm bid there for a whopping 10 cents. We actually got 62 there on a firm, so we got 10 cents there worth of a trade. I still think we fall in. I don't know about this 23.35 area. I don't even think we hold that. I mean, I think if we fall on a firm, we can get right down into 23 bucks. So that's really what we're holding out for, and we did empty out some of our Apple trade, as you guys know, upsized position. We got to get it out. I'm thinking the same thing, man. Hopefully we can retest some of these levels as maybe the NASDAQ does want to fade out a little bit here. We had to absorb this all the way down, so let's try not to be too hasty with our outs here. Make sure that we capture some profits. But yeah, what a crazy day, man. Let's see if a firm can go to the downside. Let's see if Apple can continue to go to the downside. It's been a good one. So, I think without any further ado here, we can probably wrap this thing up. It was a great day. Join us back for Tuesdays with Tony at 2:45. So we got that one coming through. That should be a lot of fun. He's going to be sitting there talking some stock and giving some Tonyisms as well. So that should be really fun. Glad we thought about that.
Yeah, definitely the Tonyisms. It's definitely worthwhile, but this market is worthwhile. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. You're going to head right on over to Trader Prad and Ian. Go get them.
Yeah, buddy, time for the Midday Movers show with Trader Prad and Ian. Let's get some party going. Let's get some fun going. I know we got lots of movers, lots of stuff to talk about. Feel free to throw your tickers in the chat. And obviously, it's Tony Tuesday, baby. You're about to see Tony at 2:45 or so today. So stay tuned for that. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be an awesome, action-packed show throughout the day. Let's see what Ian did today.
Yeah, no, this morning has been it's been kind of crazy. Like a lot of things in play today. Like we talked about Target, Amazon, obviously like a second day move. I've actually crushed Amazon today. I've traded pretty well. I was originally trying to look long. I had like the bounce in mind. But the early play was a short, right? And like Sean and Neil were talking about taking that short play off of like 122 and 122.50 area, those pre-market highs. But if you didn't get in pre-market, you were kind of getting in a little late if you got in after the market had opened, right? So initially I had a really bad short below 121, so that stopped out for a small loss. And then after that, like buying kind of stepped up above 121, right? So since then, I was just kind of trying to play the bounce. I tried going long here in front of like 121.50 area and just kind of stopped out for a small L. And then took it long through 122, right? And then I started scalping it. Took it, added back to it again in front of 122 and scalped that out. Then I was like super patient with it. It did pull back with the market there, but then once the market started like kind of jailbreaking to the upside and Amazon kind of reclaimed VWAP, I added back to Amazon again just when it broke out above 122.50. These exits here were a little bit premature. But I was kind of scaling out in front of the previous high a day, so that's okay. I can live with that. But eventually it came up to 124, which was that huge level from yesterday, which rejected, right? And I kind of wanted to short off that, but I just missed it. And it kind of blasted through and then fell back through. But that looks like it could have been a really good play there as well for the short rejection off 124. I also traded Tesla today. Tesla, we were looking at that 700 level, right? 700, a big level from last week there. It didn't really break down when, Tesla was kind of pushing SSR almost down 10% that one day. But Tesla making a stronger move today, reclaiming that 700. So I was kind of like Neil was talking about scalping off that $700. So I was kind of trying to do that. I stopped out here. That was a premature entry, but, small L there. Then again, went long above 700. Scalped that out for about $3-4. And then I just put my stop at break even, but it turns out these were the money fills here. And I should have been adding here because look at the move Tesla made up to tested almost 720, right? So if you had that long off 700, that was a great long, and hopefully you capitalized on that one.
Kai was just mentioning GitLab off of my call yesterday. Yeah, it's I'm actually pretty annoyed right now because to start off the day with, obviously we had a lot of movers. We had Target, we had Amazon from yesterday, the split day. We had the Affirm and Apple news coming in yesterday at the end of the day. So my eyes were more on that one. That being said, I was watching GitLab in pre-market. Volume at around 9 o'clock or so on GitLab was just 9,000 or maybe barely even 10,000 shares on GitLab before the open. So I said, if there's no volume on this stock, it's already up 7%, market's down, I'm going to be trying to look for shorts instead. So I was looking to short Target all day, pretty much got burnt on this trade trying to short it. Instead, I should have just stuck with my idea of GitLab, which is, it doesn't matter if the market's down on the day to begin with or up on the day. We know the stock had a positive earnings. We know how the stock moves off of earnings report. And now I just want to really quickly check. I'm just upset that, I wanted that long on this one, 10 times relative volume. So I don't even know. I wish I almost didn't look at this stock, and I wish you didn't mention it, because then I wouldn't be as upset as I am right now, and I would be just moving on with the show and just having fun with the show. But yeah, overall, GitLab once again giving you that promised move, as it always does on the earnings report to the north side, giving you multiple percentages. Today up 25, 26% here with 4 million shares traded and a 10 relative volume on GitLab. Target, we already saw what Target was doing today. Another stock that I was trading was Affirm. So I was shorting Affirm all the way through pre-market, through the open. Was waiting for a break of 22 to the downside, which never came through. Reloaded in the same areas as I was during the open and off the pre-market areas, got stopped out on the break of 23, and now we're just waiting patiently to see where other opportunities come in. And I'm going to pass it over to Ian, because that gives me an opportunity to be a little bit more upset about GitLab long that I should have been in.
Yeah, the market's, some people saying the market's kind of pulling back a bit, and it kind of is. It reclaimed this 4,100 area. 4080 was a level, and if you look at the intraday charts from last week, 4080 was a little support level, but once it kind of reclaimed 4100, it's just been kind of off to the races. So this is a minor pullback. Someone said FB short, and that looks pretty good if you kind of short it off 196 a breakdown. It couldn't really reclaim that level there, but now it's kind of testing this potential support area 194.50, 195. So when you're shorting a pullback like this, especially on a strong uptrending day, it's more likely going to be a scalp, so just kind of keep that in mind. Take what you can get and manage your risk appropriately. $1 in the money, Amazon. Yeah, Sean shorted that 124. He talked about kind of being a little bit patient, and you really did have to be patient with it, right? If you were short bias, it was kind of weak in the morning. Neil kind of mentioned that as well. It was kind of lagging behind other stocks that were kind of moving up. But yeah, this 124 level was it. We talked about how strong that was yesterday, and look exactly what it did. It bounced right off of it, and now it's kind of testing VWAP again.
GitLab climbing, yeah, I mean, kind of saw that one coming, didn't we? Right now, I want to talk about Shopify, because about an hour ago or so, Brendan put it in our chat that Shopify has got approved for a stock split. So back to the upside go Shopify. We know Shopify back in the day used to be near $1,000 and so on, and has been dropped off quite a bit. Now almost up 4% today. The market coming in with a crazy reversal move. I think the market was actually down 1% to begin with. S&P 500 now up about 0.25%, and NASDAQ up slightly above 0.25%, almost 0.5%, I think, which we were. Now we're only up 0.4, and trying to keep on extending the move to the north side across the board. Amazon today has been in the red zone. I did get a short on Amazon today off the pre-market areas when it bumped up to 120, 122.50s or so, and I quickly scalped it out back at VWAP. Lots of buying coming in over here on Amazon near 121s or so. The longs were clearly the right trade. I just didn't have it in me to push along, and Amazon missed out on that move. Now Amazon has just been giving you almost a trend to the upside, giving you higher highs and higher lows, inching its way right back to the 124 bottom that was created yesterday. If you guys were to open up the chart from yesterday and look at how many times Amazon pinged that 124 lows, and bounced off of that, giving you multiple dollars per share longs off of that level, and now giving you almost the same kind of trade, but to the downside in a short direction. Novavax news. Yeah, Novavax does have a news for it. Oh, wait, they just halted.
No,
We'll go to Brandon.
halted.
We'll go to Brandon.
There we go. Quick update for you guys. Yeah, you saw still halted, no resumption time yet, but there was an update on this meeting that is still underway. The review panel, FDA review panel, coming out with a few comments, and it's nothing we haven't heard before. They basically said that it does reduce the chance of severe disease. This is talking about their COVID vaccine. There's also a little bit of inflammation, heart inflammation concerns coming from this as well. So nothing we haven't heard before, but yeah, NVAX still halted, guys. So we'll give you an update when it comes.
Yeah, so still halted, waiting to see how that meeting will come out, and if obviously to the upside or to the downside off the meeting, we'll see a big move whenever it unhalts over there. Just gotta wait. So news halts take a little bit longer. They don't have a time limit as to when they have to throw that out. Could be today, hopefully today, and if it's not today, then we'll just have to wait to see when that comes out eventually.
Yeah, I've had Novavax on my side screen there just in case it opens up. You know, we're obviously going to want to take a look at it and see if there's a play potentially on it, right? I want to talk a bit more about Target, just because Target, you know, they changed their forecast for the profits and whatnot, and it looks super weak this morning. Like it was down like 7%, and I think we were all a little bit too short bias on it. And you know, we were looking at this 150 level just because looking at the daily, you know, below 150, that's kind of like the abyss, right? Like there's nothing really down there. But yeah, look, it just reclaimed 150, and it kind of just blew through that, and it was so strong this morning. Like, and where were you going to really like get a short trade on it if you weren't long already? Like it's tough, right? Like I don't think 158 was really a level on the daily, so it's tough to kind of play off that. That's like sort of like just an intraday resistance there. But you know, if you had that long, then congratulations. But yeah, definitely the short. As soon as it kind of started just ripping up to the upside there, I just kind of laid off because it wasn't really like following what I planned for. On that one. I was also kind of taking a look at KSS. KSS was also kind of in the news as well. You know, they had more buyout news, potentially putting together a deal for like $60 a share. I wanted this 46 level, just kind of looking at the daily. 46 was like a support here, and you know, we haven't really reclaimed that level. But the movement off of it wasn't really like what I was looking for. I was looking for like more like volume and more volatility off there. But you know, there was a decent short there, but if you caught it. But yeah, I was just kind of more focused on like faster moving things, more volatile things like Amazon and whatnot there. You guys are the best. Yeah, thank you so much. You know, it isn't easy what we do, and we're trying our best here. So we're happy that you guys can keep watching us and enjoy the trading day here with us. One short target 156.86. Yeah, nice. You know, we kind of talked about Target. It was a tough short, so if you got that short and you took profits on it, congratulations. That's pretty good. Microsoft did the same thing. I should have seen the move in Target. Let's take a quick look at Microsoft. I haven't really focused too much on Apple and Microsoft. Has been busy with Tesla and Amazon there, but yeah, Microsoft, yeah, made a really strong move as well. You know, the market looks so weak this morning, but then, you know, it just kind of got trail breaking open to the upside, right? And, you know, started reclaiming a lot of levels to the upside. So, you know, it was tough to kind of get short. A lot of shorts would have just been scalps this morning. But yeah, as soon as the market kind of held that support and all these stocks started ripping up to the upside, you know, the long was definitely in play.
Brendan just called out GLOP. Days high, still moving to the north side. 2 million shares traded so far on this, $6 stock, but on a relative volume scale, it's probably doing a ton. So let's go check out that. 12 times relative volume. Gas Log Partners. I thought I remember seeing a news about these guys a long time ago. October 13th, yeah, October 13th of 2021. I remember seeing this one. But moving back to the north side here, they go to, let's go see on the dailies how the chart looks. And on the dailies, looks like we cleared pretty good resistance around $6 not too long ago. Actually, it was sometime last week, and now extending on that move a little bit more. 9% up and still trying to keep on ripping. Husa high a day also being called out. Looks like energy stocks are back in play once again. I guess they never really stop being in play, making sure I didn't click any buttons on my thing. But yeah, energy stocks right back into play again. Husa 35%, going to take out the high day right now near $6.66. Let's see if we can actually break the devil's number here and keep on, running past this. Oh, looks like there's somewhat of a barrier there. That looked like an iceberg order at $6.67, but maybe it just was a order being refreshed again and again. But now clearly we're getting above it and keep on pushing to the north side. New high day keeps on coming in, and the volume is not really going down on the stock. That being said, it's only 11:14. We still got about a good hour or so before the volume event, where the lunchtime, that is, I'm talking about, before volume runs away from the market. I want to go check on XLE, since we were talking about Husa, to see what the energy ETF is looking like, and that kind of gives you the overall idea of how Oxy, CVX, XOM, any energy stock across the board is basically doing at the moment. Everything is just taking off. Husa will give you that cash, rocket ship to the moon, baby. It's natural gas, GLOP.
Yeah, I wanted to take a look at Apple. A couple people mentioned it there in the chat, and Apple's making a similar move here. I think this 145 is like a serious level on Apple. Like, it's just been like a weekly kind of support here. Once it got reclaimed, it's tested, but it's held successfully. Waiting for this 150, of course. Yeah, today's strong move by Apple, and kind of carrying the market up with it. We talked about it a lot yesterday. They had their events, and it kind of like uplifted the market there in the midday show, right? So making a good. Not surprised that it's making a strong move today, and testing closer to potentially 150 by end of the day. We'll see, right? Some people want to talk about Penn, so I'll quickly bring that up as well. I saw that it was making a really, really strong move as well. I'm not sure the news on this one, but the intraday chart looks really, really really bullish. Once it kind of reclaimed this 30 level, there was a lot of consolidation here, but now it's kind of breaking out to the upside and kind of pushing new highs. So if you bought that dip, good for you. Keep holding, because there's probably no real resistance until this consolidation area around like 36.50, 37 is probably when this is going to start potentially turning around. Target trying to do the same. Yeah, we talked about Target a bit earlier, so I'm just kind of keeping this one on watch. It is pulling back a bit, but yeah, Target was so strong this morning. So any sort of short, if you had that, probably a scalp. But yeah, as long as it's above VWAP, I'm still going to assume that it's going to be strong on the day.
Yeah, so Target has been ridiculous, man. I don't even know what to say. There was a point in the day where I looked at Target and I looked at Sharif behind me and I said, there's no way Target breaks 150 to the upside. And here we are pretty much next to 160 almost. High day of 159.67. I think that comes from the pre-market high. But it's an insane move for Target to the upside. Now the question is, where does Target close at today? So far, we're already above the 100 period EMA. We're above VWAP. We're above the 50 period EMA. And even with the negative catalyst, Target just does not want to go to the downside. Looks like the market makers just said, okay, well, the whole world wants to go short. Let's just burn them by moving the stock to the upside. And that's exactly what it looks like is happening right now. A couple of price target cuts on Penn National Gaming, says Brendo in our chat. So let's go check out Penn National on NASDAQ. 800,000 shares traded today, but actually moving to the upside with the rest of the market. And right now the market is getting ready to push a little bit more lower. It looks like the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 both. Penn with that move could be pushing to the downside, along with the price target catalyst coming in for these casino stocks, I guess gambling stocks as you guys can call them. Penn, and if Penn is getting downgraded, the chances are DKNG will most likely follow along to the downside, and actually has been negative all day. Penn is in the positive territories by 2.34. DKNG negative by 1.3, with 6 million shares traded. A lot more volume on Penn today. Do you guys know what Shopify price will be after the split? I could look into the details of it, but right now, off the hand, I don't know what the prices are. We just know that the split got approved not too long ago, and yeah, we'll have to do more research. CHPT being called out by Mike Crahan. ChargePoint. Let's go check out what ChargePoint is doing. I know ChargePoint had its earnings not too long ago and moved to the up a little bit, I believe. And today they're up 3% to the north side. but coming down with the rest of the market. The chart pretty much looks like the market beta, if you ask me. So here's your NASDAQ chart. Pretty much looks exactly like the NASDAQ chart overall, and now coming back to the downside with the help of the beta, market beta.
Yeah, a couple of people asking about the stock split on Shopify. So similar to like the Amazon split, like if it's doing a 10-to-1 split, then you could just divide the price of that stock that day before it splits by 10, and then you'll get the approximate price that it'll open at the next day after it splits, right? So we don't know what that price will be because it hasn't split yet, right? So just kind of keep that in mind. Some people call out Tesla. It's kind of bouncing off this support area. Yeah, I don't want to play it until it gets 700. Like I traded this poorly. I should have been adding here instead of kind of stopping out, but that's okay. Obviously, you get the big move up to 720, right? But this 700 is clearly a level, and we were talking about it a lot last week when it was kind of coming down to that level, and it never really broke it. It broke it briefly this morning, and I think a lot of us kind of wanted that short play, but once it got reclaimed, we were kind of changed our mind, and this is how you kind of play over under. You take a key level, and if there's buying above it, you buy. If there's selling below it, you sell, right? So you kind of ride the wave and try not to get caught on the opposite side of that, right? But yeah, any sort of scalp off 700 was the play. But yeah, I'm just gonna be patient, kind of wait for that level to come back and play. If it doesn't, then I'll leave it. If it does, then yeah, we'll see. Someone's saying AMD 105.
Looks like Brandon has something for us at the screen. Let's check out the screen.
Just quickly, guys, on AERC, big mover from yesterday. Back towards the highs from yesterday. In fact, $5 might come into play here. Remember, they got FDA approval on a air filtration system yesterday. So big volume coming into AERC again.
AERC, thank you, Brandon. Let me just ban this guy in there. Yeah, just ban him. Not even delete messages. They're not in the chat anymore. AERC being called out. Let's go check out what AERC is looking like. I know it was moving up, and okay, it is moving up right now, but it is down on the day, sadly, almost by 1%. Let's see how much higher can we take this position to off that catalyst, or does it push right back to the downside? I know people are still talking about ChargePoint. ChargePoint apparently being called out, that it's being talked about on the CNBC. I'm actually seeing right now being talked about cloud software such as MongoDB, CRM, and so on. MongoDB at the moment moving to the north side, 7% up overall, ripping to the upside today. Was there an earnings report on MDB today? Let me just quickly go make sure. I know they had their earnings report not too long ago. Yeah, they already had their earnings report on the 1st of June and have been ripping ever since to the upside. Right back to $300. Looks like they want to go to high day today on MDB, $299. And some of the volume might be coming in from the CNBC talk as they're talking about hunting for cheap cloud-based companies such as MDB and so on.
Yeah, we can look back at.
How back are you going there on your chart, buddy?
I was trying to see something on my chart there, but on the side screen. But yeah, no, looking at back to AMD here, it kind of blasted through that 105 level. I kind of left AMD alone for a bit. I got into a pattern there where I was kind of over trading AMD like almost every day, but so I've kind of just been focusing on other things. But this 106 level has been like an intraday level for so many days in a row now, and so there's no surprise that it kind of turned around here yesterday. It didn't really hold yesterday, but it seems to have acted as a resistance today. Looking at the daily, this 100 level is still a huge level in mind for sure. So if it plays around there, then I'm going to look to get back involved potentially. But while it's kind of trading in no man's land, especially today, it is doing lower volume. I'm more used to AMD pushing like hundreds of over 100 mil volume on the day. It's only at about 36 right now. So other things in play for sure, like the retail names and the likes of like Amazon and whatnot. So I kind of left AMD alone today. So we'll kind of leave it at that. Can you please check out VSCO? Sure, let's take a quick look at that.
Not really doing any volume on that stock. I pulled it up. It's let's go see what the relative volume is on that one. Relative volume, oh, it's Victoria's Secret. Okay, now that's something, you know, we love. We love. 1.39 relative volume is not bad at all. Anytime a stock is doing 1 relative volume, which means it's doing equal to the past. Anytime over 1, which is doing a lot more than the past, and 2 is like really good. So 1 is not really bad, but at the moment, you know, not really a trade for me to be making off the stock. You know, the chart looks very illiquid. Looks like there's nothing going on. It's down 3%, and it's gonna be down most likely 3% for the rest of the day, unless a bigger volume push to the downside comes in from the market, taking us right below to the low of day on VSCO. But right now, nothing really is going on. I know they also had their earnings report recently, Victoria's Secret, and they also branched off of their parent holding, I believe, right? Victoria, I forget who their parent holding is that they branched off of. But yeah, overall, today I would say no trade. We have this double bottom coming in near 38.50s or so, double bottom from the 24th of May. Maybe there's some buying coming in near 38.50s, allowing the position to not go too much further than that. But overall, just no trade for today. Just leave it alone, I would say. It's perfectly fine. 3-day lower highs on SQQQ. Yeah, that's just the QQQ at the end of the day. So when you're talking about lower highs on the SQQ, you're basically just looking at the overall market for me. And SQQ is the inverse of it. So every time the market goes up, SQQ goes down. Every time the market goes down, SQQQ goes up. People who have less of a you know, buying power go towards those leverage ETFs to trade with, and there's nothing wrong with that. I personally just go directly to the NASDAQ futures because, you know, I'm at a prop firm. Buying power is not a worry for me, and when I'm in that situation where buying power is not a worry for me, the only thing I have to worry about is you know, managing my risk and so on. So maybe managing a risk a little bit would be easier on those 3 times leverage than QQQ or on the futures, just because of how much each point moves around for. But overall, man, you're just trading the market. So if you're talking about if you're talking about higher lows on the SQQs, you're basically talking about lower lows on the QQQs, which means the market has been trending lower for the past few days. That's all it is at the end of the day.
Some people wanted to take a look at Snap, and you know what? Snap was actually on my watch this morning, just because of what happened yesterday. You know, with Facebook, you're making that big move. So I was originally looking at like this 1540 level. This is like a 30-minute chart here. There is this earnings gap, right? So after their earnings, they got destroyed to the downside. But I'm kind of watching this 1540 level to see if that kind of breaks out. Above that, maybe 16. But there is this huge gap to 21, right? So, you know, kind of looking at the day or the intraday chart here, look exactly where it kind of turned around. It did break out above 1540, but no real buying above it. And then it's rejecting the level, right? So until there's like real buying above this 1540 level, you know, then you could start to like kind of look long and potentially fill that gap to the upside. But yeah, no, that's a play that I'm going to have on my mind for sure. And you can see it even better here on the daily chart. And in talks of Snap, let's take a quick look at Facebook there, because Facebook was the original big mover off of yesterday, right, on the midday showing, and all that buying came in. And we've talked about how it's been pretty strong, like since that news where the COO left, and it held 191 here in the pre-markets, and it's just been kind of ripping to the upside a bit. It's not up on the day, but you know, it is a little bit stronger. You know, the whole market was kind of fading down towards to the downside in the morning, but now it's kind of reclaimed that, and you know, it is trading around VWAP. So hopefully this can kind of make a bounce here. The market is kind of threatening turning red on the day here, but you know, we talked about how it already reclaimed 4100. So you know, if that starts to break down, if 4080 breaks down, then you know, maybe then I'll be like super bearish on it. But until then, I'm gonna try waiting for some key levels to come into play. And maybe buy some dips, right? I saw someone else said earlier, buy the dips, sell the rips. That's been the play. Yeah, just keep recycling what's been working, right? Keep doing what's been working. Stick to your plan, and you know, keep spamming what's working for you.
That's right. Keep on repeating what's been working for you. Someone mentioned Roblox. So I'm looking at Roblox right now. Roblox with the 9 million shares traded today. Very flat on the day, not really doing much. Looks like we capped out near $32. We did get a breakout of 32 to 32.03, and right back to VWAP goes Roblox. Pretty much flat on the day, nothing exciting going on. And S&P 500 and NASDAQ once again are now back to being flat instead of being positive, which was a pretty clean long on the overall market. Market just ripping the north side not too long ago, being up, I believe, was maybe 0.5% at one point, 0.25% at least.
Almost, yeah.
0.25% at least on the S&P 500, but now coming back to being flat. Let's see where the market takes off from here. Back to the downside, or do we go back again straight to the high day and then create new high days, which would be pretty insane to see on the market. Some of the other stocks that you guys are calling out is actually KSS. I know KSS had another catalyst about the same buyout rumor and so on. Looks like they're actually thinking about going through with that buyout right now. And I can't remember the number off the top of my head.
There's two potential deals for KSS.
Yeah.
There's one for $64 a share, I believe, and then the one that they were talking about this morning was for $60 a share. Nothing confirmed yet. But that's why I was kind of on our radar this morning. But we kind of already talked about it. It was pretty much like a no trade. There wasn't too much kind of going on with it on that front. Some people saying Amazon inflection here. I'm assuming you mean 121.50. This 121.50 was the level from pre-markets that held up once it got reclaimed, right? So yeah, if we quickly just take a look at my screen there, it is kind of bouncing off this area. The market is kind of fading in, and I don't want to do what I did yesterday, midday. So midday, as Amazon was kind of falling down, I was like super long biased, and I just kept trying to buy dips and kind of just getting run over as the market was trending down. So I just want to be patient. I want to see like actual buyers kind of step up, and then I'll kind of consider going long on it. I've already reached my daily goal on the day on Amazon alone, so I don't want to give back these profits. Just kind of chasing dips here. But yeah, let's just kind of be patient and pick our spots.
Kai was in the chat earlier talking about GitLab. I know GitLab has been money for you so far. Let's quickly go over to check out what GitLab is doing. Looks like we had a pretty good top coming in near $50 or so on GitLab, and now pushing back to VWAP. Some of the other stocks you're throwing in there, FRGE, Veru, HUSA. We can go take a look at HUSA in a bit. So let's go take a quick look at FRGE. A little low on the volume end, but still moving to the upside today, 12.73. What is the relative volume on this? I know FRGE was called out not too long ago when it was doing tons of volume. So little light on the volume end, clearly only 0.78 relative volume, but still giving you that move that I guess you would be excited about, moving 12% to the upside. What the other stocks that you put in? HUSA, we looked at HUSA. Veru, always very nice to take a look at. 18 million shares today, still moving, man. This stock just can't stop, won't stop. Every day we look at the stock, it looks like it's another 20% move on the upside for this position. So what a crazy stock. NYMM, I believe this was the Chinese ADR that was in play yesterday. Still in play today a little bit, 8.4% to the upside, and just beautiful. Looks like Kai is killing it with the longs over there. Absolute beauty longs across the board. Good job, Kai.
Couple of people talking about Affirm here, and Sean's short Affirm as well, probably off that 24 level. Yeah, I think if you were short bias any of these stocks today, you had to be like super patient on it. It bounced off this 22. But then it didn't really start turning around until it's 24. And I was kind of looking at the daily here just to see where it would potentially turn around. And I'm no surprise here that it's the 24 level, just because that acted as intraday support last week, right? So, once support kind of breaks down, it can potentially act as resistance. So once it's started to test that, especially making like a pretty strong intraday move to the upside, it has to pull back eventually, right? Unless there's like a super strong catalyst or something like that, it has to pull back eventually. So just be patient. If you would have waited for this 24 to get short, it's a solid winner, and you're in the money about 50-60 cents on that. So nice trade for Sean and whoever else who had that short in the chat there. Facebook long here. Let's take a quick look at Facebook. We kind of talked about how it's been strong recently, but yeah, it is pulling back. Kind of looking at these 193 levels potentially if you're looking at intraday support, but what I've found recently is I like to buy dips at major key levels as opposed to like kind of intraday levels. I find like especially when the market is trending down, when I've bought these dips, I've been kind of getting run over, right? So, you do have to maybe like risk a bit more, maybe size down a bit if you are going to start buying these intraday levels. But yeah, I'll probably be more patient and wait if like 191 comes back into play, especially when the market is like ranging like this, right? Like the market has been ranging quite a bit and consolidating for like the past week or so. There hasn't been like too strong of a catalyst to kind of sway the market in either direction. So it's been kind of like just like bouncing around and that kangaroo market that we kind of always talk about. So it's very easy to get chopped up, and you have to stick to your rules and play the range.
Thank you, Ian. I'm looking over at the financial ETF because someone, Graveyard Cook, mentioned JP Morgan's making them money. So I just wanted to take a look at what's going on over at the overall ETF. Looks like the financial ETF is doing a whole lot of nothing. Zilch movement coming in. But let's go take a look at what JP Morgan might be doing in the exact same. So I'm guessing you're somewhere long over here, and the long just gave you a nice little pop to take advantage of, or you're short somewhere over here and in front of 130 and you're taking advantage of this move over here. Overall, man, not really something to be trading, but I'm happy that you're able to make a trade out of it. At the end of the day, no real answer. I've been logged out of my session. What, Google Chat? What do you mean? But overall, no real reason to be trading JP Morgan today, in my opinion. No catalyst. We always talk about looking for reasons to be trading a stock. There needs to be a catalyst for it. There's got to be volume behind it and an actual reason. Even if that reason is the wrong side for you, for example, Target, right? The reason for me to trade Target today was it came out with a negative report, said they oversupplied themselves on the inventory side and are worried about their profit margins over the next year or so. But they also did mention that they should be somewhat decent halfway through the year and start making money again. So maybe that's part of the reason why, and also it's been beat down quite a bit, and our people are looking to buy up the same levels that the earnings bottom came in for Target. So if you were to pull up Target over here, you'll see on the earnings day the bottom came in around 145, and today the bottom came in around 147, giving you the perfect opportunity to 143, 145 again, giving you the perfect opportunity to load up the longs around the same area where the earnings bottom came in, and showing you that your idea, your bias, your mentality, everything was wrong, and we're gonna burst past 150 and keep on ripping to the upside. Hindsight is 2020. So I can be up here and saying, okay, that was obvious, that made a lot of sense, but I was also the one who told Sharif, off the pre-market, there's no shot Target breaks 150. But the point I'm coming back to over here is, we need a catalyst for the stock to be trading the stock. We need volume behind the position to be trading the position, and Target would be under that category because Target has 7 times relative volume. Over 2 is what I always look for, and the catalyst, you guys have already heard me talk about that catalyst quite a bit. AMD looks weak today. Yeah, I would say it looks weak today too. It's been down on the day for the whole part. I don't think AMD ever really got back to being flat on the day. And if it did, it doesn't really matter because we pushed right back to the downside, down 1.4% on AMD at the moment. And the overall market just trying to flirt with staying somewhat flat, somewhat, not really turn too much into the negative zone. S&P 500 down 7.7%, and NASDAQ down 0.1%, whereas UVXY today, this is your VIX ETF, UVXY, up 0.42% overall and trying to bounce off of the $13 level. Last but not least, your VIX today is at $25.
Yeah, that 25 level on the VIX seems to be a level, we're kind of bouncing around there, but yeah, no real bias until, there's one sort of direction that kind of gets reclaimed there. But yeah, Target was definitely a hard trade. We talked about that 150 level, and I think Sharif went long on that, if I'm not mistaken. So, congrats to him for taking that. But we were all kind of short biased. But I wanted to bring this up again, just because I wanted to talk about following your plan and whatnot. I was short biased on Target today, but once I kind of saw it ripping up and a lot of strength coming up to the buy side, I just left it alone. And then because of that, I did take the first loss on Amazon, right? So when Amazon was kind of selling off right at open, I got a little bit of FOMO. I can't lie. I got a little bit of FOMO. I chased the short. I took that loss early on Amazon, right? You know, you got to manage your risk accordingly and make sure you don't blow up on the first trade sort of thing. But yeah, no, I FOMO'd into that trade. I quickly realized I was long, and you know, I wanted to play the bounce on, and that's exactly what I did. But it's so important to kind of follow your plan. If things don't go according to your plan, you know, then leave it alone, right? You don't have to trade it. There's going to be other opportunities. You're not going to get rich off one trade in a single day, right? You might, but the chances are you won't. So, you know, keep going for those base hits and keep following your plan.
Victor wants to talk about the GitLab short from here. I don't know. I think that's a reach. I think you're chasing for that short, which already played out. It looks like 50, 54, or the break of 50 to the high side was pretty much the best chance you could have getting a short fill on GitLab today. Right now, moving right back to VWAP, finding buyers in front of 48, finding buyers in front of VWAP, which looks like it wants to do throughout the day. I wouldn't really try to be short over here just for a small move off to the downside, right? Because I know the real level is somewhere over here above $50 or near $50. I would just wait for that. If you are looking to go short over here, then maybe keep your stops tight and you know, get out for a quick little loss and come back in for a different price point, maybe closer to $50 once you see that it's not working for you. But and that's the way I would be trading it if I was looking to get short over here. But right now, I wouldn't even be thinking about short GitLab to begin with, because you know, I would be buying on all the dips. If I was long over here on the breakout of 44, which would have been my original entry, let's say I was long on the break of 44 and there was actually volume to begin with on GitLab, I would have gone long 44, added at the break of 45, probably added on the VWAP consolidation on the way back here, and then probably be adding over here and waiting for that home run of a trade on GitLab, because that's my home run of a call out. And I've seen this happen last time. The last time earnings report came out, GitLab went from $30 to $60. So it was almost a, you know, history repeats itself type of trade. GitLab goes from $30 to $60 in the span of 3 days. Obviously, we're a day trading firm here. We don't hold anything past 4 o'clock, but that doesn't mean I can't repeat the same type of move. So over here, we got to move from 37 to 47. Today we got 43 to 53, almost $50 basically. I'm expecting some bigger move coming to the, what EMA is that? What blue EMA is that? That's the 100-period EMA for me on the daily chart. I'm expecting that move to the $56. I'm expecting that move to the $60 coming in very soon once again, just to retest the highs that we created off the first earnings report on GitLab. So, you know, I can never not talk enough good things about GitLab, the same way how I can never talk enough bad things about Peloton.
Someone said here, I need a shot caller for whenever I break my trading rules. You know, if you made that and distributed,
I'll buy one.
Yeah, you know, you'd probably sell a lot of them to a lot of traders. That's for sure. You know, that's a good idea. But yeah, you know, that's what it's all about. Like staying disciplined, being disciplined, following your rules. It's increasingly difficult. Like, you know, so we're here with you. We're day trading with you, so we understand, right? There goes snap falling below VWAP. Let's take a quick look at that again. We talked about that 1540 level being in play. Yeah, it is testing VWAP and, you know, potentially kind of breaking down. But it looks like it can potentially just kind of trade the range like a lot of things today. Someone said the market looking like it's, you know, maybe a reversal, not really a pullback here. It is kind of coming off. It is like potentially bouncing here, but you know, what level is this, right? Like we're kind of just in no man's land, right? So, you know, be careful if you are kind of buying this bounce. We kind of talked about buying dips around key levels, major key levels, as opposed to kind of just like random no man's land or intraday levels. So, you know, I'm really waiting for 4100 to kind of be tested again. Maybe VWAP, maybe it bounces there a little bit above 4100. Of course, it could be wrong. It could just like start ripping to the upside, but yeah, you know, this pullback is being a little bit extended here. So, you know, it is around that time when the market starts to kind of fade out and you know, maybe start consolidating and volume starts to die down. So just kind of be careful with that. dead cat bounce, yeah, potentially, right? That's what we're kind of just talking about. So wouldn't be surprised if it was just kind of a dead cat bounce. Affirm still falling. Let's take a quick look at that. We talked about that 24 level. It is kind of fading out, but yeah, it's kind of consolidating. Volume kind of fading out to the short side there. But yeah, if you're still short, there's no real reason to kind of cover that, depending on your price, of course. But yeah, until it starts to kind of really reclaim, I don't know, maybe like 23.60 and test 24 again, then yeah, no real reason to kind of cover. So if you're short, keep holding.
Yeah, so a couple comments coming in the chat as to what exactly is the VWAP. So, you know, a couple things that you could do is go directly over to our YouTube channel. And then I think you can search somewhere, right? Yeah, you can search right here. Type in VWAP in the search box and see how we got a bunch of videos showing up over here. Where is it? The first few videos anyways. Pro secrets, how to use VWAP for huge profits, trading VWAP for huge profits. All right, it looks like we have the same title over there twice. But at least this one's an actual trade of the day, right? I think this one's a trade of the day. This one's talking about Neil's plug power trade with the help of VWAP. And this one's talking about how to generally use VWAP for the overall huge profits with another example of another trade. So you can go over here, search over here, a couple moving averages, moving averages, and you'll find tons of educational content that Neil, Sean, and Brendan work very hard to record for you. But real quick, I can give you a real quick explanation as to what it is. It is the volume weighted average price. So it is kind of giving you an indication what the average price should be according to the volume that's taking place for the. There's a formula behind it too. So once you bring in the formula to it, you can understand exactly what's going on. So I would urge people to go over to, there's some, you know, free websites out there like Investopedia. I think it's Investopedia.
Investopedia is pretty good. Like, it does a good job of like explaining a lot of like stock market related stuff, but like a lot of the indicators as well. So it's a good resource for sure.
So I would, you know, we're not affiliated by these guys or anything, but you can go over to Investopedia if you ever want to, and quickly read up about the formula. So I just saw the formula here somewhere, and I missed it. Anyways, you can read up more about it over here, or you can go over to our YouTube videos and watch it on that end. And make sure that you're smashing that like button every time you watch it, especially if it helps you, because that helps our YouTube algorithm. As you can see today, we only have 1.4K likes and we have 4,330 people watching. So not even half the like counts up there. Let's get that number boosted up there. While we're talking about the like count, let's just go right into the rest of the YouTube spiel, which is you know, hit that subscribe button, hit that join button if you think we're worthy of your membership. If you want to join our membership, that is. You can also go right over to the store on the homepage of our YouTube channel and buy some of the merchandise we have in store for you. You know, a nice iPhone case. I don't know why we don't have an Android phone over here. Come on, guys. But you know, nice iPhone case. We got some lids, some hoodies and so on, even some shirts. So if you do end up buying any, make sure you post that picture on Twitter so we can share that with our friends and family. And you know, join the family, join the Trader TV umbrella. Look at these guys up here. Join the family.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for my my care package there to come in from Sean.
I know what you're looking at. Yeah, I was just gonna say, don't look at me. I'm not the one who be sending care packages.
I saw some buying come in on Amazon there, but it just kind of got quickly rejected. And you know, here we are talking about VWAP, right? And you know, a simple rule that I kind of like tried to play is, you know, it could be a good gauge of strength, right? So you know, if there's a lot of buying above VWAP, you know, usually that means it's a little bit stronger, and below. It might mean that's a little bit weaker, right? So if we kind of saw that, I know we kind of joined a little bit late, so we kind of missed the move here, but essentially a lot of buying came in around these levels, around like 120, 190, pushed up above 122, and just like rejected VWAP. So like I'll try to zoom in so you can see this wick. It just went like a tested VWAP and then kind of rejected. And now it's kind of pushing back below, right? So, you know, this to me, that may seem that, you know, Amazon maybe is a little bit weaker, right? And we see the market kind of pulling back as well. the market is above VWAP, but it could kind of test that back again. And, you know, a lot of things tend to kind of fall back towards VWAP if they are overextended to the upside, right? So kind of keep that in mind. Someone said maybe 122 short here. You know, that would have worked as well, you know, kind of risking potentially off VWAP. But, you know, it is kind of risky putting your stop at VWAP as those stops tend to get hunted pretty easily. But we kind of talked about 121.50 being a level on Amazon earlier just from the pre-market. So until that kind of really starts to break down, then you know, then you could look a little bit more bearish on it. That's for sure. But yeah, we talked about how I tried 121 short. That was a fail. Yeah, no, this 121.50 level seems to be like a level.
Do we have stickers? Yeah. Let me grab Sean's bottle real quick. So we do have stickers, but you know, I've never seen the sticker before. I think Sean printed it himself and never shares with us. I do want the sticker. It has it? Okay, so we do have that sticker. So if you can go over to our Shopify website, you can get that. I think that bottle was from there too, right? No, okay, never mind. But I do need a bottle like that. My bottle like that had a crack in it at the bottom, and it's broken now, so I lost that bottle. A nice little, a nice big bottle of water for myself. This one takes too much effort to refill every time.
Hydration Nation. I remember Sean used to say that all the time.
Yeah.
Back in the day, but yeah, no, important to stay hydrated while you're trading.
3K
sure.
likes and Prad shaves. Prad shaves for less than that, man. Listen, 3K likes is almost nothing now because I went blonde for 3K likes. So we need that number up there. We also have 4,000 people watching these days. So if we can get up to 3K likes, you know, we might do something fun. But I think the new goal is we can't keep on repeating the same goal from the past. We got to go for a new goal. The last one was 3K. Let's do 4K this time. If we get up to 4K, we'll do something fun. You know,
that being said, though, you know, we got to keep increasing what happens afterwards, right? So
yeah, we got to up the ante.
We got to up the ante, exactly.
Yeah, for sure, up the ante, no doubt about that.
Shaves his eyebrows. I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
You know, we could maybe work that out, but 2K
gotta still
ain't
stay
enough.
Presentable. That's
2K
for sure. Yeah,
ain't
2K not enough. That's
4K
for sure.
and Prad goes bald. That's easy. I've been buzz cut before. That's easy. That's not even that big of a deal. There goes SPY. Yeah, so here comes down the market. Someone mentioned, Prad, you were right about the GitLab idea. You know, maybe shorts wasn't good. So I guess I used my only one right call of the day. Now it's going to be wrong calls from here on out. Let's hope that's actually not the way it works out. GitLab is getting ready to get pushed down to the downside, pushed to the downside over here with the help of the overall market, which is going straight back to VWAP. S&P 500 now moving a little bit more into the red territories along with NASDAQ over here. And I'm guessing Sean's short on Amazon, AMZN, in front of 124, man. We called that level out. We said 124. Did you have that 124 short?
No, I didn't.
Come on, man. What are you doing over here? You're slacking.
Yeah,
but,
I was slacking.
You know, you could say the same question for me. I'm slacking too. But, you know, overall, man, this 124 level, I even zoomed back over here and I showed it to you how many times Amazon bounced off of that 124 to the upside yesterday. How many times is Amazon going to bounce off of 124 today? Obviously, we've only seen it once, but I think every time we see the stock go back up there, we're going to continuously see that bounce coming in. Sean is like, what, $2 in the money, $3 in the money?
I'm sure 123.20.
123.20 something. So he's still in the money though. I just can't do the math off the fly right now. And you know, overall, man, markets coming back to the downside. Markets showing some green candies right now on the 5-minute chart. So let's see if these green candies actually close green in the next 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, you know, it could potentially bounce off VWAP here. You know, we've been talking about that a lot. This is the ES, guys. But yeah, this 4,100 levels seem to be like this little consolidation area. So, you know, look for a bigger bounce potentially off there. But until then, you know, maybe a little bit of buying comes in above, right? You know, the market was super strong this morning, so not surprised that the market will eventually start to bounce again and, you know, test the highs of the day once again, right? So, you know, if you are in a short, you know, manage your risk accordingly. And don't get too greedy with it. We've been talking a lot about Amazon, this 124 level. You know, recycle levels, rinse and repeat, as a lot of people have been kind of saying. You know, until these levels get broken, until like a lot of buying starts to happen above 124 breaks out, and it starts showing strength above it, then you can kind of have the same mentality or bias as we did yesterday, like playing the long off 124, right?
What are the
But
3 R's? Like reuse, something, recycle? Reuse,
reduce, recycle. So I don't know how you can reduce.
Not the reduce part?
Maybe not the reduce, but reuse and recycle. Yeah, I guess those can apply to the
Instead of
stock
reduce,
market.
let's go with the redouble size.
Redouble. I don't know if that's a word. We might have to check that.
Words. We just make up words.
We might have to check that in the word of the day there, but yeah, no, this 124 definitely a level to play off for sure. And keep that in mind. These major key levels, you can keep playing off them until they're no more valid. So keep going. I'll go vegan for 100 shares of AMC. Not too sure what you mean about that, but in that sense,
someone in the chat said 10K likes to Prad to go vegan. Yeah, that's not happening.
That's tough, man. Vegan diet is tough. I've tried it for like. I can't last like more than a day. It's tough. It's tough.
Nah, no shot, man. No shot. I'm living vegan. I like my meat way too much. I like chicken. I like the steaks. I need steaks like at least once a week, or I'll just die.
Vegan?
What?
Lewis Hamilton.
Lewis Hamilton?
That's
probably why he's losing, man. He's losing these races. That's probably why.
He's been vegan for years, man.
And you know what? If he starts eating some chicken and some steak, man, that's some Red Bull action coming in that engine over there. You know what I mean? But no vegan action coming for me anytime soon. That's for sure.
6 years vegan. Yeah, congrats, man.
6 years
Congrats.
vegan. Wow, that's hard
huge.
work.
Yeah, that's hard work. That takes some commitment.
Ashton in chat is talking about the probability of the KSS deal going through. So, I like to think about these deals as wait until the news actually comes out and confirms it, in the same realm of what's going on with Twitter. So we know that the deal of Twitter is on the fear of getting canceled one day and on the fear of going through the other day. And investors like ourselves, or traders like ourselves, I can't call myself an investor when my account size is so little, but beginner investors such as myself and traders such as myself are always looking to trade stocks, but we get trapped up by these news drops randomly, or because Elon randomly wakes up one day and he's like, yeah, I don't want to trade Twitter, I don't want to buy Twitter anymore, and so on. Just wait for the news to drop, wait for the information to come out, and then you have solid information to lean on, and then you'll see algos jumping on the trades with you. You'll see other big money jumping on. You'll see big levels on the big thick levels on the level 2, and so on. And the same thing applies for KSS over here. Not Brankos. Ian has been trading buyouts a while now, so he knows to kind of just wait for the information to come out, and instead of just anticipating it, right? Participating.
Yeah, we always talk about that. Like it's like a famous saying that we have going on around here. Like participate, don't anticipate, right? Like wait for some solid news to come out, right? Like that Twitter. Some people talking about Twitter. This $40 is a level, but we've mentioned time and time again, like. We kind of traded Twitter a few times, like a couple days after that a deal kind of got announced, and we kind of wanted to see if there was like bigger moves to be kind of had there, but it just turned out to be like a super hard trade. And Elon, like, we're going back and forth, like, is this deal actually like even happening? Like a family friend was asking me yesterday, like, is Elon actually gonna buy Twitter? Like, who knows, man? Like, I think like how much was he gonna pay for? Like 44 mil or something like that? Something like that, but it would only cost him 1 mil to get out of the deal, right? So what do you think, like if Elon really doesn't want to buy it, what do you think he's gonna do? Like he doesn't care about that 1 mil. Like he'll just take that slap on the wrist and move on and look for the next business deal. And we already kind of talked about how Elon has been jumping back and forth, like with his remarks and stuff on Twitter. Like he said, with Tesla, we're gonna be reducing hiring salaried employees by 10%. And then he came over the weekend and he was like, no, never mind. Like I'm just gonna go back on that comment. And Tesla kind of showing some strength above 700 now, right? So it's crazy how someone like Elon has so much leeway and can really move the market, but since he does, you kind of have to be careful and really wait for these things to kind of happen and don't anticipate the move. Play the move and play these key levels after they present themselves.
Yeah, I'm just reprogramming our keyboard over here to some of the new order types that we have to get it done.
Was it 1 billion to get out of the deal? A lot of people kind of correcting me here in the chat. A lot of people saying it's 1 billion to get
out of the deal.
Yeah, to get out of the deal.
Okay, 1 billion, man.
Okay, so that
is 1 billion. Come on.
Yeah, okay.
It's nothing.
Yeah, maybe to
It's a
Elon,
slap
who knows?
on the wrist. Slap on the wrist.
What's the difference? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, what's the difference? What is his net worth right now? Like, isn't it ridiculous amounts? Like, what is Elon net worth? I'm not even typing. I love it. Elon, hello, keyboard?
It goes up and down with the value of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Up and down with the, so 218 billion. How much is 1 billion for that, man? Come on, that's a slap on the wrist. I'll take 1 billion off that. Come on, give me 1 billion, Elon. You know, I'll be your best friend ever if you can do that for me. 1 billion is nothing for implication to Tesla. Yeah, basically. Sorry? I'll take a million. I'll take a million, bro. I'll take a million any day.
Right? That's nothing.
I'll take a million any day. Let's move to some of the markets. Let's see Facebook being called out from Sean. So let's go check out what Facebook is doing right now. My chart's loading. Maybe you could pull up Facebook.
I'll
go to you
just
while
bring
this
up
is
Facebook.
waiting.
I already have it up here. It looks like it is kind of reclaiming, this VWAP in 194 area. But we talked about, catching a bounce and catching a bid eventually. Facebook has been a little bit stronger and had this strong move off support off this 191 level in the morning, right? So no surprise that it is catching a bid eventually, as the market is catching a bid above VWAP as well, right? So look for Facebook to potentially push to the high of day. 196, 196.50. 196.53 is the high of day, right? So, if you are in a long, if you are catching this, manage your risk accordingly. But good luck on Facebook for sure.
Yeah, Facebook is all right. Facebook is indeed going a little crazy right now, getting ready to go up along with the overall market. I want to go check on Amazon. Amazon's also moving off the day's low. Looks like 124 from yesterday is going to be 121 from today, or 121.50 a little bit, I guess. Just got to wait and see. Another question in the chat that I'm picking off from maybe a little while ago was... do we see Amazon going up to 130 by the end of the week? I mean, obviously we know options are expiring. I don't think option writers are going to let the stock close near 130, because then they have to exercise it and so on. So that being said, we just got to wait and see. Overall, from how the stock traded yesterday and how the stock's trading today, looks like the support from yesterday is turning into a resistance. We're creating a new support right now near 121. The stock did open at 122.50 yesterday.
Yeah, something like that.
So we're already below that level, or actually trading at that level right now. So we're at the post-split number on Amazon at the moment. 122.50 is where it opened at, and now even that could be coming in as a barrier for said stock. So just gotta wait to see what happens for the rest of the day, and then we can see some of. Okay, look at that size coming in on 122.48. It's only 1,600 shares, or 16,000 shares? No, 1,600 shares. No, that's 16,000 shares. That's 16,000 shares. So not really a lot of shares, but still quite a bit of amount of shares over there. Trying to be
could be someone just trying to get out of their long.
That could be something too.
Yeah, no, I kind of want to talk about Amazon on the daily chart, and this 130 level, that's going to be a really, really interesting level, just because there was the earnings gap, right? So we always kind of talk about playing these gaps. If we look at above 130, there's no real resistance until like 136 area potentially. So that 130 breakout, something like that, can be a really huge move, right? The breakouts, the only thing is, we wanted like even dollar breaks, trying to take like the simple trade on Amazon yesterday, but Amazon was a really, really tough trade yesterday. If you kind of had to be super patient and get the key level bounces, kind of like what I was doing today, rinse and repeat that. But the even dollar breaks haven't really been that great on Amazon, right? Like to take them with size, right? So they've been happening like super quick, and if you don't get out, if you don't scalp it out, you're most likely getting smoked on that play. But it looks like Amazon kind of ran away from that offer there. I see him posted up on 1148 now, or 122.48 now, same size. So it looks like he's kind of like it's kind of running away from that offer. So let's see where this kind of goes. It's always kind of interesting reading the tape. There you see it there on the level 2 there. This is what we kind of talk about, right? Reading the tape, seeing these big sizes pop up, and kind of making trades off them or making decisions off them.
Yeah, just gotta be quick with those decisions always, right? So just gotta see. I call that block out there, or at least we saw the level coming in as somewhat of a block. The size randomly came out of nowhere. That being said, that being said, the size was not really any significant because it's Amazon trading 50 million shares today. How much is 16K in front of 50 mil? Not really that much. So you could have leaned on that a little bit for a quick short, but looks like it was just a minor short and the market's trying to go up. Let's go check out what Brando has for us at the big screen.
Hey guys, brand new information right now. We'll try and do this on a regular basis going forward, but we've learned over the past couple of years the importance of social media and how it is affecting intraday moves on stocks. So here's a different heat map for you. This one's showing you social sentiment, so higher versus lower on social media sites. So this is a screener that actually tracks sentiment and people talking about individual stocks on Twitter, on StockTwits, right across the entire web. So what you're seeing on the board then is a reflection of negative versus positive sentiment. The larger the stock on here, Amazon, Mullen, Tesla today, the bigger or the more frequent you're seeing these mentions on social media. So quick look at a few that are getting a lot of mentions on social media so far. Tesla, Amazon, Mullen at the downside. Far corner over there, Apple popping up today. I want to focus on the middle here, though. Vinco Ventures and Veru, two having pretty decent moves today. I'll show you BBIG here, initial move to the upside. No significant news today, but it did come back into basically where we started the day. Veru, on the other hand, biggest green square on the board, as you saw there. Positive social sentiment today. Veru catching a bid right out of the gate this morning, up more than 15%. Back over to Trader Pratt and Ian.
Yeah, thank you, Brando. That's actually a very, very good way to.
That's pretty insightful, I think, like using that heat map. It's pretty interesting, like especially
sure.
since like social media has like such a large impact these days on like overall sentiment. It's interesting to see Amazon like in the red today, right? Like, and I can just imagine like yesterday, it was probably in the green, like when everyone's excited.
Oh, it was down
split.
94% yesterday, bro. You know that.
It was in the green. It was up intraday like 5%. But obviously everyone was like super hyped about it after the split. It's cheaper prices. This is why they do the splits, right? To kind of build that hype around it. Get some new buyers in potentially who maybe couldn't like afford a full shares of it, right? So it's interesting to see that the overall sentiment of it kind of more to the red side today, right? And it is down 2% and showing not as much strength as yesterday, right? Like similar bounce move, but not as much as yesterday, and now kind of like fading to the downside and potentially testing some lower levels.
Yeah, so back in the height of the meme stock days, we were all using scanners to find out what exactly is being talked about on these Reddit forums and so on. One of the websites that was really up there back in those days was this Swaggy Stocks. I haven't really been on Swaggy Stocks in a while. Obviously because the meme stocks, the short squeeze games have been kind of dull recently. We'll have to wait for when those games start getting played again so we can have fun with those. So I forgot about this website, swaggystocks.com. Not affiliated by them by anything, but good way to take a look at what's being talked about on Wall Street Bets or another good scanner. So obviously the one that Brando had on the big TV over there, it's actually a platform that we pay for over here. It's called Icon Terminal, I believe. But you can go on the internet, type in, you could pay for those services yourself, or you could just scrounge the internet a little bit to find websites such as this one over here, swaggystocks.com, basically showing the same thing, trending most social volume movers up, movers down, bullish, bearish, and so on. And this will help you make a watch list of stocks to trade on based on what's going on. Looks like it also scans 4chan over here. 4chan crypto. Looks like they're talking about fat brands or something. And Amazon over here. Even some short squeeze, social sentiment, new trades, top SPACs, like even GGPI. I remember that one over there. But yeah, you can go over to swaggystocks.com to take a look at the same tracker or similar tracker, not the same tracker on that side. Take a win on XOM right out of the gate. Took a win on XOM. Let's go. Yeah, energy ETF. XLE is what I usually take a look at when we're talking about energy stocks in general. They all should have the exact same chart. So noticing XLE over here, 1.8% to the upside. XOM, if I was to go over to XOM, I'm expecting the exact same chart movement, but a little bit different is actually the breakout to the high side on XOM, 3.7% up today, and Oxy probably doing the exact same thing, which is hanging out near the high of day, almost near the high of day for Oxy. Another energy stock that we were all taking a look at earlier was HUSA, which is right now looks like to be rejecting the high of day slightly, and so is the overall market, which is the S&P 500 and NASDAQ back into the red zone.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to talk about the XOM trade, and that was a solid trade. And this is how we kind of build trade ideas, right? I was kind of looking at the daily on XOM, and it looks like this 100 level hasn't been tested for a long, long time at least. I'm not sure if it's all-time high, so someone correct me in the chat if it is. But it looks like it was holding as a weekly kind of resistance here for the past 5 or 6 days, right? But today, obviously, getting the huge breakthrough on that move. But all you kind of had to do was just kind of take that $100 breakout, and you're scalping it out potentially if you take bigger size, but holding for a potentially bigger move. And once it gets this consolidation, you're just kind of playing your risk and reward and seeing how much you want to take on that trade. So congrats if you had that trade. That was a solid trade, and pretty textbook on that one there.
You know what's crazy though? On my way home yesterday, the gas station, both gas stations close to my house have no gas in them. Like the Uber driver was like, oh, are you in a hurry? Blah, 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 blah. I said, no, pull over, go ahead, fill up your gas. And then there's no gas. We go to the one right across from me, no gas. So are we walking into territories or areas now where even these gas stations can't even afford to buy gas themselves in order to supply gas to other people because it costs too much?
Yeah, it's crazy times, man. What a time to be alive, honestly.
It's crazy. So oil is the only game in town. Maybe not the only game. It's a fun game to be playing right now, clearly, because CL still above 100. HUSA moving to the north every single day. What are the crude futures at today? CL, N22, NM still above 100 and actually in the positive territories today. So if the gas stations, like Shell is a pretty big gas station. They support the worst car company in the world. So, they are pretty big. And if they are not having gas at their stores, that's pretty question markable.
Which company is that, Brad?
Hey, everyone knows the worst car company in the world.
Silence. How much is gas in Canada? It's $5 a gallon here. It's last time I checked, it was $2.15 a liter.
I don't buy gas. I couldn't tell you. $9 a gallon.
4 gallons.
4 liters a gallon.
Right,
$9 a gallon. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's expensive. To say the least, it's expensive. Some people kind of mentioning. Oh wait, well, before we move on, it's my birthday from Singapore. Happy birthday. 50, 51, 51. Yeah, happy birthday. Wish you a nice birthday there. But yeah, back to the market here. I kind of want to talk about a firm. This 24 level could come back into play. It's kind of pushing back towards that again. But it is kind of bouncing here, right? So kind of be patient, wait for that level to really come into play and reject. Sellers kind of stack up on the offer potentially. You can kind of risk off that. But we are getting into that midday territory. So, moves might be a little bit more muted. There might be less volatility. So, just manage your risk and manage your expectations accordingly.
Yeah, just gotta be very careful across the board, man. Market's gonna go into that being dead zone. It's about to be, well, it's not about to be, it is lunchtime, 12:13 Eastern Standard Time. Let me actually make sure that's right. It's 12:11 Eastern Standard Time. My clock on my PC is wrong. When we go into lunchtime, market just tend to do nothing but trade sideways and get bored. And today looks like, market is already in that, has been at that position for quite a while now. After being down 1% and being up 0.3%, we're now just hanging out by the VWAP areas and being boring. Nothing really happening. Thoughts on NIO? Now, that's another stock that I was trading today, and it turned on me, man. It completely turned on me. That $19 level was where I was going short on. Got a beautiful short off of the open. I think it was like 40, 30 cents to the downside immediately. Got some out, right back to the upside near 19. I got my reload on that 19. Got stopped out, then I went long, then I covered some for profits over here, and I just stopped trading NIO. Was pretty crazy to watch NIO do what it was doing. You know, we saw NIO go crazy yesterday, so I figured if NIO is nowhere near 19 or actually under 19 to begin with, I'm going to be try to build into a short for that. But obviously I was wrong, and now 19 acting as the exact same barrier on the downside as support as it did yesterday. So you know, only longs are in play for NIO once again. And the Chinese ETF that I always take a look at when I'm trading these Chinese stocks is the FXI ETF. I guess I should have just kept an eye on this one to overall know that I'm going to be wrong on the short side, even though the initial flush down was in my direction. And BABA, man, what a move on BABA today. We saw $100 getting taken out to the north side. I heard Neil talking about it on the morning show. 99, exactly $99 is a low a day during pre-market, and off the open, we never even went back to those levels. So BABA, Chinese stocks, you saw DD yesterday go crazy. I believe it was yesterday, which we were up like 40 some odd percent on DD.
The short on DD was huge in
Off
the morning.
yesterday, yeah. Crazy short off of that 40% move that we got, and I think DD only ended with like a 20% move or a 30% move, so you could have gotten a 10% short off of DD on the pre-market highs or so. And yeah, overall Chinese stocks are still looking good today, and looks like they're not getting ready to get pushed down just yet.
I wanted to address a couple of things here in the chat. First things first, welcome to the channel, Fufi Lu. You know, we got a lot of great content, so make sure to check it all out. And then someone also asked, where is it here? Do you think gas prices would affect the price on Tesla? I mean, just take a look at Tesla's chart, right? Gas prices have been going up relentlessly for the past few months now, and Tesla has been fading, right? So I don't know if there's any sort of correlation there. I think the supply, you know, for EV vehicles and whatnot has, you know, been a lot more limited since gas prices have been going up. But that's more of like a supply chain issue and like a demand issue. Obviously, there's so much more demand now for electric vehicles and, you know, hybrid vehicles and whatnot. And I know like a lot of friends are on like long wait lists for electric vehicles and whatnot. You know, waiting like months and, you know, potentially years to get their vehicle on order. So I don't know if there's any sort of correlation there. It's probably easier to play like energy stocks or some of the oil stocks that Prad mentioned earlier. But yeah, that's that on Tesla. Someone said to check out the SPY, so let's quickly take a look at that. You know, obviously this is the ETF that traces the S&P 500, right? And I can't remember where you said you had like puts or calls on it, but it looks like it's kind of tracing the market, you know, trading above VWAP here. That 400 level is probably huge on the SPY, and that's been like reclaimed here. But you know, it is kind of trading this range between like 420 and like 405 area. So you know, it's kind of easy to get chopped up in this area. So, you know, I'd be more interested if it broke out in one direction. But we already kind of talked about how the market has been kind of consolidating back and forth for the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, Pride open Robinhood account. You can do all the paper trades you want. I don't even think we can open a Robinhood account over here in Canada. Robinhood is an American thing.
Yeah, you can't. I don't know if you could paper trade off an account, but
Robinhood?
you definitely can't open up a Robinhood account here in Canada.
No Robinhood accounts in Canada, and nor do I ever want to be affiliated with that company. Trust me, as far away as I can. Slow mode ho gaya, yeah, pretty much. Basically, it's slow mode time. Just you know, sit on your hands time. Nothing wrong with it. You don't have to be trading every single second of the day. And that was actually one of the questions that came out earlier, which was, do you recommend people to trade cryptos over stocks all day? If it works for you, you have a good setup on it, go for it. Both markets are equally scam, if you ask me. You know, one tweet will move the crypto market the same way the tweet might move a stock over here. So they're both scams equally, but they're both equal potentials to make a ton of money if you know exactly what you're doing, if you can manage your risk, and if you're able to, you know, stick within your rules and not break your rules. But there's also tons of opportunities to lose money too. And something that's being said is crypto trades like OTC. You know, crypto, could trade like OTC. I haven't really traded crypto to tell you that it does it or does not. But generally, at the end of the day, man, if you have a setup on something and you know how to use it, go for it. Just take advantage of that setup, trade it. There is no right or wrong answer to it. But, you got to know when to stay away from it. Like right now, when the market is being boring and no volume is really coming across the board. Amazon's hanging out by the lows, Facebook's hanging out near VWAP, Apple's hanging out near VWAP. All trades are just snooze festing. Even your HUSAs and so on that you guys were talking about earlier, just the volume candles have been going to the downside so far. It's that type of the day where algos come into power, right? Algos versus algos. It's JP Morgan algo versus Wells Fargo algo. And as soon as you throw your order out there, as soon as you slip your order, these HFTs, high frequency algos, as soon as this order from Prad or Ian comes in through the system, they go, bzz, bzz, we see him, let's crumple him, throw him in the garbage, slam dunk on him, and then Shaq brings down a dunk on us and the glass comes breaking all apart. So just stay away from it. Don't get dunked by Shaq, the AI Shaq or whatnot, and don't get three-pointed on by the Dirk Nowitzki AI. Just be off, sit on the sidelines, wait for the right time to play, and then strap your shoes on.
What are you talking about, man?
Just sit on the sidelines, man. Just sit on the sidelines.
Weirdest analogies.
Just sit on the
right
sidelines.
Now. Coming up with the weirdest analogies. Some people said CNBC was talking down Target. I don't know if they were actually talking about Target, but it looks like Target has kind of faded down the entire move. And we kind of talked about how Target was a tough trade in the morning if you were short buys. Because you kind of just got run over. But eventually it did kind of pull back, and it's just been pulling back ever since. No real buying coming in after the fact, and now potentially trading below VWAP, right? So I'm still looking for this 150 to be like a level. Now that it's kind of broken above and held above, maybe it starts to bounce from there. But obviously fading the move and, maybe overall weakness in Target after all. Dig Prad, bro, those sports. Great advice, Prad. No, Prad has his own analogies. These are good at Prad. Sorry?
I'll just say random stuff.
Yeah, no, these are good analogies. Take them for what they are. If you're a sports fan, then I'm sure you kind of get them for sure. Some people talking about Amazon. Let's take a quick look at that again, see where that's at. It is still kind of hovering, consolidating in this kind of no man's land between 120, 150. And 122.50, just kind of bouncing around this VWAP area, right? It's very easy to get chopped around VWAP. That's one thing for sure, right? So if you are kind of playing off VWAP, just keep that in mind that once it starts to trade around VWAP, that's when a lot of algos start stepping in. And, Prad was kind of talking about this. Algos can kind of just chop back and forth between VWAP until price really starts to pick a direction. So until this, I heard a couple people talking about taking it short once it breaks down 120, 150. I like that trade as well, just because that's acted as the intraday support here. But just manage your expectations as we are kind of flowing into the midday with lower volatility.
I'm just adding these restricted words into our YouTube algorithm so we don't get so many bots spamming the crap out of us, man. Bull versus bull is working hard over here. So I'm going crazy, adding some restrictions to Ape Mafia clubs and all those nasty website links that are coming in and spamming us. Hopefully it starts working for us. If that doesn't work, I might just have to figure out how to make Nightbot put in work again over there. Nightbot needs to figure out what's going on. Come on, Nightbot. GGPI news. Okay, that's interesting because if you guys remember on swaggystocks.com, I was just mentioning about that their what's it called? Their SPAC ticker sentiment tracker, and on that 11% of the conversation was on GGPI. So let's go check out what the stock is doing at the moment. Looks like you guys said might be some news or something. Yeah, nothing's really going on, man. It's only 1 million shares traded. It's stuck at $10. Basically, the SPAC price that SPACs trade around at. And the relative volume is almost zero, most likely, if I was to guess. 1.38. I am 100% wrong. And is GGPI Polestar?
Yeah.
Polestar. So another EV stock that's always fun to talk about. I know GGPI was moving on. Oh, there's the news actually. Polestar to debut its first electric SUV in October. Just debut, but never actually give the productions like all EVs, right?
Yeah, all these EVs, a lot of them are like concept vehicles, and they start coming out like a year later. But
Lucid is the king of that.
yeah, Lucid
the king
is
of
kind of the king
concepts.
of that. But obviously they have the Lucid Air now and whatnot. But production kind of slacking on that front for sure. And we've kind of seen that in Lucid's stock prices, right? Someone said check out Rivian. On this EV topic, let's take a quick look at Rivian to see what's been doing. As the chart loads there, guys, bear with me. Yeah, there we go. Rivian kind of pulling back here. It did bounce off 20. 20 seems to be like a solid, big psychological level. But it kind of, around this consolidation area, kind of pulling back from there, right? So, it's not rocket science to kind of pick daily levels off the daily chart here. So kind of just keep that in mind. But if it comes back down to this 20 level, maybe look for buyers to step in there. But again, around this 26 level as well. Intraday, it hasn't really done much, and not many catalysts, not much volume on it as well. Only like 10 mil volume, so it's kind of why it's been off our radar for that. Lucid has support at 1863. Let's take a quick look at Lucid now that we kind of brought this topic up as well. Gonna bring up the daily chart here on Lucid as well. Yeah, looking at maybe 18 level. Held support here, broke down, held as resistance. Maybe potentially reclaim now. So, maybe look for some buyers to kind of step up closer to this 18 level again. But, yeah, again, just kind of fading the move and not much volume coming in. So kind of off the radar for us now.
Off the radar indeed. Lucid sedan came out 6 months before the NIO's first sedan. It was just an inside joke between him and us because his girl works at the...
No longer.
No longer?
No, she got a new job now.
Where's she working now?
She works at like a
I guess
tech
we don't
sales
have to
company.
talk about tech sales.
No, she works at a different place now.
Yeah, nice. But I remember you mentioned that, there's no commissions on Lucid unless you actually deliver the car, and they weren't even delivering the car.
No, it's weird because like I used to work at before this I worked like Audi sales at a dealership, and naturally like with a car sales job you get commission when you deliver vehicles, right? Like you sell the car and then you get the commission once it's actually delivered to the client, right? But with Lucid they were getting paid a salary and they were getting like a part commission per sale, but the commission was like nothing near what you would potentially get if you worked at like a traditional car dealership like I did at Audi, right? So I was just kind of telling her, like, since I've been in the industry, if you want to work car sales, like there's a lot better places to kind of go versus Lucid, just the way their commission was structured there.
Yeah, right on. Right now, people are talking about Redbox. I need some people in the chat. Kai calling out Redbox. Kai calling out 771 HOD. Sweet. Yeah, $7.71 coming in. Some of the other viewers over here, Rhino over here calling out Redbox too. So Redbox clearly once again back in play. I still remember when I took the $8 breakout for that $10 level target, and I actually held it all the way up to the $10, but instead we got $11 move on that day. It was right here. There we go. That was on the May 2nd. So $8 break, ran up to 11. My target was only 10, and I covered it at 10. This day over here on the 26th of May, kind of did the same thing. Walked up to $10, and now we're getting ready to do something similar over here. 16% up on the day for Redbox, and look at those dark pool trades, man. 54,000 shares just being slammed, and 1,200 shares just being slammed, 300 shares just being slammed, everything on dark pool over there. Let's see where the stock wants to go. Ton of shares obviously just being traded in the dark, in the nether realm.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to see like what you guys are kind of talking about here in the chat.
Is there a guy here today?
Sorry?
Never mind, sorry.
No, I saw SoFi kind of mentioned there in the chat, so let's take a quick look at that. I haven't really looked at this recently, but yeah, it looks like some solid intraday moves, but again, just kind of trading the range, right? This is like a 20-cent range, so nothing too much of interest today. But looking at the daily, just kind of trying to pick levels. Obviously this 5 level is huge. We talked about that plenty of times. This 660, no wonder it's kind of bouncing. It bounced it yesterday. That's where buyers kind of stepped up here at this level on the daily here. So, maybe this 660 is a level, but it's trading like a super tight range to the upside. 8 looks like a level. So, those are the levels that I'll be kind of interested in if there's like some sort of catalyst on SoFi. But ever since their earnings, there hasn't really been, there was that big move up. So congrats to people who bought that dip there. But ever since then, it's just been kind of consolidating. Not much volume on it there. Thoughts on some travel stocks? Yeah, I kind of wanted to take a look at some travel stocks here. So we'll take a look at CCL. UAL, CCL, they all kind of trade in sympathy with each other. Today, down 1%, but making a similar move to the market, kind of giving a bounce move. Kind of looking at the daily here, it looks like 13 kind of held up. And hasn't really been truly retested since this dip below here, but yeah, just kind of consolidating in this range. A lot of buyers stepped in below 13 though, so look for buyers to step in like if it ever drops below 13, like to 12 or 11.50. It looks like a lot of buyers are sitting down there.
We got a funny username in the chat, Trader Prad's tax documents. Hey man, listen, hide that document, man. Listen, because I'm not trying to show the government how much I'm really making over here. Once they find out I'm screwed, then I got to start giving away a little bit more of my chunk of my paycheck over here. But no, all fun and games. Brendo called out AERC. I have a feeling that's extra pressure. Who muted extra pressure? Oh, well, I guess it looks like extra pressure might have got banned, but no, it could be extra pressure. But all fun and games, all fun and games. Moving back to AERC over here, Brendo called out new high a day coming in for the stock yet again. 18% up, man. Just can't stop, won't stop. Look at that volume candle on the daily chart. So not too long ago, actually it was yesterday. Was it yesterday? Let's zoom in a little bit on the daily chart. Yeah, it was yesterday. Biggest volume candle the stock has ever seen coming in yesterday. How many shares was that even? I gotta go check that real quick. AERC on the daily, that's almost 70 million shares traded on that day. And today we're about at 23 million shares. Looks like the catalyst that came in yesterday still coming into play, and the stock wants to go test some new levels. And if I was to guess what these new levels would be, this 100, I believe that's 100 period EMA. Yep, that's the 100 period EMA, that blue line, which is around $6. And also we have some highs over here near $5.70 or so. I think we go test $6, and if 6 breaks, I think there's an even bigger move to $8 and so on AERC. This was what, back when December 2020, when the stock was this the stock that IPO'd and went all the way up to 120 and then died? If this was the one, then I think I remember actually talking about the stock when it IPO'd. I actually remember it now. This stock was supposed to be at $4, opened up at 40, ran up to 100, came right back to 4 within the span of a week. I remember this now. Yeah, so I think we're waiting for the stock to go test $6, break $6, and then maybe go test $8 over maybe next week or so. This is the company also that creates the 99% purification systems for airplanes and stuff for like COVID-19 and stuff like that. So we saw a little bit of that coming into play for this.
I'm seeing some people going off about Amazon here as it's breaking down this 121.50. It is breaking down 121.50, but keep in mind, look at the action on the ES, right? The ES is actually kind of pushing up. So, we are going against trend potentially here if we take this short. And we do know that the low in the pre-market there, or right when market open, was like 120.63, right? So there is some selling coming in here, but we got to keep that in mind that we haven't really breached the actual low of day yet, right? So probably low of day is a better short, once it starts showing like some real weakness below there. But yeah, it's crazy to see the overall sentiment change here on Amazon, right? Amazon was so strong yesterday there, but today it just shown more weakness, I would say.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. That 124 level, I thought could have, it's not like an IPO or anything where it like
was just like kind of a strong like intraday level, right? Like, and it was just like a pure tape read yesterday, right?
No, but what I'm trying to say is like it's not like an IPO where we know there's an underwriter supporting it. Neil's mentioned this multiple times where Facebook on IPO day there was an underwriter, clear underwriter size supporting it. So since it's not an underwriter situation, I was kind of wrong in thinking that we would see the same kind of play happening at 124. But yeah, obviously to the downside. And looks like we actually have your time off.
Yeah, we're gonna do a quick substitution here, and we're gonna sub in Luca. But for now, guys, thanks again for having me, and good luck the rest of the day. And we'll swing it over to Brendan.
Hey guys, quick check of how the markets are doing so far at 12:30 Eastern here. Still kind of struggling around this break even to slightly higher, and then we go back into red. slightly lower. So one of those days, 0.13 right now for the S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ. There or thereabouts, about 0.25% right now for the Dow leading the way. Here in Toronto, we were green as well for the TSX, have since gone back into negative territory. It's a bit of a theme so far today. Crude oil is positive, but only just. Both Bitcoin, remember, Bitcoin and Ethereum were down about 6.5% at one point, so it did come off a little bit more than expected. Energy, we saw, as I said, crude oil 0.5% right now. It was more than that at one point, but nice move for these energy stocks, Apache and XOM. Leading the way, VLO still 3.5% as well to the upside. Healthcare stocks, we're seeing a few kind of pop up here in positive territory, mostly in the pharmaceutical group, but there is a few more, in fact, coming through as positive. Tech stocks as well, trying to go positive. Retail is where the negativity is, obviously off that Target move today. Target leading 4% to the downside. Etsy, Lowe's, AAP, Amazon, HDE, I mean, they're all here. That's where you're going to find most of the negativity coming from. Just quickly, Smuckers, SJM, I mentioned it very, very early today. It was up on guidance raise for them. 5%. Nice day for SJM. 0.13 though for the S&P. Trader Prad and Luca's here now.
Trader Pratt and Luca is indeed here. I like how someone in the chat is just being rude. So let me just ban that person real quick. All right, peace out, Robert. You don't have to be here anymore. We don't want rude people in the chat. Pratt clothes a new boss. He must be profitable. Ooh, yeah, you never know. Or I'm just stealing my dad's shirts and saving some money on that side. No. These are just sitting in the like. I don't want to be dressed like this. You know, I like to be a little bit more casual, but we got to do it for the job. Do it for the job. But yeah, Luca is here. We got the man with the finance bro vest on and the what are the glasses? The safety goggles on.
Safety goggles on. Yeah.
More fun about to start because lunchtime is about to come to an end, and the great Luca is here to help us out with some trades.
Hopefully everybody's having a great day today. Kind of slow today on my end. I just got an Apple short going here. I'm holding a piece. I took a short, kind of averaged into it, and then we had that nice flush down, which I covered some. But go figure, now I sit back down. This thing's just moving higher. I guess market's looking to make a move up. If we do break that range to the upside, maybe we get a push towards high a day. So I might have to cover this and potentially flip long for a push towards 148. Let me just take a look here. And guys, Amazon too, I think Ian was mentioning it, that break of 120, 150, I had the short here as well. I tried to kind of, I thought to myself, we're under VWAP. I like the short. It looks kind of weak. Then we pushed higher. I was like, let me loosen up my stop a bit. Let me not have it so tight. And I end up punching towards high here. And then I'm like, okay, I guess if abort the short, then the long can't be wrong. Like maybe we're going up. Kind of bids were stacking up. So I flipped long, and then that was wrong as well. So I was like, hey, let me get away from this name and look at something else. And then, yeah, took the 120, 150 short and just covered that there. I think I could have probably squeezed a little bit more of that, but it's okay, is what it is, no big deal. And yeah, we'll just keep an eye on this Apple trade, see where it goes. But yeah, guys, let us know what you're trading as well here, and if you have any questions.
Yeah, I want to go take a look at Jan. I know Neil mentioned that stock in the morning. Not sure if the catalyst is in our watch list. Let me just quickly scan our watch list to see it's in there. No, I'm not really seeing Jan in there. But, you know, Jan is in play today for some reason. The stock is doing about 59 million shares overall. Relative volume of 405, even at this time of the day. You know, lunchtime, it's 12:35 Eastern Standard Time at the moment. 32% up on the day. It did give back some of his move off the pre-market that we got the push up from, but overall, man, you know, the position is still up 33%, trying to hold up near $3 or above $3. Sorry, we got the 100-period EMA right now at $3.13 and the 50-period EMA at $3.40. Both of them trying to maybe find some buyers around those levels. At the moment, the volume. Look at the volume on this position. Very, very steep decline in the volume ever since 950, 940 areas. So the fact that, you know, we're in lunchtime right now means there's still probably a chance where the volume might not pick up just yet on this market or in this position. And later on, maybe around 1 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock, Jan, patent for potential peripheral artery disease treatment. Okay, so looks like a biotech stock with the positive catalyst, a potential catalyst coming in, helping the position out today. Thank you, Brendo.
Trending one, thank you for the super chat. UVXY analysis, please. I feel like I want to throw this one over to Brandon because this is his specialty, but I'll take a look here. UVXY on the AMAX.
Not you, not you.
Yeah, just, yeah. So basically, you know, obviously volatility here. So, you know, this is going to move inverse to the market, right? And I think, I mean, look, if the market's going to slow down and kind of chop around, then obviously volatility isn't going to be as high as what it was in April and May. So maybe the short here looks good. But I think, you know, the last thing I'd want to do is like take a short when it's like moving towards low a day. So if we get back up to this channel here, I think potentially look short. Well, I'm not 100% sure. But I mean, at this point, like, you know, I'm not really looking to short this into the lows. And then maybe this makes a push towards like 13, like 1290 area. But like, I mean, risk to return, I don't see it here. I don't know if you have any other specific questions about it. But from a day trading perspective, I don't absolutely love it. I mean, let's take a look at, let's zoom out a little bit here, bring up the 1 hour. Yeah, so like we have a little like channel. This is basically like obviously inverse to the market here, but we have a little bit of a channel here. I mean, if we break 13, you know, if the market's just kind of gonna go up, right? So like let's look at these both together here. Pull up both of the 1 hours here, right? So we got the ES here, we got UVXY here. Like, look, if we're gonna go sideways, right, and then make a move up, then obviously this will just kind of slowly trend down, right? Slowly trend down. But I think like if you're looking to short, you maybe want to kind of average in towards the top of the range and then just be wary in case this kind of gets a little more crazy. But at this point, I mean, just from a risk to return, I really can't see this like breaking and going like 50 cents lower. It just doesn't seem reasonable. It seems like it's within this range right now. So we're potentially at the bottom. So I mean, if you were short earlier in the day, good area to cover or cover some, but like completely up to you. But I mean, from right now, like no position on, like I don't see a trade here.
Oh, sorry. MULN being called out in our work chat right now. Watch MULN, new trademark just posted. And as you guys can see, volume coming into MULN already propping up a little bit. Still down on the day though with 85 million shares traded overall. And you know, I'm used to seeing MULN move around in 10% moves overall. Go up 10% one day, be down 10% the next day, then be on SSR the third day. Or we're going to go right over to Brendo real quick about MULN and then come back to MULN.
Hey guys, yeah, I just wanted to jump in to show you the note. Here it is. So they got this trademark for one is essentially the trademark, which is intended to cover categories of batteries for vehicles, batteries electric for vehicles for Mullen. So trademark one for Mullen.
Thank you for that news on MULN. Yeah, called out. Even the chat is getting hyped up about this MULN possible move coming in. So yeah, I'm used to seeing the stock move around in 10%. The fact that we were up yesterday and only down 0.3 or only down 3% overall, that's a good sign for me on MULN overall. New trademark, more upside. I know we have some MULN traders in the chat who love going long on this position. Maybe more fun action coming into this trade. We also know that the stock is being added to the, I believe it's the small cap indexes, IWM Russell 2000 and 3000 for MULN at the end of the month maybe. I gotta go confirm what date exactly it is. But overall, man, yeah, the stock is gonna give us some fun opportunities. Another stock that's giving us fun opportunities right now looks like it's AXDX. Kai, man, Kai's all over these stocks today. AERC, AXDX, just ripping the upside right now. 63% up for some reason. Volume coming out of nowhere at the near the end of the lunchtime over here. Volume just coming out of nowhere, getting ready to stay above $1. Looks like for this position. No real news though that Kai can see. Kai mentioned that. I did put it in our work chat to see if Brando can find anything about it. But right now, no catalyst. Up 60% and wants to keep on going higher.
Yeah, guys, just covered the second portion of my Apple there. I mean, that's a loser. It is what it is. But look at this. Look when I zoom out. Beautiful short, flush down, cover one. I think to myself, maybe we get a nice move towards VWAP. I'll cover the next one. And just instantly reversed on that candle. And I said to myself, okay, I'll give it to the 80s. Like, I mean, I think at this point, maybe we push towards 148 high of day. Really depends. I mean, the market looks like it's making a move up. So I guess that long kind of looks good there. So potentially looking long there. But then somebody also said, take a look at Tesla. I think Tesla's like range bound. The level of interest here is obviously 700. 700 and, you know, obviously above VWAP right now. We had the flush down. But guys, note how, like, I think we opened, like, where was it? We opened, like, just above 700, but we were below 700, right? Below 700 before the open, and then kind of took away that, like, level to play off pre-open. So, I mean, whatever, it is what it is. At this point, I'm not really eyeing this name for any potential move.
Okay, I was gonna make a stupid joke, but we'll just move on from that one. Move on from that one. This is sickening. This pump. Hey man, what about this pump is sickening? Get long and have fun. S&P 500 getting right back to the green zone for today. You know, we were bleeding a little bit, but it's good to see the market right back to the green territories. Looks like that 4K level on S&P 500 is very solid at the moment. How many times have we tried to get below 4K and not really push too much further? We at max been down only 200 points below 4K. We triggered that bear territory marker and then we right back above it. Never really went back to the bear marker on the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ with a clean long coming in right now in front of the 50-period EMA and moving to the north side. So it looks like some of the positions such as Amazon, AMZN, man, moving from the low of the day right back to VWAP up to $122. I'm guessing Apple is looking to get back to the high of day. Facebook's looking to do something similar. Oh, it looks like I don't know if you would consider this a head and shoulder, you know, left shoulder, right shoulder, head. In that case, I think Facebook is supposed to go down. But yeah, Facebook already looks weak anyway, so very much possible over there. AMD has been weak all day. We're seeing 105 rejection coming into place. Let's see if the market can help AMD get above 105 and get up to the higher day of 106, 106.24, and then get rejected from there. And last but not least, retired Jedi. Looks like Obi-Wan Kenobi is in the chat right now, giving us the 10 super chat. Do you know what the currency is for the Jedis, Neil? Public credits. So giving us 10 public credits. Republic credits, sorry, 10 Republic credits in the chat. Thank you, Master Obi-Wan. We appreciate it.
I see Matt saying, do you guys have any trades on now? No, currently not in a position, just scanning, watching AERC. I think the floor on this 4 or 5 million potentially soaked with a move like this. So, you know, not looking to chase the highs. That 6 break was actually really interesting. Kind of unfortunate I didn't have it there. But yeah, maybe this thing just keeps going. I wouldn't be surprised here. And somebody, yeah, Facebook is trash. What else? Oh, you know what's actually funny? Somebody in the chat's name is Lucas Vest.
Lucas Best?
Lucas Vest.
Yeah, and then
Lucas
there's
Vest.
someone named Prad's Tax Paper. So the
hilarious.
jokers are out in full force today, my friend.
That's hilarious.
Are you looking at anything? If not, I could take over.
I'm watching AERC. I mean, maybe potential next leg up, but I want to see some sideways action here first. Yeah, we'll
I'll
see.
be honest, this is like one of the rarest times where the biggest gainer section has been this dark green for me. If you guys can see this over here. Not sure if that works. Oh, okay, yeah, look at that. So this has been the biggest, you know, how do I escape from this? This has been the biggest green I've ever seen this board be for me. So this is pretty intense. Luca, you might have to take over because I need to figure out how to
no problem,
undo
guys.
this.
Apple potentially leg up here. I think we can get a push towards 148 if the market holds. It looks like it wants to test that 4130 area. So I think we can get a nice push and clear 148 level, but we'll see there. And I almost want to pull up Amazon here as well. Where are we sitting? We're still around that 120, 150 area. See, the thing with Amazon, I feel like there was a lot of selling and it felt really weak over here. So I'm not really looking to take that long. But Apple, I think we get that push. So definitely interesting there. And pulling up Microsoft here too, just quickly taking a look at it. Yeah, we moved towards 271. Amazing how we spend so much time at the 270 level on Microsoft. I want to say that's like a definitely level of interest for long term. Potentially load the portfolio there. But if we expect another leg up. And yeah, guys, NEO. I remember you were talking about NEO too before. I don't know if you had any trades on NEO today.
Oh yeah, I did, bud.
I think that 20 level. I mean, look, we're holding 19, right? We're still holding 19. So definitely interesting. Maybe we get back down towards 19 for a buy there, but I don't know, or maybe just continue up from here. Thoughts on OKTA? Let's take a look here.
Ooh, Okta. Yeah, Okta had earnings not too long ago. Okta was actually Moving to the upside off the earnings report. Here we go. Earnings report on the 2nd of June. Came out with good earnings report. Jumped up crazy. And then on the earnings day itself, have spent the whole day coming back to the downside on OKTA. What's the date for that one? I said 2nd of June. So let's go over here. I actually have some trades on that day, I believe, or the day after that. So here's Okta. Crazy move over here, especially into the close. We jumped up into 110. That was pretty wild. And then ever since that day, we have been coming back down a little bit. And today we're trying to, form a base around the low of the earnings day, or a little bit higher than the low of the earnings day, and trying to climb our way back to the 110 level, or even $100 right now. Let's see if OKTA can do that. I forget what Okta does, to be honest. Technology services. Sir?
Cybersecurity.
Cybersecurity. Okay, got it. Oh, maybe that's also one of the reasons why we saw Okta jump up not too long ago, because President Biden wanted to talk to the cybersecurity companies to tighten up their security over there. I could keep on going. Sure. Thoughts on FNGD, a short play on the market. FNGD on Amex? It is on Amex. Let's see what FNGD is. FNGD is micro sectors FANG, 3 times inverse of the FANG. Okay, that makes sense. I thought it was something FANG just by looking at the ticker, but that sticks out a little bit more. You're thinking about a short on FNGD over here. Let's load up the chart. You're basically banking on the market to go down, I guess. So. Little less on the volume end. I would just go for directly to your 3 times leverage ETF on TQQs or QQQs. If you wanted to short the overall market, you'll have a lot more liquidity. You'll be able to get in and out a lot easier, and you'll be able to manage your risk a lot easier. So SQQ today doing 66 million shares, right? So I would probably be going over to these guys instead.
Every time I pull up AERC, this thing is higher.
It's a new
this
dollar
thing is higher.
up.
I see somebody have the banana squeeze. Is that even a thing? Maybe that's a new pattern formation. It's the banana squeeze. This thing just higher and higher. What blows my mind is, like, you get this kind of chop action. There's like absolutely no volume, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, boom! You get a move from like 520 to 7. Like, that's insane. That's insane. Is this thing gonna break 10 today? Like 30 million volume picking up here. Like, is this a new high? I want to say, like, do you remember the catalyst on this one?
Sir?
I can't think off the top of my head of
AERC.
Yeah.
I could look for it.
Yeah, this thing is crazy, but I wonder if we get a push towards. I mean, guys, when you get the float of like 4 million, like, anything is possible. So, like, I'm keeping my eye on this. But again, not my strong suit. I'm just kind of watching it. Maybe I'll take one trade here, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, guys.
Oh yeah, I remember now. AERC, it's the FDA approval for their filtration systems that came in, I believe, a day or two ago. Not too long ago. It was very recent. The news came out for that, and that really made them jump up. And now you're seeing them go bonkers, absolutely crazy to the upside. AERC. I know Kai has been loving that stock today.
I see. And that actually reminds me, I think Novax is halted right now.
Yeah, it's going to be halted a little bit more.
Yeah, this is like news play based on some type of COVID-related thing?
Yeah, so they're waiting for an approval for their drug, for obviously their COVID and so on once again. And FDA is they're doing a meeting right now currently, and they're convening for it. We'll see what happens on that. I want to go check on volume for Amazon. Luca's over here. Maybe we can even get Luca to take a look at this for us and, kind of give us an idea as to what exactly might happen. So, Luca, now the most volume traded on Amazon options is no longer at 130. We're looking at 125. Obviously makes sense. We got to 130 yesterday. We failed. We bounced off of 124 a couple times, but today we're under 124 and we're actually rejecting off of 124. So it makes sense why people are now looking closer to that 125 strike. But what do you look at these numbers and can kind of theorize a play for yourselves or for all of us?
Well, I mean, I'm not really too sure what to think. I want to believe that it's a lot of like covered call action that's going on. So you're going to see that at every like $5 level, I'd assume. But like wherever volume, yeah, I know the 130 was yesterday and now 125. So I guess it's just kind of $5 away. You say to yourself like, okay, I mean, is it really going to move towards like 130 when it's back at 120? So, you know, yeah, something to look at. But at the end of the day, like there needs to be an extreme amount of follow through towards that level for it to be like a magnet. I mean, if you have like lots of calls expiring at 125 and it's at 121.50, like pretty far away. So it's not really gonna, like I don't think that would move the stock in any way. It's more so like the closer you get to that level, the more of a magnet it creates if there's a lot expiring. But you know, at this point, it's kind of far away. So I'd be more interested in the 120 level, and I guess like puts would be kind of less. I want to say there's more calls outstanding. If I just had to guess off the top of my head, more calls outstanding than puts on Amazon. But that 120 level probably interesting. I wonder if we get there.
Right on.
I mean, do we have the results of the poll from yesterday? Is Amazon going to break 100?
I think most people voted for no. I think most people voted for no, but it was pretty split. It was like 48-52 or something. So it was not even like you know, a lot of people said no or anything. Graveyard Cook. Okay. First time watching you guys and love it. Thank you. We appreciate it. If it is the first time, then like you mentioned, obviously, you know, we're live all day from 8:30 all the way up to 4 o'clock. Are we still doing 2 shows for the closing? Yeah, so the closing show is going to be a separate show, so stay tuned. But you don't have to go anywhere. We'll just push you on to the closing show directly. And then if you guys could help us out by smashing the like button on the closing show. We even have the people, well, no, we have the People's Trader, but we have, you know, how do we explain it? Let's just call it how it is. It's Tony Tuesdays, ladies and gentlemen. We have Tony coming in at 2:45. It's going to be some stock talk. Most likely sitting next to me over here, and I can't wait to see what Tony has to say. Maybe some more biotech conversations, maybe some more Unity conversations. No matter what it is, though, I will tell you one thing: it's going to be very fun. It's going to be a great time to have Tony on live once again. Don't go anywhere, and make sure you're smashing the like button all the way through. And obviously, you mentioned some stocks for us to take a look at, so I can take a look at BlackRock for you, and I'll leave VICI to Luca. That way he can take a look at the low float. We call him the low flow god, so you know we'll let him take the low floats over there. I'll look at. Why are you laughing, bro?
It's funny because I'm like I don't have like.
That's because he never trades low floats.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's actually hilarious because like, look, I know I'm like, this is what you look for in low floats. This is what you want to stay away from. These are the questions you should ask yourself. Yes, Luca, do you trade these low floats? You know, I'm more entertained by the moves. But, yeah.
But here, real quick, getting back to BlackRock. BlackRock very flat on the day, absolutely flat, not really doing anything. Volume is also pretty low, but I guess, you know, it's a $600 stock. Volume on this stock on the relative scale is probably, okay, so it is low. It's 0.68, not much going on, and the chart kind of indicates that to you. It's giving you multiple dollar scalps range, but the spread itself is a dollar. So, you know, you got to be ready to have that spread open up much more than $1 for you and scare you and you know, shake you out at times instantly. I'm very shocked that Affirm is actually positive on the day right now. Insane. Like I went from being 60 cents in the money on my trade on Affirm to getting stopped out, and now Affirm is all the way up to $24 after what we saw happen yesterday. That's absolutely insane.
Guys, market's pushing AMD that 105 area. I wonder if we break this and just kind of trend up for the rest of the day. Like market's making a move higher, so it's actually interesting now that above VWAP making a new high here on AMD. So yeah, I'm kind of liking this, but maybe on a dip. We'll see what happens here. Keep an eye on that.
I'll be back.
And yeah, guys, let me see here in this. What are you guys saying here? Luca, keeping it real, always keeping it real, guys. I don't know if. Theodorus, guys, who is Tony? Oh, stay tuned. Stay tuned and find out. This will be really exciting if you have no idea who Tony is. So yeah, definitely stay tuned there. But yeah, guys, look at this AMD move. Like blow off, kind of runs up, breaks 105, and reverses here. So kind of interesting, but maybe get a long going here, like dip long buy. Let's see what happens. And what else do we got here? Yeah, things kind of muted. I almost want to favor like the AMC short too. I was thinking about this, so just wonder where it is. Oh, we got that pop too. See, it's crazy how look at this move, and this is something that I'm looking at too. It's like you come down towards VWAP, right? You make a low, little bit of a volume increase, kind of exhausts lower, and then boom, flies up. Like, what kind of move is that? And I was even thinking potential short here. Good thing I didn't take that actually. But that's why patience saves you money as well. Patience saves you money as well. AERC consolidating. Yeah, let's bring that up again here. AERC. AERC. Yeah, you know, what I noticed with these is, you know, you get the move up, you get the increase in volume. Anybody who's long, look, the last thing you want to see is volume slowly dropping, right, and no follow through. And when you get these big sort of consolidation moves, this is where you get the potential like kind of fade downwards. Guys, keep in mind the stock is SSR, so you cannot hit the bid, right? Shorts cannot hit the bid, so they have to average into their position, kind of sit on the offer, be patient. And you know, when these are SSR, like I want to say it's potentially easier. I don't know. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but like it's just more difficult to take fills like assuming you're short bias, saying your mean reversion. Like you cannot say to yourself like, oh, if this breaks here, I'm gonna kind of smash the lows and like watch it go lower. So I mean, maybe we get a slow grind down now that the kind of volume exhaustion. See this how volume's sort of dropping there. But yeah, again, I wouldn't be surprised if this kind of goes sideways and then makes another push towards high a day. And Thomas Muller saying Mullen, buy, buy, buy. Yep. And this makes me laugh when people buy, buy, buy. I have friends who say that all the time. They told me, buy, buy, buy these NFTs. They're going to the moon. And yeah, have yet to land on the moon. But TGT, yeah, I stayed away from TGT today. TGT was actually interesting. I mean, I remember post earnings, what was it? TGT was actually a tough trade. And then now the fact that like everybody, I think Pride was even saying, okay, there's no way it breaks the 150 level and just kind of makes that move towards almost 160 area. So yeah, that's kind of interesting there. But yeah, guys, let's take a quick look here at Apple. I wonder if this is going to make a move. Like we're getting that dip. See, when you see these kind of moves where it's just like it dips down, kind of wicks lower and then pops, wicks lower and then pops, and the market's still holding, I still do think we could get that move higher. So actually maybe potentially average into this position. I mean, if we go lower, take the L there. But like, are we really going to like drop all the way back after we just pushed all the way back up here? I think 140, 148 in play feels like. So
What? On the show.
Nice. And yeah, guys, let's take a look here too. See what happened. Tesla. Not a lot moving on my end. Not a lot. Oh, but GME actually making a move towards 150 area. Wow. It's at 137 now, guys. 150 level of interest on GME. I would have thought for sure post earnings this thing would be back at 100, but the fact that it's moving towards 150. Definitely interesting. I mean, you get these like sort of moves where it's like it moves up and slams back down, moves up, slams back down. It makes it very difficult for anybody who's kind of thinking long to hold that long because it's just like up and like slams back down. So you kind of feel, for me, I feel like I want to chase these long because I think, okay, maybe they will continue. But and then like you buy the dip on something with a spread like this, it makes it challenging. So but I wonder what the recent high on this is.
Should I join the trainee meeting right now? should we host the trainee meeting on the live call over here? Oh, my email almost showed. Oh, I almost doxed myself again. I need to stop doing that. I need to stop doxing myself. All right. Can you guys actually see the ticker scrolling over the volume in time? Can't see the volume you're looking at on your time frame. Oh, that's probably because our volume bars are kind of small. To be honest, I'm only looking at volume at a quick glance, so I don't really need it that high up there. The small bar for me is good. But if you ever need any information, just feel free to throw it in the chat. We'll take a look at it. Right now, I'm actually waiting patiently for the Apple conference day 2 to come on. I believe it's supposed to be on right now, Apple WWDC, Monday, June 6th to no in-person attendance. Ends on June 10th, so I'm waiting for this live event to start, the day 2 event, whenever it starts. We saw yesterday having some fun moves coming in from that drop over there. We saw a firm going a little crazy. We saw a bunch of stuff going crazy. Pratt, Sega broke up. Yeah, Sega. I took a long on Sega and I got burnt, so I stayed away from this trade. I mean, I didn't really get burnt. I lost like 5 pennies, and I'm saying I got burnt. So nothing really happened to me. But you know, overall, all I had to do was hold on to that trade and not worry about it, because Sega got a approval from FDA, I believe, or maybe no, not approved from FDA. Sorry, it was the government was talking about the monkeypox scare being a little bit more legitimate than it previously was, and you know, obviously Sega being the cure or the vaccine maker is obviously going to benefit from that catalyst, because we saw what happened with Pfizer, we saw what happened with Moderna, and so on. And if this fear actually ends up being a little bit of a bigger fear than what the market previously thought, then you know, market going right back to the downside. Sadly, hopefully we don't go back to those lockdown time periods that we were at once. But you know, as I mentioned, if we do go back into those time periods, that's just my lifestyle anyways.
Yeah, I remember you were saying that. It doesn't really, you know, like for anybody who loves video games, you're like, oh, we're in lockdown? All right,
Speaking
cool.
of which, I got a 30, I don't want to say BOMB out loud. I got a 30 BOMB and only 12 deaths yesterday on my game at 9 o'clock where my energy was low, so I felt pretty good. Back to you.
Nice. Don't you do that all the time? Isn't that like the third time in like 1 week?
Yeah, I drop like 30 BOMBs almost like every day.
Just casual, like no problem, no big deal. Yeah, no, I'm like the opposite of that. Like flip those numbers around, and that's like my score.
All right, don't be so gullible, McDonald. I think you're talking about MCDLY. Oh, I thought you were talking about McDonald's over there. Okay, I'll just go to McDonald's anyways, because, you know, MCD reminded me of McDonald's. Let's see what McDonald's is doing today. Pretty much flat, not doing anything. Warren Buffett's baby over here, just hanging out by VWAP and by 100 period EMA and by the 50 period EMA. I think I made a mistake selling XOM. That's the beauty of this job, my friend. You're never going to be right. You're always going to be wrong. You can always do something better. You can enter better. You can exit better. And that's the beauty of it. You know, it's almost like maybe by saying this, I'm probably wrong, but it's almost like a Fibonacci sequence. You know, you can get close to that number, but you'll never actually get to it. It's perfection. That's what I'm talking about. You can get as close to it as you want, but you'll never achieve it. And that's the beauty of this job. You'll be good today, and tomorrow you'll just get boxed in the face like as to what happened.
Well, let's put it this way. Like, if you want to be perfect, trading is not the job for you.
That's right.
You can't be perfect in this job. It's all about probabilities. You know, you take the trades, take the stab when you think it's there, when you think it's worth it, and you know, like cut your losers quick. Like, don't hold your losers too long, and hopefully let your winners ride, and you know, make a living in the long term.
Activision's new game, Diablo, finally released, and it's horrible. Whatever happened to Activision's acquisition from Microsoft? We're still waiting for that deal to go through, aren't we? I forgot that Activision even existed for a while. I remember trading the stock every single day in that beautiful 50-cent ranges the stock used to give me. But now it's just, you know, dead, not doing anything fun for me, hanging out. Even the volume has died out completely. And this is what we're talking about when it comes to like these buyout stocks such as Activision, KSS, Twitter, and so on. You just gotta wait for the volume to come in, and you know, you're talking about the Diablo game. Yeah, maybe it's good, maybe it's not good. Only time will tell. Now we're just waiting for the acquisition over here. Someone mentioned, what about GitLab? So let's all go, wow, yeah, baby. Send it to the moon, GitLab. I wish I bought some shares of the stock on my own account yesterday. I like absolutely clean trade. I laid it out for everyone. I called it out, and it played out picture perfect, almost picture perfect. Now, the only thing that could make it picture perfect for me is tomorrow we have another sick move like this right back to that $60 level, and then we show some rejection around $60 level. I'll be watching GitLab without a doubt. It's one of my favorite stocks in the market currently, and the reasoning behind it is because, you know, we have some programmers on the floor here. Actually, they're all gone to the trainee meeting at the moment, but you know, those programmers will tell you too. Maybe your programmers in the chat, you guys will know what I'm talking about. A lot of repositories are held on GitHub and GitLab. GitHub is owned by Microsoft. GitLab is not owned by anybody but themselves. But in the near future, I could see another giant like Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, Google buying out GitLab and putting them in their own portfolio over there.
Guys, Apple finally working for me. Held through the channel. Didn't add though, didn't add. I was like, you know, I don't love it, whatever is what it is, I'll just stick with it. Made the move towards 148. That push high, got some out, holding some, telling myself, you know what, look, if it comes back down and breaks low of the channel, I'll get the rest out here. But I think like maybe potentially just slowly trend up, right? So guys, you want to be able to identify the market that you're in. We're obviously in, you know, a slower moving market. Like, I mean, when you look at this, like it looks like it's moving so quickly, but guys, it's like a slower moving market, right? So especially now, at time of day, you know, I tell myself, okay, like I'm going to average into this position. I'm going to be very patient. It's going to take a while before it gets there. It's going to get there, and then it's going to kind of like hang around, go sideways. And so, you know, patience is key, right? Like off the open, a lot of volume comes in. You want to make quick decisions in, out, a lot of scalping. And then you take like a longer term position. You say to yourself, okay, I think this can potentially push. Maybe we push towards like high a day. Maybe 148's the top. You know, so I'm going to hold on to a piece, see where it goes. But guys, look at this. Like obviously, like, you know, having my orders ready, not like last time, having my orders ready and, you know, kind of getting wicked out. But, you know, I mean, when you see these kind of wick off tops like this, that sort of worries me. So maybe I'll see if I can get some more out here, just a little portion. But yeah, guys, I want to work on holding a piece because, you know, decent average, hold a small piece, you know, it doesn't hurt. And then if it comes back down, if it shows me something that tells me, you know, like this is bad, get out, then I will. But I want to work on holding the piece, so hopefully I hold myself accountable there. And yeah, guys, oil's been moving. Look at oil futures CL. Somebody, yeah, people in the chat saying like, oh, I should have held on to XOM. I know you touched upon that. But as soon as I see that, I pull it up and I tell myself, oh yeah, look at that one. That's just like maybe like slow trend up. Yeah, like it's crazy like the environment that we're in. I think the sector oil trade, you know, it's been on, and like maybe this just continues to trend upwards. But yeah, I have no idea. I have no position on. I have no kind of bias on oil. I mean, I'm not really like a huge oil trader. I never have success trading these names, so I tend to stay away and sort of just focus on where I do well. And speaking of that, I wonder where AERC is right now. Let's just pull this up. 7, making the move towards high of day. This is so classic. You know, in the small cap world, okay, this is obviously like this is done like 38 million, like decent amount, right? It's obviously like higher. But guys, in the small cap world, what you tend to see is you see like these tops and everyone tells themselves, okay, short is good, let's go, waiting for confirmation. So a lot of traders, what they do is they wait for the trend to break, okay? Trend breaks, then they say, okay, here's the pop, right? And then drop. Okay, this is like, let me add here, or let me take the position for the move lower. And it's just when everybody thinks the short is good, it makes the opposite directional move, pushes towards high of day, gets another volume extension. And if you see more slamming on the tape, this is where kind of tape reading comes into play. If this makes a new high, you see more slamming on the tape, like big amounts of selling, then you know they're using that high of day volume to like exit their position. Now, if they're long, and I'm making this assumption, like, look, if an algo soaked this float because positive catalyst, and now they're trying to like play games with everyone, like, you know, they're long, right? So it's SSR, and you know, SSR, we cannot slam it short if we're entering into our short positions, but them being long can slam short. So what they do is you get this kind of squeeze that makes a new high, and then they're just slamming the bids because nobody else can. So it's almost like the perfect setup from like a hedge fund perspective. It's like, you know, you get a hedge fund that just like soaks all these low floats with positive catalysts. You get the run up, everybody gets squeezed, and they're just dumping, right? They're creating their own volume. So it's kind of like, I mean, it's the way the market works, I guess. I'm not going to argue if it's a good thing or a bad thing. But, you know, it's a thing. It feels like it's a thing that's happening. So, guys, if you are small cap traders, just be cognizant of that, right? If you see like a move higher and a lot of volume slamming, aggressive selling, and the stock is SSR, like you got to tell yourself, like somebody is slamming this and they are long, right? They are long. So if everybody's slamming on a new high, then like, is this really going to go even higher, right? Especially if volume looks like it's kind of falling off. But again, guys, like on these big moves that like really move, right? It's like it makes a new high, makes a new high. Personally, I'm not shorting this. Like, I'm not even going to take a trade on this at this point. I'm just watching. This is just pure entertainment for me. But one of the things is that I see the same thing over and over again. And, you know, it's kind of weird. It's like something to be said about, like, I'm just sitting back watching this, and this is what I see. I'm sure if I started trading these more actively, I would see it maybe in a different way. But it's very easy to identify these things when you sit back and watch. So, guys, something to be said about, look, if things aren't working out for you, because I saw some comments before saying people like, yes, like, you know, like I feel like I lose a lot, this and that. Like, guys, every trader goes through tough times, right? Every trader does. especially the traders that last for a longer period of time go through even more difficult times, right? Because there's more ups, there's more downs. But I think one thing is that, like, you know, if the market is not conducive with your strategy, if you're not seeing things correctly, if things are not working for you, then there's no shame in just sitting back and watching the tape and telling yourself, okay, like, what am I looking for? Like, what do I want to see? What is actually happening? So going back to this, watching this ARC, look, like, we just literally push high of day. We're pushing high of day. We're getting all that volume, all that follow through. And then, like, is there going to be slamming? Like, this is like, you know, real time. You're watching this. You say to yourself, okay, are there block orders on the offer? Are people slamming the bids that come up? And I'm not talking about, like, you know, 2,000 lots of a $7 stock. Like, that's not really a bid. But, like, if a big bid, like 10,000 lots, 1,000 lots comes up, like 100 lots comes up, yeah, 10,000 shares, that's what I meant. If that instantly gets slammed, 20,000, 30,000, it's just getting slammed, 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 like, that's your tell. So at this point, I mean, look, it looks like we're going for the $8 break. Looks like we're going for the $8 break. I mean, I don't think I'm going to take this. I'm tempted, but I don't like this. I mean, this is already so high, but, like, I wouldn't be surprised if we push to 10, but yeah. And people saying GTLB looks like still in an uptrend. I know, did you traded GTLB?
No, I wanted to, but you know, GTLB, like I said, on the IPO day itself of GTLB, I said watch the stock go above $100 on day 2. It does it on that day itself. So GitLab on the IPO day itself gets above 100, and I say it will do that in day 2. It goes all the way up to 137, and that was a pretty shock movement for me. And I said, you know, maybe it's a little overextended at 137 when the IPO price was $80 and we opened around $90. So a lot of my calls on GitLab were near picture perfect, and now we're waiting to see if my next call over here will be a retest of 60 coming into play sometime soon. Even 56, 51, I'll be happy if we end up going there. Volume coming into GitLab, obviously, without a doubt, because of a catalyst, and the catalyst was the earnings catalyst over there. Another thing that I want to go talk about real quick is someone in the chat mentioned, Prad, who do you think wins today, Germany versus England? And you know, I don't really watch soccer that much. I watch FIFA. I'll be honest, I'll watch FIFA only, like the World Cup, and then I'll play FIFA on my PC or PS4 or whatever. But besides that, I don't really watch too much to know exactly what's going on. I think Buddy over here, Buddy's in the trainee meeting, so Buddy actually watches a lot more soccer. I had to even Google to find out when was the last time that Germany won the World Cup, because that's when I remember watching. That was in 2014. That means I missed out the 2018 World Cup completely. I did not care about it, nor did I watch it.
ARC above 8.
And that's when France won.
Above 8.
So, yeah, about Germany or England, I think I pick Germany. I just have to. Even though I have England, Germany, I just have to pick Germany. PC Master Gaming Race indeed. Now, coming back to the market, ARC gone. I know Luca was taking a look at ARC, so I'll leave that for him. PC Master, I already read that. They've been playing like trash, so probably a tie, Germany or they both, I guess. So hopefully we'll see what happens. If I had to pick one team, it's gonna be the German. You know, German team has been absolutely monstrous, but my team from day one team, Brazil, all because of Ronaldinho. So ever since since day one,
a real legend.
Since day one, that never changes. I even till this day support Brazil just for that one man alone. Neymar's cool and everything. I don't even know if Neymar still plays. Now let's go back to the market. Affirm, man.
Is AERC about to halt right here? 866. Yeah, guys, AERC about to halt right here. 866 looks like.
Yeah.
SSR, so nobody can slam the bids unless they're long, and we're not really getting a lot of selling. I mean, kind of interesting.
Halted.
And there we go, halted. So we'll see where this opens. We'll keep an eye here. I'm going to say that this is going to open right where it halted and just slam lower. But are we going to push 10 today? We should do another poll. Is AERC going to push 10? And guys, being patient with like 30 cents in the money on my Apple trade, being very patient. Look, taking some out here. And, you know, kind of taking a look. Let's see where high a day is. 148.35. 148.35. And I almost think like, I mean, I'm not really convinced that the market's going to like break out and like continue with a lot of strength. So something that I'm going to start scaling out of a little bit more here or maybe hold. I'll see. I mean, 149 to 149.50 area is my mapped resistance for Apple, just kind of playing off that 150 level. But I think we're really far away to say to myself, like, this is going to get there. And yeah, guys, look how hilarious this is. I do trade Apple quite a bit. Look how many fills I have here. But yeah, so 149, 150 area. Yeah, maybe not today, maybe tomorrow. So yeah, keep an eye on this. But yeah, AERC showing 860 open right now. I mean, still's got 4 minutes to go. It's going to be a 5-minute halt, so another 4 minutes. I mean, that could open anywhere. But, you know, for the longs, it doesn't look good when it's going to open below, right? If you're long and you're going into a halt and this thing is showing that it's going to open like, you know, 40 cents higher, then it's like, okay, hold on to your longs. But at this point, like 860, I don't know. I mean, I feel like this could literally open and just slam right back down to 8. But yeah, we'll keep our eyes there.
Yo, Sharif, Germany or England? Just pick one.
My heart says England, but my mind says Germany.
My heart says Germany, but my mind says England. That's what he says. Over here, Rocket Ship Corporation, you're gonna be surprised by this one. I've got a Ronaldinho signed game-worn jersey. Unfortunately, waiting for him to leave the planet so I could sell it. No, you're not going to sell that. What?
Never sell.
You're not going to sell that.
Never
That's
sell.
a legendary jersey. You got to pass it on to your kids, to their kids and their kids. Like, no, you're not selling that. And if you are, contact me. I'll pay for that jersey. Are you kidding me? You're not selling that. Let's go look at some stocks in the chat that are being called out. BAC, looks like the people are still talking about banks right now. Frank Joan wants to go look at all banks in general, heading towards the higher day, I guess. So let's go take a look at the overall ETF, which is your financial ETF. XLF, now actually, instead of being flat on the day, which is right here when we were taking a look at around 11 o'clock or so, XLF taking out the higher day and heading towards the north. It looks like you are 100% right then, which is Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, and all other banks around the board are actually taking out the high day at the moment and moving north. Looks like some good longs coming in. We got In-N-Out Burger boy, Yummies in the chat. What's up, the Yummies? I forget his name again. David, was it? Daniel from Yummies. Oh man, that kebab is making my mouth water even thinking about it right now.
So
that
good.
kebab was, mamma mia, it was good. Luca?
I see someone saying Docu, yeah, kind of looks like everything looks like the yesterday. It's crazy how like correlated every like large cap name is. But yeah, guys, take a look at this. Look, Apple making the move higher, and I'm working on my Sean fills over here. Just like take the fill, take the fill, take the fill, take the fill. Hopefully get a little bit more fills up here, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Sorry to keep bringing up the same thing. I mean, I'm just watching like overall market making that push towards high a day. Maybe we get the exhaustion, and then, I mean, looking at the daily, like, we could easily get a couple more updates and kind of set up for the Fed nicely. But, yeah, we'll see what happens there. And,
yeah, what are you looking over here, my friend? Miss Fresh, what is this?
No, I don't know. Somebody brought it up, and I actually forgot to speak about it. But I guess this is a recent, I want to say this is like a recent IPO or Miss Fresh. I have no idea. This is...
Looks like Beijing something.
China
company.
Yeah, what company is 66 million market cap? Like, I don't know about this one.
Hey,
look,
low flow God. They brought up the low flow.
I don't even know if this is low flow, but like, I mean, look at this. Like, guys, like down 97%. I don't know if there was like kind of like reverse merge if that's the case, or probably not because it's on NASDAQ. I mean, I have no idea. I'm not even looking at this. I don't even know why it's there.
No, you're good. I just saw Miss Fresh. I was like, what is this guy looking up on top over there? But all fun and games. Let's go take a look at, since you brought up a Chinese stock over there, let's go take a look at Chinese stocks once again. You know, we talked about NIO not too long ago. NIO still holding near $19, up 0.5% right now. Not really willing to go back to the downside, which is the trade I had originally. Sucks to be me. S&P 500 right back to the high day, man. Beautiful move on the futures here. Not on the NASDAQ though. Only the S&P 500 right back to the high day. NASDAQ at the moment trying to move towards the high day, but we're still quite maybe 50 points or so away from the high day on the NASDAQ over here. Let's see if Apple, Affirm.
Yeah, guys, AERC is open as well here. It opened lower, opened at 850. Kind of moved higher 860, but could not break the high of 866. I think if we get above the high 866, above 9, then like more firework potential. Oh, there we go. We had a bit higher here, a move higher. But yeah, like instantly weird, instantly slammed. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this kind of makes another high. But yeah, now I'm kind of upset that I didn't take that $6 long. I mean, I would have been out of it for sure. But yeah, guys, look, we're making the move. We're probably making the move to 10. I have no idea. Just this is going insane. Like the spread's about 4 cents. So guys, keep in mind, you know, like if you're getting involved now, like this thing could easily move $1. It could easily move $1 in your favor or against you. So just factor that into your risk if you're looking at this. And we got some size here at 860. Let's see if that gets touched. Doesn't look like it is. I mean, definitely interesting here. I don't know if you're looking at this name too as well, Prad.
No, I'm actually getting into a future short here near the high of day. You know, not giving it too much of risk at the high of day. Let's see what happens. You know me, I don't touch those stocks, man. I remember looking at AERC on the IPO day, and I was like, okay, this is wild. Like we halted all the way up to $110 on that day, and then the very few days after, we dropped like a rock. So I try to stay away. You listen, if I'm willing to lose 100K, it might as well be on Apple. I'm not willing to lose 100K on AERC where I get gamed on by big traders and by you know, outside influences and so on. But right now, futures is what I'm looking at. I am short futures, pretty much flat on the trade, giving it that 2-point risk of high a day. Let's see if the market wants to keep on ripping and burn me on the short, because I think the NASDAQ moving up over here could actually take me out on my short on the futures and keep moving a little bit higher. So that way I can come back in at a different price, maybe near 41.50 or so, a 10-point move above here on the futures if I want to be really short. That's why this is just a simple test size over here, and then we can see where to go from here if I really want to trade it. BlackBerry creeping up. Let's go check out BlackBerry right now. BB. BlackBerry, ooh wee, yeah, baby, 3% to the north side, and almost 9 million shares traded today. What is that on the relative volume scale? Probably
ARC cannot stop. This thing is insane.
Go for it.
No, I'm just looking. I mean, okay, now we flushed. Now we get that move lower. That's nasty. 50 cents. Oh man, 20 cents. 70. Okay, are we going into a down halt now? Yeah, rug pull, hard rug pull there. It's crazy how you see like the bids are stepping up. It's just running. It's like, where is the high gonna be? And then all of a sudden, boom, rug pull. See you later. And I was wondering, I'm like, are we gonna push 10? 10 would be the ultimate like rug pull, push that break and then kind of reverse there. But yeah, I guess he didn't need it when it just ticks 951. 951, so classic. Doesn't get any more classic than that. Hopefully you guys are long from the bottom and scalping it out the whole way up. Take your profits, right? Remember to pay yourself. You're doing this as a business, you need to pay yourself, right? So pay yourself on the way up and hold some for the dream. Doesn't hurt.
The Morgan Stanley algos won't do it for you, that's for sure. They will not pay you for your trades. In fact, they're trying to take your money and run away with your money. So always pay yourself. You know, I wish I told myself that, or I wish I had a Luca to sit beside me and tell me that when I was trading NIO, and I would have been taking my profits. But no harsh feelings. But Luca wasn't next to me. No harsh feelings that Luca was not at work today. No harsh feelings that Luca did not want to be next to me today. No, all fun and games. Welcome to Wall Street. Right, Luca? Real men don't pay themselves? What?
Real men don't pay themselves. Well, assuming that you have a business and you're reinvesting back into the business and you want to make your life difficult and you want to eat like, lentils and like be very strict, nice, simple chicken breast, and you say, no, I'm not going to pay myself.
No.
I'm putting it all back into the business because I believe in myself, then yes, hats off to you. You are a real man. But, in the trading game, in the day trading game, you got to say to yourself, like, look, I got to pay myself. Like, along the way, you pay yourself, and obviously hold some for the dream, right?
Until you get married, because Sean's comment over there, all my money goes to my family. I bet his paycheck account just go directly to his wife's account, and then the wife just deals with it, and then he has to ask for an allowance probably. He's laughing over there. No, all jokes aside, Getting back to the market real quick, I don't know if Luca's in a trade, but I am in a small little short on futures. I already covered it for a 2-point move. I have some more shares or contracts, however you want to say it. It's just contracts usually. I still have my contracts over here to see if I can get a little bit of a more extended move to the downside on my trade, which would be awesome to get used to, or which would be awesome to get a trade out of that if I can. Happy wife, happy life. That is correct, man. That is the #1 rule in marriages, right? You got to keep your wife happy. If you don't do that, then good luck to you on the rest of the field of gameplay over there. MULN, buy. Looks like MULN being talked about one more time. Not really doing something that I wanted to do. I want MULN to be above VWAP, above the EMAs, go back to a little bit closer to $2 or so. But at the end of the day, the fact that we're still above $1 on MULN, I guess that's enough of a reason to just continuously play long until that $1 breaks. And there is actually decent size on the way down at every penny almost, and not as much size on every penny to the upside. So maybe if volume was to show up and we're waiting for that IWM Russell 2000, 3000 rebalance to come in and show MULN some buying that day.
I see somebody asking, I don't know if this question's towards you. Can you tell me what that little box was that you looked at? Relative volume? Maybe on your screen, relative volume?
Yeah, so this box over here is actually a Trade Ideas software box. So it's called the single stock window. You can open up a single stock window. You just type in any stock, for example. Let's type in a stock that's really moving around today, AERC. AERC relative volume of 112 just goes to show how many eyes, how much volume, how many traders are all watching this one stock, which is now currently up almost 100% on the day, trading near $9.21. This software was thankfully given to me from my boss Sean over there. But we're sponsored by Trade Ideas, so we thank Trade Ideas overall for hooking us up with this awesome software that allows me to scan tickers that are moving, tickers that are halting. For example, right here, AERC halted. And how many times did AERC halt today? One.
Kind of wild to think that only one.
Only one,
this late in the day. I see Tommy Flanagan, apes don't eat, to the comment, pay yourself, feed yourself along the way. Like, no, apes don't eat. We all in, all the time, see where this goes, to the moon. I love that ideology. I mean, I think Ian was saying, look, you don't want to get rich off one trade. I definitely do. I want to get rich off one trade. Is it going to happen? I have no idea. You gotta collect the base hits.
No risk, no Rari.
No risk, no Rari. It'll be amazing. One trade, in, out. I'm now a billionaire, and take it easy, guys. See you later. But no, obviously, I think it's easier. Look,
it takes one lottery ticket to win 70 mil, dude.
One lottery ticket. And we got a bid here on AERC, 300, 500 lots at 897. 897. I wonder, and just got touched and did not get slammed. Like, this is going to 10. This is probably going to 10. And I'm still not going to take a position on it. This is a pure entertainment for me. But I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the fact that you push the high, you get the rug pull, it slams all the way down, doesn't go into a halt. Normally what happens is you push a high, it slams down, massive rug pull, goes into the halt, and then the stock is dead. But it caught that. It caught it and made another push up. Like that's so savage. That is savage. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. Maybe this makes a push to 10. And I still can't get my fill, my top fill on Apple here. Where's my order? I have my order just a little bit too high. It's like seeing my order. It's like, I don't think so, Luca. Like, I'm not paying you here. But good thing I took profits all the way, holding for the dream. I don't know when the dream ends, when I wake up here. But, maybe finally, eventually get the fill. And, or I'll just change it. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, when a stock comes within 2 cents of your fill and you can't get the fill, what's the difference? Take the money, right? 2 cents. No big deal.
Something I'm noticing right now on AERC is a clear area where short stops were, and they got blown out, and the market needs to come back over here to see if there's any buyers in those levels. So all of this was just stops getting blown out, not really longs piling up, and I can see that because there's no It doesn't show me the longs were coming in on the volume profile, just stops getting taken out. And over here, now the supply got put back into the market, and they're not letting it go back to the downside. So once again, looks like the shorts that got burnt over here are trying to battle themselves over here a little bit and trying to push the stock down. But if we get another burst up to the upside over there, another halt up and another wild action, then it's going to be some more fun over here. Looks like we're going over to Brandon. I did not hear anything, though.
Hey, guys, yeah, a quick update on the overall market here. I'll give you a quick look at advancers and decliners today. This is across all U.S. stocks. So right now, 79 new highs, 1,061 new lows on the day. Anytime you get basically a flat type of session that we're seeing today, slightly up or slightly down. So 5,638 in positive territory, 1,200 and change. Neutral on the day, or little changed. 4,000 plus to the downside today. Top as far as volume is concerned, TQQQ. Stick around after 2 o'clock. You might hear about that from Sean a little bit. 96 million on the day for TQQQ. DD Global here, 82 million. Highlighted a number of morning positive notes out this morning on DD and all of the Chinese stocks. Top performers at the bottom here, AERC, there's HUSA, EVEX, another one in the energy group, having quite the day. Here's DD for you. A ton of volume, not much action, guys, but volume is king around here, as we say. Back over to Trader Brad and Luca.
Volume is indeed the main thing. At least I always love looking for volume. Gerhard calling out McDonald's. Let's go check out MCD. Fahad over there having fun with me a little bit, huh? Fahad, I see how it is, bro. I see how it is. At least that means you have to cater for me a little bit. You know, you gotta work for me a little bit over here. But McDonald's being called out. McDonald's moving right back to the upside over here for some reason. Volume, I might have to get out of my shorts. I might have to get out of my future short. Market's trying to go back to the upside over here, and McDonald's trying to also curl up with it. I see Apple at the high of day. I see Microsoft also maybe trying to do something similar. Apple at 148.30s. Microsoft is doing what? Microsoft to 272 is high a day, so we're pretty close to it, 90 cents away from it, almost $1 away from it. But McDonald's is what you want me to take a look at. MCD, trying to maybe bring in some volume over here and go up. It's now positive on the day, and not, it's still flat, to be honest, but positive direction flat. Why isn't DD going to delist? I thought it was going to delist from the American market, but the Chinese regulators are done with their probing that they were doing for it on their Hong Kong or their Chinese market, whatever market that it was on. But it's still going to delist from the North American market, I'm pretty sure, unless there's another catalyst or a news article that comes out and says it doesn't delist from our market. We're still waiting for that change to come in. But it's been pretty wild that it hasn't happened yet on DD. Just gotta wait patiently to see what happens on that stock. But thankfully, other stocks in the Chinese sector, such as Baba, Baidu, Pinduoduo, and other companies, which are also in the fear of delisting, have kind of eased off of that a little bit. Here's Baba today, 3.62% up at the high of day near 102.59. I know it says 104.50 is the high of day. That's because of the dark pool candle. Oh, that's the 8 o'clock candle. Wow, the 8 o'clock candle was at 104.50. For anyone who doesn't know what the 8 o'clock candle is, it's like just a big data dump that comes in at 8 o'clock, but that could just be a dark pool number though. Anyways, we are moving to the high of day on Baba, and most Chinese stocks are looking to keep on climbing up here. Here's FXI up 0.82% on the day and getting ready to go test the high of day, and futures are pushing to the downside for me, so it looks like I don't have to change my diapers just yet. I can hold on to my trade a little bit longer.
And speaking of that short, you still got the short going on futures. Yeah, guys. So finally got filled on Apple at the top there. Still holding a little bit, but I think if we get below 148, maybe the market starts to turn here and kind of go sideways before, maybe we get power hour, final 30-minute push up. We'll see what happens. But, volume muted. I mean, every time this thing goes lower, it pops right back up. And guys, going back to AERC, this thing is wild. This thing literally just rug pulled again, not into a halt. Not into a halt. Sorry, where am I looking here? Look at this. Makes the channel, makes the push here. That's the high. Rug pull, catch, holds trend, moving up, moving up. more volume. There was a battle of the size just above 9. Pushes again towards that to make a new high. And then somebody in the chat was like, Kobe head fake. I like that reference. That's kind of cool. But yeah, and then instantly slammed down. But now that I think about it, maybe one of the reasons why we're not seeing this go down into a halt is because SSR, which does benefit anybody who's unloading their size. Oh, how convenient that it's SSR. Nobody can slam bids except for them. Something to think about. But I wouldn't be surprised if this is the top now, like volume going slower. You got like extreme amount of volume, extreme amount of volatility like in this area right here, you know, and then unless we, at this point, unless we make a push towards like 10, break 10, then like, you know, rip higher like to like 14s or something crazy, then okay. But, you know, if this thing's like slow, it's just going to like kind of like slowly bleed out and then maybe kind of trend lower here. But I'm just watching. I'm just watching this.
Look at Run. Yeah, okay. That's a stock that was in play yesterday. All the solar companies that were in play yesterday, I guess I should have had that on my watch list. I completely forgot about that. Could have been a decent short off of levels from yesterday, such as Run, SunPower, which is SPWR on NASDAQ. All these stocks got bumped up off that new catalyst or recent catalyst from President Biden talking about wanting to increase more solar panel usages across the United States and so on. So SPWR, Run, and another company, I can't think of it off the fly right now, all jumped up pretty high to the north side and now pretty much just trading sideways in those same candles of yesterday's ranges and so on. Let's wait to see what happens over the span of this week, over even a span of the month and so, to see how the solar stocks really start taking off, and if Tesla starts to catch some traction off of their Solar City or you said Solar City, right? Solar City?
Solar City, yeah, owned by, it's private, yeah.
Solar, maybe that's how I should say. I keep saying it's solar, like
solar.
Solar.
Never heard that
Maybe
before.
that's how I should say it, right? Solar City, not Solar City.
Hey, make it your own, man.
But, you know, potato, man. You know, you can call a rose by something else. It still smells like a rose. That's some Shakespeare for you right there, paraphrased. So call it how you want it. At the end of the day, it's still the same thing for me, right? It is what it is. Victoria's Secret beat the last quarter, VSCO. Let's quickly check out VSCO one more time today. I know it did absolutely nothing when we were talking about earlier, and it's still doing absolutely nothing, just trading sideways, no real volume in the stock, and no trades for me, honestly. You know how it's like just stuck in 10-cent ranges? I don't know if that's useful for anyone to make a trade out of. I guess you could keep on scalping this 10-cent ranges, but overall, man, there's better trades out there, and there's actually good trades for you to just not even touch at the moment. Luca?
Yeah, guys, so I see somebody asking, like, I don't see that AERC as SSR. So anybody who's using our software, you have it right here on the level 2. See SSR, it says Y. So you guys can look there. SSR, it says Y, right? That means yes. If it says C, that means it's day 2 SSR. So what tends to happen is if a stock closes at 10 and then opens like below, let's say like 9, 10 or whatever 10% is, let's say it opens negative 11%, this will be day 1 SSR. And then, you know, if it doesn't close 10% lower or open the next day 10% lower from that day's close, then it'll be day 2 SSR. So that'll be continuous for C. C for continuous SSR, and then day 3 not on SSR anymore. But it can open continuously down 10%, down 10%, down 10%, and it would just show a Y because it's always day 1 SSR. So for anybody using our software right there, SSR Y, it comes in handy. And, you know, obviously just ask us. Be active in the chat and ask us, and we'll always be happy to answer that for you.
Pratt, this guy next to you looks like the CEO of Palantir. Well, makes sense that he wears Ferrari hoodies to work and whatnot. Makes 100% sense now. But yeah, he could be. I guess if Luca start going gray in his hair a little bit.
This guy.
Yeah, that guy, Alex Carp, baby. He's a legend. That's my boy, Alex, big boy Alex. Yeah, that's the man. That's the legend right there.
This guy right here.
You could do that for Halloween, Luca.
Yeah, maybe.
We could bust that out for Halloween. You know how I was naff for Halloween? You could bust this out for Halloween. But here's come back to my screen real quick. I think I am right. It is solar, not solar, because dude, it's LAR. It's solar. Come on, are we going back to English school here? Solar, man. It's not solar. Solar is ER, okay? ER, AR. I have to take everyone in this building back to university over here, okay? Back to English classes. Like, look at this. SOLAR and SOLER. Pronunciation, enunciation, everything is different over here. I'm sticking with solar. I'm not changing my mind anymore. I'm sticking with solar, and anyone who says solar is wrong.
I have no comment. I'm lost for words right now.
Yeah. It's the sun, it's the solar eclipse. Come on, man, see? I'm right. We're moving on anyways. Back to kindergarten. Yeah, back to kindergarten. Solar.
Back to trading and not English.
This is a Brampton problem? All right, fair. You're not wrong with the Brampton problem hit over there.
That's funny. I see Kung Fu Trading asking, so can you only hit the bid if you're long when it's SSR? Correct to your question. If you are initiating a short position and it's SSR, you cannot hit the bid. But if you're long, you can hit the bid. You just cannot initiate a short position by hitting the bid, by being aggressive.
Uber short through VWAP. Let's go check out Uber right now.
Say polar bear.
Polar bear? Right. Polar bear, sorry. Polar. It's a polar bear. It's a polar bear. Oh, damn. You got me. Polar bear. All right. They got me. All right. Look at Uber for a short by VWAP, I guess, is what you guys were talking about. Keptolupi was talking about, yeah, short through VWAP. I guess I could see that trade coming in, but 25 right now. We're above 25 on Uber. Uber has been up for the most part of the day. The market, S&P 500, double topping, giving me a short opportunity that I'm still holding. All factors considered, I think a short would not be a bad idea, but I would just leave this trade alone at the moment. If I'm thinking about shorting Uber, I would wait to go near the high a day, and if I'm thinking about long, I'd wait for it to go near low a day or something. Near VWAP is just this indecisive trading. Nothing's really going on over here. Volume's also low. It's about to be 2 o'clock almost. There's only 15 minutes left for Luca and I over here, so clearly not much going on. No volumes spike in this position for us to take advantage of. Let's go check what Luca is looking at. I think obviously that's going to be the #1 stock of the day.
Yeah, guys, all eyes on AERC here. Like, is it going to make a push towards 10? We'll see. Guys, look at this wick right here. This is 1 minute candles, right? It kind of comes below 9, doing, volume sort of dying off. Look at this push to break 9. And I want to say push to break 9, trigger the stops, and just instantly, boom, back down and close. So like when you see this type of I want to say this is type of a liquidity hunt. It's like they don't want to just start unloading. I'm making these assumptions as if I'm correct. I have no idea what's happening. But what I tend to see in these is when you see these types of candles where it's a key level, $9 level, it literally pushes to break the $9 level and instantly gets slammed down and then closes below. Right? It's not it's not confirmation. I wouldn't say short based on this candle, but it's clear that this is a liquidity hunt at this point. It's like somebody needs to offload size and they're looking for it. And I keep in mind the stock's up 90% today, right? So it's up here. Is it really gonna make that push towards 10? I guess keep your eyes. But yeah, if this will get interesting if it gets towards 10, and then I'll be super focused on this. But for now, I really have no idea what I'm doing with that. And guys, Apple's still 30 cents in the money, 30, 40 cents in the money, holding this. But at this point, I want to believe that the market maybe makes a short-term move down. So maybe I'll look to get out of this here. Average out.
Target at the moment has been curling ever since it hit 158 or so. Let me just quickly make sure that's the price. Yeah, 158, and has been curling to the downside, then bounce off of VWAP a little bit, move back to 156, and now 156 acting as a barrier. I'm still under shock that the stock did what it did today. What did I say to Sharif? I told Sharif, the stock will never go above 150 today, but put your bias aside. If the volume ends up coming to the long side, just go long and forget about it. Did I listen to what I said? No, I just kept battling the short, and I got beat up on the stock. And I guess part of that is just my own fault. Not part of it, 100% of it is my own fault for not listening to what I told Sharif earlier in pre-market itself. It's like, why even say something like that to a trainee when I'm not even gonna, practice what I preach? So I'm upset about that. Overall, though, very, very very shocked and puzzled as to this move that the target just shows us today with the negative catalyst, but just reversing almost 7% move, now only down 3% on the day. Let's see how Target trades tomorrow at this point. I know with Target, you can also go take a look at Walmart and Costco as sympathy plays. Walmart was a clean long. After losing Target shorts, I could have just walked over to Walmart and pushed a long over there, or even on Costco maybe. Let's go check out what Costco is looking like today. Yeah, you could have easily done that over here too in the pre-market areas, just gone long and forget about it, and just watch the profits roll in. It looks like some of these retail stocks that just got bought up today, and that bottom that came in from the earnings day on the retail stocks is coming in to be a true bottom for now on these same stocks.
I see people saying, why won't a firm go down? I'm asking myself the same question. I was literally looking at this today. I was like, hey, 24 level, I think if we get here, maybe we like start to move lower. Reason I say that is because obviously you had the news come out, like Apple's going to battle them now, like, you know, it's not really good for a firm. So this thing kind of fell, and this was like, and let me just make my chart a little bit bigger for you guys. But literally, this is where the volume took place, right? We had the news, and this thing just sold off and kind of like consolidated and then inched back up, but could not get above, like, I want to say 24 to 24.50 area is a potential resistance area, like if I had to guess. And the fact that today we kind of bottomed out and then pushed higher and broke 24 and then closed below it or just around it and then made the move lower, and now we're getting some of these like look at these candles, like you got the wick and then close down here, the wick close down here, wick close down here. It's kind of making a decision. So I think to myself, like, I mean, it's very slow moving, got to be extra patient with this one, but you know, potential short here, scale into it for a move down. But keep in mind, I mean, what's your move down is what? Like you're looking for 50 cents, you're risking 50 cents, like 1-to-1. Like this is the way that I see this. So I say to myself, okay, like I don't love this, like 1-to-1. I'm sure there's better trades out there. But yeah, definitely something you got to be extra patient with. You know, with a stock like this, like 3 cent, 4 cent spread, it's a $24 stock. Like I'm also surprised with your question, like why is this not trending lower? But I guess the main theme is, you know, like make stocks go SSR and then break new highs and have like multi-day runs.
That is the theme right like, now.
You know what? Going forward, because it's like today you're like I can't see TGT break 150 and just breaks 150, and it's like the common theme. So you know what? Going forward, if we see SSR, that's it. I'm favoring the long side. I'm
Target's
smashing.
Not even SSR though, is it? Or Target's not even SSR today. Not Target, but it's just down today. So yeah. I didn't mean to combine both of those. But just the fact that I'm saying, like, I want to reverse my bias. I'm like, the stock's beaten down. I almost want to favor the short. And guys, look, AERC making a push to 10. Making a push to 10. Let's check this out here, see what happens. What a crazy stock.
Yeah, for sure getting a 10 break now. We're getting a 10. We'll see what happens here. I don't know if you're looking at anything else as well.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned AERC, so I just immediately walked over to AERC. But, man, yeah, the trend is apparently whatever is the obvious trade for everyone, just play the opposite of that because these market makers just want to burn people across the board. Looks like my order just triggered for my futures, which I don't even remember throwing out, so I'm not even in my short anymore. That's great. What happened there? Did I misclick by chance? I might have misclicked and thrown out order by mistake and not even known about it. I'm no longer in my short over here, and the market might come off right now, so I can get back in. Thankfully, it's still near the same prices. So let's see if the market can push up a little bit over here. Give me that order price near 41.36 or so, where I was previously short, and then get back into that price and be able to ride it to the downside in case Apple starts pushing to the downside again from these highs that we're at near 148.21 and so on. Apple up 1.42% today. AMD pretty much still negative, but above 105 finally, above VWAP, above all three EMAs, and getting ready to maybe push back to the high day with the help of the market in case the market does want to go long, or if the market gets crushed back to the downside after double topping on the S&P 500. Let's go take a look at some of the other markets today, like the IWM Russell 2000, which is up 0.74% and bouncing off of VWAP pretty cleanly. This is your small cap ETF, holds like 8 today. Let's Let's go to AMC real quick. 4% up on the day, 23 million shares traded, and we gotta love it when AMC is giving you opportunities like this. Just go long off the open and forget about it, right? It was up in pre-market, and you just had to ride it. That's it. Was it Sean or was it Sharif who said that? Was Sharif? Go ahead.
No, still looking at ERC here. Maybe we're getting the 10 break now. We got size at 10. That was a sharp move to 10, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a volume dump after the 10 break. I have no idea. It's SSR, so you can't slam the bid, so, you know, it takes away the short that I want to take here.
Maybe you can talk about this. Consumer credit report dropping at 3 p.m.
Oh, I had no idea. No? I thought there was, I think CPI numbers are coming out Friday, if I'm not mistaken. So
okay.
those are the bigger numbers to watch, I say.
Okay. So chat's talking about consumer credit report dropping at 3 p.m. and most likely will drop the market, says Barack and Mike Jones over there in the chat. So yeah, we'll wait to see how that report comes into play. Just got to be patient. You know, we still got about an hour or so for that report to come out, and we'll wait to see if that report will turn the market into a sour hour, or will this market drink some Red Bull and start flying, because, you know, Red Bull gives you wings, so the market starts flying to the north side over here. We're only up like 0.4% on both the markets, S&P 500 and on the NASDAQ. So nothing too serious to be happy about the green move, because, you know, if any negative catalyst does come into play, we're going to immediately crush to the downside. But man, I guess just be happy the fact that Apple is only $2 away from 150. Tesla has been holding 700 for God knows how long now. Yeah, we did dip to 7690 in pre-market, or was that opening candle? No way. I guess we did dip to 690 off the opening candle on Tesla today. Let me just zoom back over here. We actually broke below 700, and then we ended up holding 700, and now we're going into that beautiful 720 level, which is also a level that I remember shorting Tesla a lot at, especially on the breakdown through 720 to the downside. So now double top 720 coming into play on Tesla. Let's see what happens over there.
I think, you know, for Tesla, I want to say level of interest for me is like 680. Like 700 is like the classic, like I wanted to see it, and if it opened like at like 710 and it made a run towards it, then I would have loved the short going through it. But go figure, they open below it, they take away that edge, okay, cool, and then bounce a 690 area. So I think 680 is my next level of interest. And guys, look at this. Tried the long. AERC just broke 10. Tried the long. I got part filled. I love this. Part filled. Give me one share. Sure, no problem. And then comes back down, fills the rest of my order, and I'm like, okay, I don't love this anymore. So I'm getting out of here. But I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. Like this. I took a stab. I say to myself, look, if we break 10 and go like 10 psychological level, but obviously like we're super exhausted. So this is like my scalp trade. I was going for it. I wanted to see like a 50-cent move. Didn't get it. It's okay. It is what it is. I think that was like what, like a 5-cent risk, not even. So, but now look, kind of holding, and but not a lot of like volume, like follow through, like long volume on this. It's just kind of like break these levels, like stall, and then like randomly move up higher afterwards. Like bids step up here, but they're not getting hit. I have no idea where this thing's going, but it's moving slow, and I'm done with it. I took one trade of the day on it, and now I'm gonna watch this thing go like till 11 without me. But it is what it is. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's fine, man. You made a nice trade out of that. You capitalized on that trade, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. The market's getting ready to most likely take out the high day over here as we're getting ready to send you guys off to the main show for the close, the Power Hour show, where you guys get to see the beautiful Tony at 245, 235. And I can't wait to see what fun excitement he's got running around for us over there. Run, SOPA, run. Looks like SOPA is giving some moves at the moment. Let's go check out SOPA. SOPA to the moon. Let's go 7% up today. It says continuation on SSR, so I guess yesterday we were down 10%, and today it's SSR day 2 on SOPA, but you know, does not matter. SSR means only longs for the stocks these days. We saw that happen on GitLab. We saw that happen on multiple stocks across the board, and SOPA is taking off right now with some volume spikes coming into it. You think these guys bought Nikola? Yeah, no way. No way I buy Nikola ever.
Twitter's moving?
Twitter is moving around. Let's go check out Twitter. Oh, wow. Twitter is crashing right now. Looks like Elon might have said something over there. Twitter dumped all the way to the low of the day and then pumped back right up. What's going on over here? A big volume candle, though, that's for sure. Let's see what happens on Twitter in the next 10 seconds. Look, oh, volume coming in. Twitter's taking off. Nope, Twitter's going down. What's going on?
Guys, we have no idea what's going on here. And, you know, something you get is, like, obviously, like, look, like, the buyout is looming, and people are saying, like, is Elon looking for a reason to back out of this deal? He's saying all types of things. But you obviously have algos which are arbitrating this, you know, like playing ranges, just kind of taking fills. And when you break the range, like, I have no idea what the news is, what's going on here. This is a pretty big volume spike. But, like, you know, when range breaks and these algos are battling for fills to try to get out of position, get in position, recalibrate, like, you get these sharp moves. Down, back up, down, back up. So maybe that's what's happening. I have no idea if we have any more news on this. But the fact that we sort of, looks like we broke 40 and then just tanked down. What was the low there, like 39? That's actually interesting. But yeah, guys, AERC pushing towards 11. Somebody's like, Luca, you got faked out. I got faked out. Look at this. Look how bad this is. I take the long. I mean, you didn't see it the way that I saw it. I said to myself, I don't know, maybe we dump, rug pull. I got to be worried about this one. But look at this. Now 1080, going to the moon without me. You know, guys, enjoy the moon. Have a great time. And drink a Spro for me, is what it is. I'll be down here on Earth doing my thing.
We're going to go to Brandon real quick to see what's going on Twitter over here.
Reuters, guys, just out with this report at 1:54 here, so a couple of minutes ago. Musk basically saying that his efforts to arrange financing for this deal on hold amid the uncertainty surrounding these fake accounts. So it kind of corresponded with this move to the downside. I'm going to keep reading through this, but might just be more of the same here for Twitter.
Yeah, more of the same. Just gotta wait at this point. Just patiently wait. Looks like you know, more waiting, more cancellation possibility, and just wait for the news to drop. Honestly, just wait for the news to drop about the confirmation or about the denial. But it still gives you some trades in between over here if you wanna, you know, trade in between the ranges and so on. It's giving you those trades to take advantage of. 11 million shares so far, and looks like Twitter might just turn into negative here very soon. Only up 0.25% on the day. Market might be getting ready to curl to the downside over here, so I'm building back into my short after not having the market pop up to my entry price and not really give me any fills. So waiting to see if market can push down over here with our current entry being 41.32, already 2 points out of the money on that one, but not a big deal for me. Just taking my order at the right price I want. There we go. Luca?
I wonder if, is Elon looking for a reason to back out of this deal? Did he, jump in? He was like, I love the hype. Let's go freedom. I'm buying this company. And then, looks at the numbers and says to himself, I don't know, what did I get myself into here? I got to find a way out of this deal. So let me, the bot accounts, that's the reason. You guys didn't tell me this in advance. I should have known. I don't like the company anymore. Blah, blah, blah. So I don't know, all these questions that I ask myself, I'm sure I'm wrong on all of them.
The ultimate rug pull.
The ultimate rug pull, yeah. And somebody asked, shouldn't there be a correlation or a negative correlation between Tesla and Twitter? Not necessarily. I mean, that correlation is not too strong, so I wouldn't focus too much on it. And guys, AERC now above 11 and spread opening up here. So, where's this thing going? What did I say? I said 14. That was a random guess.
I think you said 10, right?
10 was
11, sorry, you
10.
said 11.
I believe, rewind the tape. I think I said 14. This
14?
thing's going to 14, 01, then reverse. How many trades? One trade, lose 5 cents, no big deal. Yeah, no, guys, this is hilarious. I mean, I could have been more patient, but again, with these small caps, you never know. You never know when rug pulls are coming. Unless you're in at this bottom consolidation, where it's sort of consolidating here, or even you take the $6 break, $5 break here, and you're in at this consolidation, now you're holding. At this point, it's where's the top? I know the rug pull's going to be nasty if it comes. Or maybe, tomorrow it just opens at above 15 and then it gets really, really spicy. But yeah, all eyes on AERC. This thing doubled its volume in the last, hour and a half? Is crazy. Moving towards 12 now, it seems like. But
Yeah, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We're about to go over to the Power Hour show, the closing show. There's going to be a lot more ARC, a lot more Twitter, a lot more of everything that was moving around today. Hope you guys had a great time here. I for sure had a great time. And, you know, lots of movers coming in. More Amazon for tomorrow. That'll be on watch. Sadly, the earnings reports for tomorrow, I think the only couple stocks I'll be looking for is Campbell's Soup and, you know, a couple other companies over there. Earnings board is coming to the end a little bit, but still doesn't mean this market's not giving you opportunities on a daily basis. Hopefully you guys have a great rest of your day. Have fun on the closing show. Ciao.
Ciao, guys.
Hey guys, welcome to the close. Yeah, a couple hours left in what's turning out to be a pretty exciting day here. Individual stocks giving you all kinds of opportunities this afternoon. We saw that move on Twitter. Now back higher, trying to get back higher on significant volume off that headline from Reuters again. It looks like Elon putting any